MGS2 is a special game. I've never actually beaten it on European Extreme, nor have I beaten it without any kills. Now it's time to put one of the greatest games I've ever played in its place. So the rules are, number 1, I can't kill anyone. As long as it says 0 on the final scorecard, that's fine. Number 2, I can't use the tranquilizer gun unless absolutely necessary. And number 3, we have to complete this on European Extreme. And without any further ado, let's go. Okay, so first things first, relatively easy, just go over to the left and then head up these steps, over the box and in the door. Now, trying to do this whole run without using a tranquilizer, there's definitely a couple of sticking points. There's one relatively close and I've had a look and I don't think it's doable. But we'll have a quick look when we get there, see what we can do. Now this is relatively easy, just wait in here and he'll walk past you. In this room, just run across, tap the wall, and go to the opposite side of the door frame. And then when this guy looks up, as you're peeking behind the wall, you can dash up. No, you don't need to go that way, turn around. Good. Okay. So here, relatively easily, just roll into the fella and he won't be able to get up before you're already out the room. Be wary of this next camera. Its field of view is much wider and it will catch you a lot more than you think, so be careful. Start to push up against the wall and move across as it comes up and then you're free. I don't need a chaff grenade, but I am a kleptomaniac and I do want it. So here, go into the room on the left. Wait in the section in the middle in between the two tables. He's going to walk down and won't look at you. And then, wait for when the camera moves all the way across and just run across the bottom and there you go.
Ready?
Now Olga. I did try. She's one of 2 places in the whole game that I couldn't figure out how to not use a tranquilizer. The second one is less egregious, but here, that I can't run up to the edge, I can't punch her, I can't climb up there. There's not really a whole heap I can do, so unfortunately, by strictly can you beat the game without a tranquilizer, this is where the run would end. But let's see how minimal we can get it to. The strategy here is the same as you would have on basically any of the other difficulties. Duke her from left to right and then shoot her from the opposite position. It only gets a little bit different when she moves into the next phase. So here on European Extreme, you can't shoot out the tarp, so you've just got to deal with the tarp, and the same goes for the light, so you're just going to have to judge it and shoot through. She's now going to shoot the tarp off. And now it's time for her to play with the lights. Now, you've got to do a very similar thing here, but basically you only want to cross when she's throwing a grenade, And ideally you want to duke her into throwing the grenade to the right hand side. So now because she's thrown this grenade a little bit further forwards, I can just press up against the wall. The hitbox is actually surprisingly small. So she's shooting here. Now when you can just about see her, she takes 2 shots on the lamp. So you have got a bit of a window there. So again, duke it over to the right. She shoots. She throws a grenade. Run across. Pop her. Nice. Not too bad. Not too bad. She will hit you a few times, cause a few game overs, but it's not too bad. Definitely quite manageable. In fact, I would recommend trying this challenge for anyone, just for the tanker chapter, just to get your feet wet. It's quite fun. It is quite fun. That room you can just run straight from. As soon as you get down, you can just run straight through. Now here. Run under there. Roll through the guy. Job's good. Same strat here, except you've just got to wait around a little bit. Just wait for him to turn around and roll through. As soon as they turn around, head down the stairs, get as close as you can to this fella, so that when he turns around, you'll be fine. Now, you can actually just run through there. I got a little bit scared, so did a roll to get out of line of sight. Now, there is one thing that looks difficult in this room, but you really don't need to worry about it. It's not too bad at all. Just follow this path. And then, as this guy's looking directly at you, wait for him to turn, run to the post, and you can use the map to help guide you where you can stand. Now, go halfway up the steps, wait for this fella to turn around, dash up behind him, get as close as you can, and push up on the left hand side, and you'll just do that. It's fairly easy to do. Now this is quite tight, getting up here, you can see I didn't have much time left, but it's definitely doable. Now hold this guy up before he gets a chance to talk on the radio. And then choke him out. Now the way choking out works, if you choke 11 times, I believe it is, you actually break the neck, so we don't want to be doing that. This will be quite an important strat going forwards, I think. So the way I do it is I drop them, do it for 8, drop them, do it for 8, drop them, do it for 8, then they fall down and are knocked out. So just take out all of these receivers for the Semtex. That's quite a tricky one to hit, but you might get it wrong a couple of times, but that's fine. And I don't know why that hit me. If anyone knows why I was seen there, please let me know below, because I have absolutely no idea. But when you come here the second time, and you do continue here, you don't have to worry about that guard anyway, so we can be as loud as we want.
checkpoint passed.
Just keep running down the corridor. As soon as you see the fella in the distance, dip off to the right and hide behind the corner. There he is. So dip to the right, hide behind this corner. You can actually peek out and knock over that pipe, and it will play quite a funny cutscene. But we don't need to do that. We can wait for him to come forwards and then just run past him. Now, as the bopping dude here, he shuffles forwards. Wait for him, and then as soon as you pass, just keep running. You don't need to stop. This fella who's asleep stays asleep quite a while, so just keep running. And you're about to be exposed to one of the more interesting strats of the run, because we can't use a tranquilizer on these guards.
Ready?
Now, as we can't use tranquilizer on here, this is what we have to do. Get into this corner and sit down and wait. You're completely safe on this right hand side of the wall. As long as you're at crouching level, they won't hit you. So yeah, we just need to wait here, and eventually they'll send someone round for us. And this was the moment where I learnt that there is, in fact, a critical hit in Metal Gear 2. If you punch someone right in the crown jewels, this happens. I said this happens. There we go. And that's our strategy for the rest. So, move up to this box. When you see them come around the corner, look down to the right, stand up, and crit. Wait for the guy behind, throw the grenade. He'll throw a second one. And then go back. And this pattern will repeat for a couple of minutes. Okay, so we're going to get to a point shortly where it feels like there's a bit of a lull, where no one's run out after you for a while. And what we want to do there is, instead of staying right here at the bottom, we want to move up. You can see I just tried to move up there, so it's going to throw a grenade. And back. So now we're going to want to try to move back upwards. The reason why we want to do this is there's going to be a guard that is sent at the same time that he throws a grenade. And the issue with that is that if you're at the bottom where you need to be to punch him in the crown jewels, you'll get exploded and you will die. See, there you go, he's come at the same time, and now we're pretty close to getting the triple guards, but just keep the pattern going for now. One thing to note, when you do crit a guard, don't push up against the wall whilst the body's still there. You will end up getting yourself killed. And there we go, guard rush complete. Hold 1 plays identically here on European Extreme as it would do on any of the other difficulties really, so I would just want to take some time to say that this has been really fun, and I do suggest anyone have a go at this. I'm not that good at this game, but it has been a really interesting challenge trying to do it in a slightly different way, and I do highly recommend anyone else to have a bash.
And it will be the Marine Corps and our raid that will accomplish this. At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the US's nuclear strike capability. The world is about to
So if you want to do this yourself, this is the safest strat that I've found. There is a little bit that's timed quite tight, just down here. After you roll past that, this guy will walk past, and you just need to quickly dash behind him and get through. It's quite tight. Okay, now make sure that when you're coming through that door, you run to the left and start taking some photos. Because otherwise, if you just take photos, you walk right in, the guard that's there will catch you. And then by this time, once you've got these two, he's then started to walk up, and you've got plenty of space to be able to take the 2 remaining photos.
Is obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean...
Okay, now, as Raiden, I just want to nip in here and get the thermal goggles. They will help us a little bit later on, and they will come in quite useful. And grabbing them now, I know where they are, so I might as well get them now. Okay, once you've got into here, this is the strat I found that worked for me. Come down into this corner and wait for this fella to stand up, and just be mashing the choke button. Now go into this corner and wait around a bit, and slowly choke him out. You need to wait for the lift to come down. Now the pattern that you want from these 2 fellas to get in the lift is when they're both up, and the guy at the top is looking in the middle and looks away from us as the fellow's walking down. So you'll see that now, and go. That gives us plenty of time to make a dash with the lift. Now I am going to play with the map. I'm not quite good enough at this game yet to play without, so let's head over to the node. Now, this first time through the AB connecting bridge is a bit of a pain, so we end up waiting here for a while, waiting for that other fella to leave his post. Please move. That would be very nice. Please move. Okay, right. Now let's go through to strut B. One thing to note about here, as you're on your way past, just open the door first, revealing the C4. It will make your life a little bit easier later on. Grab the chaff grenades. The main section where you need chaff grenades is the Shell 1 connecting bridge. Makes life quite a bit easier and gives you some leeway. And now we need to go and get the coolant and run around and defuse all the bombs. So I'm going to leave the C4 in here. I don't really need it because I'm going to be running past anyway. So just leave it there for now. Now, as we're on our way past, run through immediately, coolant the C4, and just dash back down. See, this is the much easier strat for the AB connecting bridge, because when they're separate, it's much easier to do that, but I decided to go up onto the roof to get this one. It doesn't really matter which way around you do these. Follow the guard across, and then he won't actually turn to his right, so you can just run straight behind him and get the C4. Now, I ignore bandages, and I probably shouldn't. You'll find out why a little later on. There is something where they are quite useful, but we'll just have to manage without. Okay, just wait for the guy to come past you. Stay at the bottom of the steps. He'll walk past. Now, I also choose to go up and get the cardboard box, just because it is very useful and can make a bunch of areas a lot easier. Now here, you can run across, get on the bridge, wear the cardboard box. And then run. See? Look how much easier that is. The cardboard box was worth it. It's going to earn its keep again in here. So, although I don't want to use it at all, I am going to run and grab the M9 just in case I do actually need it.
Nothing here.
Let's see, can't see any guards. Get in the cardboard box. And then you can drop down in here, immediately crouch, get the coolant out, spray it as quickly as you can, and then get back into your cardboard box. Wait for that guy to move up, and run down. Now that I've got this, I want to run behind and grab a couple of other little bits once I activate the node. Okay, once we've crawled our way through there, grab the suppressor and the mine detector. Might as well, I'm already here. Now wait for these fellas to turn away from you. And this is something that you'll see us use a little bit later. I'm trying to save my progress. So the thing that is most important is getting through a door to a load zone.
There's somebody there.
Now that we've got through a load zone, we can go back up from where we came. We still need to go the opposite side, and then that saves progress. It's most useful in Strut D, because there are 3 bombs in Strut D. And now that we've got the map and the suppressor, we can just do this.
What was that sound? Who's there?
Look how much easier that is. Okay, so you do want to be throwing a chaff grenade here. Even though you can avoid the first one, the second one is an absolute nuisance. And also, you need to get the claymores that are on here. I believe that there are 3 that will get in the way. Just seeing if I can see the fellow up there. I'm kind of hoping that he's just not going to be looking at me when I cross over. You can see that we've got this one here that I want to get rid of. And let's go. Now, this is a little bit of a pain. First off, we want to just take out all of these cameras. Just make our life much easier. There is one over the far side as well. Now, get in a box. These guys will struggle to see you over the conveyor belt because you're so low when you're moving. And there's 2 bombs here. We can wait here, and it will be on the back side of one of these boxes. I'm sure there's a better way to do it than this, but this is at least safe. Ah, there it is. Coolant. That's bomb 1 done. Now we just need to wait around here. Cross over. Get a map.
Nothing here.
Okay, once you're up here, you can just run through the central part here, and then get straight under the wing. Wait for this fella to turn away, and off we pop. Nice. Okay, yeah, just head back, and onto strut D.
Freeze!
Now here, just stay in the box, just keep running, keep on running, don't stop, keep going, roll through this fella, and you're in. Now this is the way I did it. As soon as I come in, turn around, go back the way you came, run round and hop over this fence. This then lets you super easily get bomb number 1. And go ahead and get the node.
Who's there? Huh? What was that just now?
Run down.
Who's there?
Just try to attract that one guy. And this is where some of the pain starts. This room took me about 45 minutes to get all the way through. And this is the one strat that I came up with that worked. So wait for that guy to run past. Sit on top of the second C4. Okay. Now you can use the map. And you'll know when the people above you are all not able to see you. You're relying on the geometry not being there. So open that. Coolant. Straight back in your box.
Nothing here.
And now I'm moving back over to this side because I want to save this progress. I want to save having done that bomb. So wait for this fella to walk past. Now you can see the guy at the top, at the bottom left of the minimap, can still see us. He can't, and now we go.
Nothing here. Who's there?
Right, so yeah, we just need to go up the steps and back into strut D. Now, what my plan here is, I want to get to the opposite side of the room so that I can re-enter again and then grab that one C4 that's directly underneath me. So, pause over here and wait here for the guy to turn around. Then draw the fella on the left to yourself. Don't get too close, because he will turn around and then see you.
Nothing here. What was that just now?
Okay, now it's relatively easy, just a straight shot. The box actually hides you from this guy that's walking down the walkway now. And turn back around. Wait in a box about here. These two fellas will turn around and have a look at you. They won't notice this box that's just appeared. And then when they turn around, run right to the edge, as far as you can, hop over, and drop catch. Just mash the button. Also, try to pick it up on the side, because it doesn't pull you into anyone's line of sight. Just waiting for the guy on the top to turn. Could have gone here, but this guy that's just about to walk up the walkway can see you as he's turning. So if you walk whilst he's on the same side as you, you're fine.
Nothing here.
Man, this strut gave me so many issues. Oh, it was so stressful. Now I've been seen, so I've just got to make a dash for it. And we're going to have to do the same thing again. So now that we've got all of them, we're going to head out this door, save our progress, and then go back. Now it's time to go to strut C and get the last C4.
Nothing here. What was that just now? There's somebody there.
Might as well shoot this. We've got plenty of ammo. Now this, draw them right to the ends. Crouch and wait down here. He will actually walk past you. And then just make a break for it.
There's somebody there.
And the C4's in the exact same place that it always has been, so move on. Now it's time to go and get sensor B. So now we need to make a quick dash all the way back to strut A. Strut C is fairly easy, there's actually nothing going on there, there's no one in there at the minute. Here, I didn't need to drop a chaff at all. I could have just run and shot at him. That was a waste of a chaff grenade, but it's fine. We've got some spare. We allow ourselves mistakes. Okay, and follow the exact same path that we followed earlier. And as soon as this guard turns, you can head through the door. Wait for this first guard to turn. And make sure you do flip over the noise making grates, otherwise he will turn around and spot you. And head straight up into strut A. Now I spent a little bit of time here just trying to see if there was any ammunition or any stun grenades especially. Didn't see any around, so let's head on. Now the C4 is on the west wall, just need to come down here and get out your coolant, and preferably not jump into the pool, but that's fine, we've got plenty of time. There it is. And now it's time for the anti-boss fight. We've got to fight Fortune. Well, I say fight. We've got to run away from Fortune in a cardboard box. So this worked relatively well for me. I've never really had any issues. If you run against the wall ever so slightly, so you point the thumbstick sort of about 60 degrees, 70 degrees, so you are running into the wall a little bit, it's fairly easy to dodge. The way I suggest to do it is when she fires the double shot, as soon as it's finished and gone past you, that's when you turn around and run the other way. That then gives you plenty of space to do it. So turn, turn, turn. There is actually another method to doing it, where you press your back against one of the crates and just constantly jump out and shoot. And what that'll do, that'll give you the invincibility frame so she can't hit you. But this is nice and easy. Don't need to do anything special. There we go. That's Fortune done. Now we need to get all the way back to Strut E, because Fat Man has left us a present. Now be careful here, there are claymore mines. As it turns out, you can just walk behind it. Getting a chaff ready for the next connecting bridge. Yes, you can see we're basically using the exact same strat that we used the last time. Now throw the chaff grenade. I just popped on the thermal goggles to make sure I wasn't running into any claymores. Now if we get back in the box, we can hide behind all the conveyor belts. Wait for this fella to walk down. And up we go. And it's time for the next boss battle. Now this fight, it was quite tricky. Once you've learned how to do it, it's really not too bad, even without the tranquilizer. Now Now initially I thought that this was going to be one of the places where I had to use the tranquilizer, unless I was going to be, you know, wheel kicking the guy to death. I just didn't think that that was feasible, but fortunately, with the help of someone on YouTube called Platonic Guy, I managed to find a video, and this is the strat that he used there, and oh my, is it beautiful.
Ready?
So initially, first thing off, just do as you would do normally, just go and put out all of the C4s. So first one here, try to be wary of not getting shot by him here. I got hit there, but that's fine. We'd like to save as much as we can, much health for later, because obviously we don't have any rations. Now he's going to head off, and he's going to plant some bombs. Try to keep an eye on where he is by going into first person view and holding both shoulders, so you can get an idea on where he is when he's not on the map. Okay, now when he gets to 3, he usually does 4. And what you want to do, as soon as he's done 4, you need to punch him. Then you need to go into first person, punch him again when his arm's out. And this is what you will be doing for the next 5 minutes. Oh yes, the next 5 minutes. So now with him slowly and surely punched to death, it's time to move on to the Shell 1 core. Just shoot out both those ciphers, you should be fine. We've got plenty of time to run backwards. Now we need to go and get the AK. So when you're in here, this guard here, he will near enough only look at the AK, but as soon as you're behind him, there's no issues at all. There's not really anything you can pick up. So just draw him over here, run round, grab the AK, and we're all good. We'll have plenty of ammo around and about, so we don't really need to pick up that much. Just waiting for a gap in the guard routine here. Grab that stun grenade, very useful. Now we're back onto the connecting bridge. We can put this cipher out of its misery. And this one. And now we should be able to cross relatively easily. We've got plenty of time before the guard gets up there. This area is basically free. Just put on the BDU, get out the AK, and it's easy. You can't be seen. Let's replenish some of those chaff grenades, because they will come in handy for a couple of the connecting bridges. I was actually looking for another set of stun grenades there, but I was sure there were some there, but it's fine. We've got plenty. So the computer room is basically a straight shot. There's one thing that you might want to pick up on the way that will help a little bit later on. And that is, if you punch kick combo this, you knock all the books off the top and you get a full stack. Now just run in and grab the directional microphone.
Good morning. Good morning. Time for a treat. Good morning. Good morning. What's up?
Now we're in the show encore. Just knock on the wall, drag this guy over. And as soon as he's come past, just chokehold the poor fella. No, don't judo throw him. That's cruel. Choke him. Yes, there we go. And let's use his eyes. Okay, from my testing, aim seemed to be in the normal location. The one thing to be aware of is that there are obviously a lot more guards here than normally. Normally I think there's only 2 or 3, whereas here there's 3 or 4, as well as a couple of extra guards up top. So just wait for a gap where it looks like no one's looking at you, and then go and point at him. Even if they do see you, they'll alert them like that, and you should have plenty of time to press the button. Now that we're back out, wait here, wait for this guard to walk towards you. We don't need to get in the box. As soon as he turns around, we can just go into the lift. Now double press the lift to get it to come down faster, just like it did in MGS1. Don't walk into me. Okay.
Right, what's wrong? Right.
Well, that's fine, because when we do continue, we haven't got a caution anymore, which is a bit of a shame. I would have liked to have been able to figure out how to get past with the caution, but not really much we can do. But if you wait just in that point there, right at the corner of his vision, you can walk past. And unfortunately, because I opened up all of these earlier, that actually gave me a much easier path through. So it is worth opening at least that very corner locker just to make that strap viable. Okay, now just throw a chaff grenade. Just throw one, it'll be fine. We've got plenty. I like to leave myself as much space on here just in case I have to come back. I mean, I don't even think I have to come back, but force a habit at this point. Now we just need to run off and grab the PSG one.
There's somebody there.
Might as well grab some large weaponry whilst I'm here. It's not that I'm ever going to use it, but more weapons is gooder. Okay, run around the outside, grab what you can whilst you're there. Shall I get the M4? Yeah, go ahead. Why not? Now going to grab the PSG-1 and all of the ammunition in here, and also crawl into the vent and get the PSG-1T. That will be very useful later, unfortunately. It is a tranquilizer, but as I'm sure many of you already know, there's one specific place where I can't get away with anything else. Don't walk into me. Nice. Can't turn. Okay. Now we've got a straight shot straight back out of the strut. And again. We can just destroy that one. Now the next one you actually can't destroy unless you've got a silencer, because he will hear you. I could have probably dashed straight across and been fine, but rather be safe than sorry. Here, look, they just won't see you. As long as you hug as close as you can to that conveyor, you're fine. Wait for him to turn around and run behind him. You've got plenty of time. And here we are, Strut D. Hello, my old friend. We meet again. And again, we're going to wait for this guard to walk towards us and then turn around.
Nothing here. What was that just now?
And now we do a bit of a loop-the-loop. Absolutely sideswipe that fellow. Now I could have carried on running, but I wasn't sure if he'd turn, which way he would turn, so I thought I might as well stay here. Now this, just got to make sure we get them all. Now I definitely didn't spend far too long trying to find one of them. Nope. You'll see now how I'll get them all. First try, really quickly. There's a couple here to be wary of. Number one, you've got to mind this one under here, just under the bridge. Make sure you get both of these here. Nice and easy. And there's one just in the opposite corner there. There's also a super sneaky one underneath the initial platform. And then we just need to take care of the ones that we can only get by sniping realistically. The first one is directly behind the flag. Can be a little bit tricky to see, but you can see it when the flag flutters away. So I'm just getting over here to try to get the best angle to be able to see it the easiest. I think that's done, but I will check it again later. You can actually shoot nearby to the seagulls to not have to kill any of them. Come on, I don't want to use Pentasamin yet. Okay. Now for these two, I do need to use Pentasamin. So, get in, follow them, and as soon as they face towards you, they're stood still. And now I'll just check behind the flag again. Oh, it is up. Is that gone for sure? And now I'll spend a long time trying to find the last one. Oh yes. It took forever. And looking back on it, it's so obvious. Of course, it is where it is. I'm looking in all these weird places when really, I only needed to look here. And now we're on to the next boss.
Ready? Go!
So the strat here, run, grab the stinger, as soon as you get it, shoot 3 rockets off at the Harrier. Then what you want to do, you want to be hanging around here just by this railing. You can use this railing to give you invincibility frames for all of these attacks that he's about to do. So as soon as you've gone there, push against, give it about a second's wait and hop over the railing. Now you can shoot at it as it's moving around and about and as it's in between the struts. So you can shoot here. I'll be able to shoot again. But it's not worth shooting now, as it's probably going to swoop overhead, and the stinger will lose tracking. It's not worth it. Now, when it goes into the sun, you can often get another one, even though sometimes when it goes into the sun, it does actually end up doing a long-range attack. Okay, when this happens, as soon as you hear the first rocket hit, that's when you jump.
Tougher than I thought. I'll let you go out in style.
And those, with the beep beeps, you can shoot off 2 rockets. And you can also just carry on being conservative and just hit it with 1, you've got plenty of time. When you see it go underneath, stand here, run down to the bottom, wait a second, run back up. You've got to give it a conscious pause. Otherwise, it will catch you, and those rockets are one-hit kill. This is a real shame, I can't really hit it when it's down there, but normally you want it to be hovering around the middle so you can hit it with a couple of rockets at least. So now it's going to go off into the distance. Stand by the railing. You've got more time than you think. There's more invincibility frames than you think. Now, when he starts doing the machine gun attack, run underneath, get in the box, and hide behind this electrical box. Use the minimap to put yourself on the opposite side of the box to where you can see the blip is. Don't use what you can see. You will end up making a mistake and getting shot. Realistically, this phase shouldn't hit you. You should be fine. Okay, and as soon as he's gone, head back up. See if you can plant any more rockets on face.
I'll let you go out in style! What the?
So because that was the blips, we could hit it twice. Okay, now because it's gone underneath, it's going to do the rockets again. So wait. Go. Small pause, turn. Small pause, turn. Small pause, turn. Again, he's stuck underneath. But this is quite a difficult boss, and this did take me quite a few tries to get right. So don't be disheartened, just keep at it and you will be fine. We've seen all of the different phases that he's got now, so it should just be a case of just putting it all together. There isn't much in the way of changing it up. Once you've learned his pattern, you've learned his pattern. And that's it, you should be fine.
Is that the best you can do? I'll let you go out in style!
Come on. You're only 2 rockets away. I think he's going to go underneath. He's going to do... Yep. So run down, pause, run up. Pause, run down. Pause, run up. It is the most difficult attack that he's got. Everything else you can deal with, but they are very difficult. And they take some getting used to. But once you've got the pattern down, you're absolutely fine. And it'll be very rare that it actually hits you. Nice. On to Sheltered. Now I definitely got that first try. That definitely didn't take me 10 or 15 attempts. Now here, just run straight across the bridge. Keep running, keep running, keep running. We all want to get to here. Just cancel out of that cutscene as quickly as you can. Jump over. And then when we get to this railing, we can hop over and then shimmy our way across. We need to wait for the guards. So they're going to walk up the walkway, and then one of them is going to turn away, and we wait. Because the other guy will turn around shortly afterwards. So you can see, and he's going to turn and then see us. As soon as this guard turns around, now we can get up and go. Got a straight shot. Now this perimeter can be a little bit tricky. You've just got to be ballsy and go with some speed. So follow this guy from window to window. And now run. Run. Don't stop. I've decided this playthrough I'm not into water sports, so we're just going to make a run for it.
Go in my pants. It's okay, right?
Now I heard a cipher here, so I'm just going to throw a chaff. I've got plenty to spare, so just to be safe. And let's go. We've got plenty of time on the shaft, so I don't particularly need to jump over here. We've got to go and find a Nikita that's downstairs in the flooded area and use that to rescue the president. But I want some more chaff grenades whilst I'm here. Again, double tap, just like MGS1. Gets the elevator down faster. So the Nikita's in the same place as you would find on any of the other difficulties. And just here, to the left. No, it's not. Why are you going in there? You don't need to go there. There we go, that's better. And down here, avoid the mines. There are a couple of extra mines. And head back. We've got plenty of time to get back, so I won't even need to come up for air. There's the president there. Looks like he's asleep at the wheel. That's fine, we should be able to sneak a rocket past him. Yeah. Just ignore those. Hop up on here. Can I be bothered? Yeah, let's just go through. Now, initially I thought that it was a good idea to just shoot through here until I realised that there was another vent behind it, so I was like, no, let's just manoeuvre around. It's not too bad. But you can actually destroy all of those grates if you really want to. And now I'm just trying to get as far to the left of him as I can, and there. It's fine, we'll continue, he'll be right.
Right then!
So what I actually meant to do was, we walk into here, and then we take out both of these cameras. And then we shoot out this one. And once we've destroyed this, nice easy shot with plenty of fuel, and now just explode nearby to wake up the president.
What is that? Stop it!
So now that's out. The president unfortunately has been murdered, but we've got other things to do. So back downstairs we go. Time to do some more swimming. So now we're just going to swim past where the Nikita was. And out the other side. It's all standard. Nothing out of the ordinary from a regular playthrough. Except you should go the right way and not all the way down there, you numpty. Try to actually go the right way, unlike me. And now let's go to the right. Avoid this bomb. Left and right. Avoid the mines and open the door. Upcoming now we have Vamp. I was a little concerned initially because I thought that the only way to kill him was to shoot him in the head as he was on the platforms and all that sort of thing. But fortunately, thanks to my boy, Cozy Connoisseur, he had a fabulous strat in his no Tranq run, and quite frankly, I'm going to steal it.
Ready? Go!
Right, Vamp is very doable. Initially, start off by shooting him. It'd have been really quite helpful if I had more stingers, because you can actually use the stingers to kill his O2 gauge, but it's fine. Once he's underwater or about to come up, hang over the side here and wait for him to walk round. Now when he walks round, he's going to rub into the railing and hop over. Then when he slashes, you'll still have iframes. Get out an assault rifle and start punching him like this. And try to get as close as you can to him, because when you are very close, he will do this slash attack again, and you can just keep chaining this together. You can actually beat him in one combo like this. This is quite tricky to get the rhythm of, but after sort of half an hour I'd got it down and it wasn't too bad at all. So you can see I finished that one a little bit too far away. That's fine. I can just shoot into the water and hop back over and the exact same thing will happen again. So wait for him to rub into the side and hop over. Use those invincibility frames. And Vamp should be toast. Ah, that's fine. We can just wait around for a little while and then jump over the ledge. As soon as you hear him hop up, just jump back over. He will eventually come back down. If you are trying to fight him normally and you find that he keeps doing the attack where he holds you in place by his shadow, you can actually shoot out the lamps and that will stop him being able to do that attack. But there we go. That's Vamp down. I think that strategy is probably easier than just fighting him normally. It's really not too bad once you've got the hang of it. So now we need to go and find Emma, but before we do, there's something very important that we need. I need the body armor. This item will be very useful and basically essential for the end of the game. There's no way you're beating the end of the game without the body armor as far as I'm concerned. So now we've got Emma, we need to make our way back. And the one thing I did notice on European Extreme, her O2 gauge is so short. It's so short. Make our way back normally. You'll have to come up a couple of times for air in the second section, but aside from that, it's standard. Just be wary when you've got Emma on your back. It is easier to clip the mines as she's on your back, and it makes your hitbox a little bit larger. Now, I decided to be quite nice here, because there is the speedrunner method where you open the elevator and then stranglehold Emma into it, but that just feels a little too cruel. Now for this section here, just walk straight down, edge to the left, and then straight down again, and you'll avoid both vision cones. Wait for the second guard to come past, and walk behind him. Now you can just keep walking here. Just keep going, keep going. You don't need to worry about that guard that's just appeared behind you at all. You should be out well before he has a chance to walk towards us. So when that guard faces away from you, tap on the side wall and just walk up. Now walk in a straight line and try to get behind this box as quickly as you can. Once you're in this corner, you actually can't be seen by either of them. And wait for him to walk away, and you're off scot-free. Honestly, I was expecting the Emma section to be far more painful, but it's not too bad as long as you can commit to just keep walking with her. It gets really quite difficult when you're trying to leave her somewhere and do a bunch of other things. Especially on European Extreme, you've only got 40 seconds if you were going to tranquilise them anyway. So you'd probably do better just not even bothering. Now, the way this guy with the binoculars works, you have got plenty of time to walk across with Emma, as he's looking one way, but take out all the ciphers and wait for him to cross, and as soon as he sweeps over the top of you, start walking with Emma. Okay, so go. Now you need to be wary of this guard that's going to walk up the stairs towards you. And the way I chose to do this, plop down a book, run out the way, you'll see that. Just duck out the way for now. That probably was quite tight with the head whip that he does, so if you're having issues with that, just hold him up and go for a crit, and you've got plenty of time to get past this. Okay, now this room can be a bit of a pain, especially if you can't see where the guards are, but if you plop a book down there and knock here, the knock will attract the guard and then he'll see the magazine, which he'll find far more interesting than investigating something that knocked. Now hug this left hand wall with Emma, and as soon as you get towards the end, shoot in the very bottom corner. That will draw this guard over there, hold him up, and dick punch. Now we've got plenty of time. He's reading a lovely book. This fella's having a lovely sleep. Sound as a pound. Let's go. And on to the sniping section. So the initial thing that you want to be doing here, if you go to this sort of side where I am, you will actually lie on top of the spawn for the PSG-1T. Initially, we need to get the thermal goggles out and shoot all of these. It's also got the added benefit that it stacks them up and makes them easier to shoot. Not that I'm displaying that very well. I'm sure that there's a better way if I trank the guys on the bridge who's about to walk over and got these later. Maybe if she was walking behind, it would possibly make it easier, but it's not a huge issue from what I found. Oh, come on, this is so difficult to aim. Now get the PSG-1T out. We don't want to be killing guards. Ah, she's been spotted. That's fine. Let's get out some Pentasmin and go to town. I actually want to get on top of there. There we go. This definitely feels more difficult than the standard mode. The enemies more aggressive, they seem to do more damage, and the cooldown in between her getting shot or not seems to be a bunch less as well. But it's not a huge challenge. You'll probably get it in 2 or 3 tries. Yeah, like I said earlier, this is the one point where, unfortunately, we've got to use the tranquilizer again. There isn't another option. It's either use the tranquilizer or kill a bunch of fools. And I think that the no kills is more important than the not using a tranquilizer in this instance. Bear in mind, when you do lie down with any of the sniper rifles, it does reduce the handshake that you get. Now we've got a nice supply of bullets. Oh. Come on, Emma. Emma's on a sliver of health. We should be fine. She's got to cross behind here and then walk down the middle. And quite frankly, as soon as Snake shows up, I'm going to ask him to join this party as a just in case. Spam tranquilizers at these fellas with reckless abandon. Doesn't really matter that it would kill them. And we don't need to abide by the laws of biology. Okay, so she should, near enough, be off scot-free at this point. There might be a couple of ciphers that will show up, but aside from that, she should be fine. So, instantly call Snake back, and it's not like he helps much. He only helps when she's crossing the last 10 metres or so. It's now time for our second meeting with Vamp. Right, so our second encounter with Vamp. Unfortunately, this is the second point where I have to use the tranquilizer gun. It's a bit of a shame, but as I'm sure many of you knew, there's not really a way around this without using it. All we need to do, go ahead, suck up a couple of pentasamin, hover over his head, and blast him a few times. It is worth noting that the hitbox for his head is actually quite tall, so you can get away with being a little bit higher above his head than you might think. What am I running back there for? Go on. And let's just take down Vamp. Relatively easy, nothing too major. Right, that's fine. That's a bit of a silly. Let's just continue and carry on. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, just go ahead and sit on top of the PSG1 ammo spawn, suck up a couple of pentasamin, and then just tranquilize him in the head a few times. There's nothing really to worry about here. You can just get him into a rhythm like this and it's fine. Though this spawn can be a little bit finicky, but once you're on top of that, it's fine. You don't even need to unscope or move. But there's plenty of time regardless. This section is fairly easy. There's only one guard in this strut you need to worry about, and even so, he might as well not be there. We can just grab his attention by running this way, and then run to the exit.
There's somebody there.
The chaff there is just really quite helpful for this section of the bridge because there are a couple of extra ciphers.
You remember me, don't you? You've grown. High concentration of cerebral
This torture scene
implants.
is very
Have they
easy.
altered your
It's not like the
memory
second scene, especially not in the original release.
I'll free you in a little while. Brace yourself.
That's a lot of damage, you know. And if you press back against the torture scene here, you get to see this. His penis covered by a tiny, tiny straw. Just wait this side for now. As soon as this Tengu turns around, make a break for it. Head up the stairs. And then just wait around this corner. As soon as the fella turns around and starts walking back, you can hide behind the box. Press up against it and he'll just completely avoid you. Now before you jump this gap, wait for the guy on the bridge to walk across, otherwise he will see you and investigate. There we go. Now we can just wait this side of the camera until he walks down the walkway and we can roll into him. And off to the next boss fight. Now there is quite an interesting strat here.
Ready?
First off, throw all of the stun grenades you've got. Just keep throwing them. If you've been hoarding them, you should be fine. I was down to 4, so I could have done with a couple more, but it's fine. Just keep throwing them, keep throwing them, keep throwing them. And then when you get to the very end, press back against the door, hold down first person view mode, let go of holding back against, do punch punch kick, let go, and you'll skip the whole fight. Now this fella, you can grab him, and I believe there is a strat where you slowly choke him, bring him into the corner. I don't quite know how it works, so I tried it here, but it didn't really do much, so I ended up just choking him out. And then moving on to the safer, easier backup strat. I was choking him for quite a while here. So the second backup strat is, once he's down, go ahead, get out your sword. And then go and stand in front of the doorway holding block. Just stand here. Snake will eventually run in, and you can stand in front of him and block, and that will guard him from attack, and he'll shoot everyone. If this happens, and you do end up getting hit, just go hide behind the wall, heal back up. Job's a good one, back to it. Come on, Snake, stop shooting at the wall. Jesus, Snake. There we go, that's better. So yeah, this is going to be your life for quite a while. But it's very easy, even on this difficulty. There's not a whole heap that could go wrong, so it's very safe. Now pause. We need to have a brief interlude in some Metal Gear trivia. Number 1. Did you know that this thing here means arm strength, which is how many pull-ups you've done, so you can see how close you are to getting another grip level? Did you know here that prudence means how many times you've saved across the entire game? Did you know that here, ammo's used is how many bullets you've shot across the entire game? Alert num is how many alerts you've triggered across your entire playthrough. Damage amount is how much damage you've taken. And the wonderful stats underneath are your exact X and Y position and coordinates within the level. I'm of course missing out the very important one in the middle. I'm sure there's been a few people that have been pointing at the screen and shouting at me for quite some time. Newt. Now that stands for neutralised, as in how many kills you've got across the entire run. Now, considering this was meant to be a no kills run, this puts me in a spot of bother. I scrubbed back through the tapes and had a look, and I saw that the 2 kills listed here is number 1 here, when I accidentally Nikita'd the president 30 seconds before he died, and here when I accidentally tranquilised Emma to death 30 seconds before she died. So I've got a choice. I either carry on with the run as it is and just accept that I won't quite be able to finish one of the goals I set out for myself, or I start all over again, go back to the beginning and get back here. Yeah, you're right, there is only one choice. Roll the tapes. Right, we're finally back. That took longer than expected. A couple of late nights. But now, this time we're back and we've got more stun grenades, so we can just spam them even more and give us more chances to try to get through this door. That time I got pulled off by one of the guards, and now we're through. I tried to go for the thing again where I'll pull him in, didn't work. That's fine. I decided to just go back in instead. So now we've got Snake in, we've got full health. This doesn't really change the entire time. We just end up standing in front of here as we watch Snake enjoying all the killing. That's why. But I think you've seen enough. I don't think that we need to watch Snake get his murder hobo on. So we'll just fast forward through. Now this is basically done. We've now got to talk about the next 2 fights. They were probably the most difficult in the game. The Ray fight especially was really quite daunting. I'd read the horror stories about how long people took on the 20 Rays and I was a little bit nervous. But after some help from a couple of useful places... Great YouTube channel. This is the strat I came up with.
Ready?
So, immediately cartwheel forwards, get out the stinger, hit the middle, hit the right, and then hit the left. Middle, right, left. Okay, now after you hit him this time, as soon as you've fired, get away. He'll jump into the centre, do a plasma cutter, so just spin off to the side and take him out. Now we're officially in phase 2, which is what the rest of the fight will look like. So in essence, what the strat is, when one of the rays goes into the centre, You hit them, they take 2 steps, freeze for a second in an animation, and then they're targetable again, so you can actually shoot just before that. I would also recommend that for the rays that jump into the centre, always hit them in the knee first. Now, you will see the hardest attack that the centre rays have got is the knee rockets, and it's quite tricky to dodge. The way you've got to do it is trying to dodge sort of towards them as they're crossing paths. It's difficult to explain, but it is something you will need to get a feel for. So now, go straight for the knees, put him down, dodge these rockets coming in overhead, and go straight in for the knees again. Try to stun lock him as much as we can. Just popping him in the head there. So now, this guy, because I've shot him in the head, I will manage to get a chance to take him out in 2. Knee rockets, sort of as the crossing paths, that's when you need to dodge. So the best time to heal up when you have been hit by the machine guns is once you've taken out the ray in the centre, you've then got some time to sit down and get ready, because the only thing that's going to hit you are the bloopy bleep rockets. These. This boss fight ended up taking me about 3 hours in total across a couple of days. So it is difficult for sure, but it's definitely not impossible. Once you've actually got it and started to have a go at it and try to beat it, it doesn't feel as insurmountable as it looks when you're reading what you need to do online. Now, one thing to mention for the knee rockets, you will get a feel for when they're coming, basically just because the ray only T-poses, so yeah, you can see who's about to do it there. So when they stand very still and just T-pose at you, you want to try to hit them with a knee rocket as soon as you can, because it will cancel them from being able to do it. When they are doing the machine gun attack, you can sort of run laterally and backwards at like a 45-degree angle, and it will basically always miss you. when you see a ray with a name that starts with E, that's when you know you're right at the end. You're on the very last sprint. Just hold it together and keep your nerve. You can get through this. Okay, now we can start to see the E-rays coming out. This should be it, right at the end.
Squeeze the answers out
Okay,
of you
now
instead,
here,
my
you want to
son.
have a look around as you're mashing as hard as you can for Snake. He does help you out a little bit just by looking at him. I would actually recommend just use a turbo controller. I didn't here and managed to get away with this much life. The madness that you needed to hold on for a minute is just insane.
Ready?
Okay. Now what you want to do, you want to flip away Solidus as much as you can. Just block as much as you can and try to regain that life back. You can block this and just hit him again. Keep on healing. And we should be good. Now he has got an infinite that we can use against him. So study this timing. He hits you, you hit him twice, and then as his swords cross, you hit him again and he'll parry. And then you block. If you flip him away like this, try to get as close to this corner as you can. Hang off and the rockets will mostly miss you, especially if he's further up. But if he's like as he was there, you need to use the invincibility frames as you get up.
What's wrong with you?
run towards the roof. And just keep trying to loop him with that infinite wherever you can.
Is that the best you can do? Let's go.
Sometimes I will just hit him, just trying to bait him into one of the kick attacks. When he starts leaning backwards, if you do a vertical slice, it's easier to hit him. The thing that's very difficult about this fight is that A, those rockets that he fires are instant kill, and he probably won't have much health after trying to survive the choking scene. Fortunately, most of his sword attacks you can actually tank and you will be fine. So this phase is actually easier than the first phase because you don't need to worry about the insta-kill rockets. So once he does that stab, that's when you can start the combo again. I did it a little too early. Wait for the stab. This is quite tricky. When you're on fire, you need to try and do the cartwheel to put it out. Stab. Hit twice. Get him to reparry. And now you can loop him back in again. So when you are trying to regenerate life, just hit him away and heal as much as you can. This is the point where I should be using bandages, but I haven't got any. One more combo and he should be down.
Let's go.
One more hit. And he's down. It's done. It's done. I got through. It took some time. It was a lot of work, but I finally managed to get through. I've always wanted to beat this game on European Extreme, just to say that I'd done it, and that extra challenge was well worth it. So I'd like to say some thank yous. Thank you to Super Bunny Hop. Your MGS3 no Tranq run was a huge inspiration for this. Thank you to Platonic Guy. Without your Fat Man strategy, I would have had to use the Tranquilizer. Thank you to Cozy Connoisseur. Your Big Boss run of this challenge definitely leads the way. Thank you to the Metal Gear Speedrunners Discord. Without your help, there were a couple of sticking points that I would have really struggled with. And thank you to Rando, Dusty and Archangel. Without your moral support, I wouldn't have finished this project. Last of all, thank you to you. Good night. Today, we're going to be playing Metal Gear Solid. The rules for this run, we can't shoot any guns. And the use of the term shoot is really quite specific, just for one instance. We've also got to play on Extreme, and we also have to fight all bosses. We're not allowed to skip half the game like the any % route. Now this is my first time trying to play on Extreme, and I did find the lack of radar maddening. It's really quite tricky until you've got the guard routes down. But initially we can just hide behind this truck. Now, as most people know here, this guard is completely blind until he's level with the floor. So we can run out, wait for him to pop out, and just head behind him, and he won't be able to see us. Run round to the side. Now, one thing that is going to be really important, we need to pick up as many grenades and explosives whenever we can. We need all of the sub-weapons whenever possible. So I'm just going to come in here and use one of these chaffs just to grab these stun grenades here. No, we don't need to go up there. Force a habit. I'll just pass under that camera, and then we can hide behind this pillar. Make sure that the guard isn't there. It's nice and safe. Just wait for him to approach up, and then we can follow him back around and go into the vent. Now in this run there are a couple of sticking points that I had in mind before I came in, but fortunately we've near enough managed to clear all of them. There's a dubious moment much later on, and I'll let you decide. Into the vent. Okay, down here, we want to head to the left. Grab those chaff grenades, and just keep an eye on that camera. Now, because on Extreme the guards hear so well, you'll see me mashing like this. What this does is it actually stops Snake taking a step, which means that they don't hear your footsteps, even though we can hear this very loud clicking noise. So as soon as the camera sort of mode changes here, we can run straight up. And hug the right hand side there. Now be wary of this guard, he will catch you. Now this is not low kills, and you will see quite often I will end up having to farm rations because we can only carry one at a time, and there's only one in the whole game, and I believe that's in Vulcan Raven's stomping ground. Down we go to the Dark Chief.
Ready? Go!
So the basic strat here, what we want to do, initially just throw a stun grenade, and then we want to break the neck of as many of these guards as we can. When we stun them, they will fall down, and you can actually grab them as they're falling and carry on to choke them. We also want to avoid that spinning box, because that is actually the SOCOM.
What are you waiting for? Shoot!
But unfortunately, Cutscene Snake picks it up for us.
I'm telling you, shoot!
So at this next wave, we'll do the same thing, stand directly in the doorway, and just keep mashing the button to try to choke them again. You can actually use them as a human shield, and if any of the guards shoot at you whilst you're choking someone out, you'll damage them instead. As we've been hit, replenish that ration when we can. Now there is a strategy I'm not doing here that I could be. When you've broken someone's neck, you can actually cancel the animation by switching into a different weapon, so then I could act sooner, but here it's fine, we've got enough time. Just keep to the front of the room. Those grenades can't hurt you. Okay, so that's the first forced encounter down. Let's move down into the armory. Now Ocelot was initially a bit of a problem. Had a look around, I couldn't quite figure out how to do it. I couldn't seem to get close enough to him, especially on Extreme. So I initially thought about maybe using C4. But lo and behold, the speedrunning community have a method, and that's exactly what I used. It worked out very well. In fact, it worked out to be easier than I think it would have been trying to shoot at him, which was astonishing to me at the time. Now there should be some stun grenades or some chaff grenades in here, so it's worth trying to get them. Okay, so we can come back and get those 3 potentially after the boss fight, and we can hold more ammo. Just be wary not to blow yourself up, because you will kill yourself if you're not careful, as I did at least once. Okay, final C4, and get everything ready, get some grenades, load the ration up just in case, and let's go in.
Ready?
So you can repeat this movement pattern. You run down to the bottom, rub against that pillar, run up to the second pillar, and as soon as you see your hitbox get moved, hold up and left, and then run towards the cables, and then just let go as you cross the line. Repeat that 3 times, and Ocelot's down.
I love to reload during a battle. There's nothing like the feeling.
There's a very good guide for beating Ocelot with grenades that I will leave in the description. It's the one that I used to practice and have a go at this, and honestly it only took 3 or 4 attempts to start getting into it and getting it right. So now we've got to be a little more careful, as there are some guards in here now. Shouldn't be any this side, but I should be able to drag one of the guards down here.
What was that noise?
If you don't hear it come down, just tap twice, and the elevator will open straight away. So that was the call from Meryl saying that the door's now open. So we should be able to go out and face the next boss. But first off, I just want to try to get a ration. I'm a little low on health and I'd like to have it filled up a little more. Brilliant. One thing to note about this game, the range for getting a chokehold is actually really quite short. You've got to be very careful. There is a better way to do it. If you're going to try to choke someone, punch them first, and that gives you more leeway to actually get in and choke them. That box there is the SOCOM suppressor that we don't need, because we're not going to use the SOCOM. So now, because I haven't picked up the thermal goggles, just equip the cigarettes. And I think this actually makes it easier to cross than the thermal goggles, because you can only see the one that you're about to run under. There we go. And the last one. Just pick up as many of these claymores as you can. They'll come in handy here, and they'll come in handy later. I'm just leaving and going back in, so I don't have to do that every single time that I get beaten by this tank.
Ready? Go!
So initially, just throw a chaff grenade off to the side. As soon as that pops, get your claymores ready. Now head up towards the tank. And you want to put down a claymore next to one of its tracks, so that when it runs over it, it'll slow it down and make it much easier to throw grenades into the top. Okay, now that side is done, I'm just going to get one ready on the other side, and that should basically not be able to move. Now one thing I did find, I found it much harder to be able to land a grenade that sinks right into the hole for the tank. I'm not quite sure why I found it so difficult here. It might just be that it is more difficult on extreme, but run towards the tank when it's relatively still and throw a grenade at the person. Now when the next one pops up, make sure you only start throwing grenades when they stop flashing. And that's it. Job's done. That didn't hit him? Right, I've run out of grenades, so sling a chaff. That should give me enough chance to run and grab some more grenades. There are actually some more on the right hand side as well. Hide behind there, don't want to get hit by the tank there. And now we can go back and start trying to lob some grenades back in. I only need to hit him with 2 more, so we should be fine. That should get him. Really? Okay, one more. I think that's it. Boss number 2 down. Right, into the nuclear storage facility. Now again, I'm low on life, so there's a guard just here to the left that we should be able to hopefully get a ration off. We'll see him just pop up between those 2 warheads. Don't walk over the corrugated part because I believe that's noise making floor. And there's another guard up there that we can potentially get if we need to. Let's get those chaff grenades. We haven't got any at the minute, so it's always worthwhile to keep some on us. Now using our level 3 card, what we need to do, we need to just go into one of these side rooms and grab the Nikita. We don't need to go all the way back to the armory to get it.
What was that noise?
Now I'm just dragging this guy over because it speeds up his guard routine, and I'm hoping that will allow me to choke him out and potentially get an easy ration from him. But you don't have much room to see in front of you as you're walking towards the camera there. Okay, Nikita. Very good. And ration. Perfect. Just what I needed. So this is exactly the same as it would be in any other run. Try to hug the right hand side wall. That makes it a little harder for them to shoot at you. Let's try again. go and get some oxygen back. That's the FAMAS, we don't want that at all. Okay, let's go. This is the gas mask, which will come in handy. I mean, I don't necessarily need it, but I'd rather have it and not need it than vice versa. Perfect, loading up on some explosives. Just went a little bit too early for that. Okay, absolutely full on Nikita, and there we go, that should be that.
Ready? Go! Make me feel it. Make me feel alive again.
As expected, we fight the ninja basically as intended. There's a few things to be wary of though in the fight.
Good. Now we can fight as warriors. Hand to hand. It is the basis of all combat. Only a fool trusts his life to a weapon.
This is the strat. You hide on this U shape and move from side to side because he'll run at you and you can meet him as he's reaching the corner, then go to the other side. When he does that, jumps up into the air in between, equip a chaff grenade or something. It'll put that question mark above his head and he'll jump away, because otherwise you can get him out of sync and he'll just end up kicking you to death. When he comes off from those sorts of angles, that can be a little bit spooky. But generally speaking, if you just follow this pattern, you'll be fine. That was quite close, almost got out of sync. That's the issue, he ends up following you and doing that spin kick over and over. So just get a chaff grenade or a weapon out and that'll force him to stand still. Now the first place you obviously always know where he's going to be, and you need to have a generally good idea for where he can be when he's teleporting, and just keep an eye on those points. I believe stereo does also help let you know where he's going to be as well. So this is now moving into phase 3. Run at him, punch once, listen for the sound of him punching, and then do a punch-punch kick combo at him. So stand up, you walk up, punch once, he disappears. You hear the sound, run back and punch-punch kick. Rinse and repeat. Now, one thing to be wary of, when he does do the first explode attack, it is enormous. It is massive. I died to that twice.
Clashing of bone and sinew. That's good, Snake. Hurt me more.
So as soon as the music disappears, run away as fast as you can.
That's good, Snake.
Okay, now, I'm not going to be running in and punching him. I don't think I've got enough time, so instead, hope you've got enough grenades left over from the tank fight to throw some grenades at him. I actually lost a run here because I didn't have any grenades and I would have had to have shot him, so make sure you've got enough grenades. I believe it's 4 that you need in total.
Hurt me more. 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 Hurt me more.
Okay, that's a Cyborg Ninja down. And we've still got a ration to spare, which is very good. He is definitely quite a tough boss fight. So I'm just going to see if I can grab any of the goodies that are left in here. And then we're going to move on. Be careful of that camera. Got some extra goodies. Yes, that's still a FAMAS. Let's see if there are any more goodies around here we can grab. Sometimes after boss fights, some of the ammo and that sort of thing do replenish, but not all the time. Night vision goggles, they will be helpful in the caves later. And we'll use one of those chaff grenades, I believe. And we should just be able to just slide down the side of all the cameras. And let's go back into the elevator. Now it's time to do something called the ration dance. And this is something that we'll have to do a couple of times, but we just need to make sure we're fully ready for the next fight. So we're going to run down here, knock out this poor fella, and then reset. This poor bloke didn't half take some damage in this run. Perfect. Right, let's go. As we were, let's go down into here. And then alert Meryl. She's the guard that is in the different place. And let's follow her into the ladies. Okay, whilst we've got her, is there anything else that we can pick up whilst we're here? The box will be very useful, but aside from that, there's nothing else there.
Ready? Go!
So initially when you start the Mantis fight, just choke out Meryl. You can also punch kick her. Choking her out will mean she's got a little bit more health. Doesn't make a whole heap of difference, but... Come on, Meryl. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Now the boss fight will start proper.
Useless woman.
Okay. So keep stun grenades equipped just in case. Swap, obviously, controller ports. And then whilst he's doing this, just keep running left to right, avoid where he throws these at you. There are a couple of different phases. When he walks into the middle, we're going to have to run up and punch him. One punch at a time. When he first brings in these chairs, crouch underneath. Stand up and punch. You can actually get 4 punches in here. Maybe more. Again, through these deer heads we can stand them, crouch down and punch them. They won't hit you if you're crouched. You don't need to be lying down, just crouched. Yeah, don't crouch there. You want to run to avoid those. Now to speed this up, you can press the triangle button, see through his eyes, see where he's going to go, and punch him before he has a chance to throw the invisible objects at you. But I didn't figure that out until much later in the fight. Wait for them to go over you, and now... Yes, I stood up too soon. Now they're going to go. Crouch now. Stand up and punch. Now that box, or those books that come out, will hit you if you're stood or crouched. So it's actually easier to just not hit him in that phase. And now we've basically seen all of his patterns. The only thing that will change towards the end of the fight, there's a point where he'll do all of his telekinetic attacks at once, and that's it. So these two come out, then they move for a second time, stay still, they move for a third time, go and punch Mantis. One thing I will say, this boss fight, it really is quite grueling, it's really long, and you can't make that many mistakes. Like trying to do it without shooting them, the amount of damage you do is so little. You've got to make sure that you stay concentrated for such a long time. It's quite reminiscent of the Metal Gear 2 Raze fight in that regard, just on the how long it takes to do. Yeah, you can see if you can get him on the right hand side especially, there's nothing that will come at you and you can get a few hits off on him. Okay, they're going to cross over me again. Now we're safe to go. Okay, he's going to again try to bring up Meryl for us. And the strat again is exactly the same. You can either throw a stun grenade for her, or you can choke her out, or you can punch kick her.
You are powerful indeed, but I know your weak point. Meryl, stand right where he can see you and blow your
You've just tried this, mate.
Stop! Meryl!
No! It cannot be! No!
Okay, this is where things started to get a little dicey. I avoided these attacks for quite a while, thinking that it'd just move on to the next phase, when what I actually needed to do was use the first person view mode to follow where he was and then go and punch him before he could throw the attack. Now at this point I'd tried this fight quite a few times and I was a little scared to do anything new, but I did just need to follow him and punch him, which I should start to do shortly. I don't want to hit him when he's behind that table. It's quite difficult to get round to in time. So as we keep doing this, he'll now move into the final phase, where he'll use all of his telekinetic powers at once. And you'll get a few opportunities to just stand up and bop him. Now right in the middle here, it actually doesn't matter, just look at the chairs. But if he was off to the side, you'd need to worry about the flying paintings and books as well. But here we can just worry about the chairs. Ooh, finally. Nothing else behind there, just some useless soak-on bullets. And now time to go through the cave. This is where the night vision goggles will come in somewhat handy, just as I re-jog my memory on the way to go. If you do get seen by one of the wolves, you can just punch them to get them away from you temporarily.
Snake, what's wrong? I thought you were good with dogs.
And now, to make our life a little bit easier the next time we have to come through here, that box we picked up earlier, well, punch them out, get in the box. And now the next time we come through here, they won't attack us when we're wearing the box.
What are you thinking?
Okay, so pick up all the claymores. Now, this is quite unfortunate. We are going to have to go back and get the PSG one. It's a real shame, but we can't progress without getting it. So, let's run all the way back to where we were, all the way back in the armory to go ahead and grab it. And whilst we're at it, we might as well try to get a couple of rations, potentially. Brilliant, got a ration. That's fine, we should be in good stead. And instead of keeping that health, we're just going to run into some claymores. Why not? Okay. Unfortunately, here's the stupid gun we've got to get. It is a shame, but yeah, what can you do, eh? There's just no way around it, really. There's no way to not use the PSG one. So, unfortunately, I believe that will be the first instance where we need to use a gun in the run. But we can go ahead and grab some claymores and set ourselves up for the rest. Mainly for the staircase fight that will come up a little bit later.
Ready? Go!
So as I said, we do need to use the PSG one, but we don't actually need to shoot it per se. There is a bit of a thing you can do, so let's see how that goes. No, that was completely wrong. So the way this works, you need to take damage whilst prone. You also need to be holding a keycard and another weapon. And as soon as you take damage whilst you're prone, you unequip the keycard, hold down the first person view button, mash a bunch of the buttons, so the D-pad and all that sort of thing. Just keep mashing, and as you're getting up, hold down R2 and then swap out to the sniper rifle. The game will think you're still holding your previous item, but it'll display the sniper rifle equipped, and you can then use that first weapon, but instead it'll take away from the ammo pool of the second, so in this case the sniper rifle. But when you've got the sniper rifle equipped here, Sniper Wolf will struggle to hit you. Oh look! I can run around with it! This is called the weapons glitch, and this is a bit of a dubious point in the run, because I'm not actually using a PSG one, because I'm not going to shoot it, but without getting it, I had no way to beat it without shooting a gun at all, so this is the best that can be done, and as you can see, Sniper Wolf is rather glitchy here, and we can just punch her to death. Looks like she's glitched downstairs. Yeah, she does go a little bit mental. That sniper wolf down without shooting a gun, but not without using one, so that's up
Press
to
the
you.
circle button repeatedly to regain your strength. When you've had enough, press the select button.
And now we're going to do the torture scene.
When your life
But you'll find out
Oh, jeez.
what happens there
See you
later.
later.
Wait!
Okay, so let's get the ketchup out.
What are you playing around with that ketchup for?
Yeah, apparently on Extreme, Johnny realises it's ketchup straight away. So thanks for that, Otacon. Very useful. But you can keep an eye on him. When he falls asleep, go under the bed. You can see through ketchup, but you know, he can't use his eyes.
Maybe if I walk a little. Huh? He's gone!
Okay, let's just go and knock him out. Very good. One nice thing, going through the torture sequence does replenish all your health. It's one of 3 full heals that the game gives you on Extreme. There's one here, there's one for the liquid fight, and there's one for the finale. Just throw the bomb away. And now, it's a case of just get back to where we were already. One thing to note when you go through these doors, avoid these 2 cameras. Better than I do. All that health I was given, now gone. Brilliant. But aside from that, the rest of the backtrack is identical to what we've seen before. Let's just check to see if there are any goodies around here. Thought there were. PSG1. Now PSG1 ammo might come in helpful if we do need to do the weapon glitch again. Okay, now we're here. All the claymores we've been picking up across our back travels, we'll actually need to put down here just to slow down the guards that will come up behind us. I believe you can put down 8 in total, but this should slow them down enough and you'll hear them as you're running up the steps. Now another thing to do that actually makes it a little easier is if you initiate this alert. So what I'm going to do, throw a grenade and that will initiate the alert instead of the cameras seeing me, which means it'll start further back.
Ready? Go!
Make sure you grab the rope. make sure you grab the rope. Now equip stun grenades and just keep running. You'll hear the explosions down on the floor. And you can either judo flip the people you run into, if you're particularly good at that sort of thing, or you can just throw some stun grenades. So now I've started to hear them shoot at me. I can throw some stun grenades, and he's following me, so I'll throw another one. Why not? I believe that's about halfway. We haven't been hit that much, which is quite good. One thing to note about the stun grenade, they have infinite range. You don't need to worry about one of them being well down the stairs as you're running up past it. Should be right at the end now. I think this is the last flight of stairs. Now head up the stairs, and we're off free. Now, this section I suck at. I didn't really know what I was doing, so I just jumped down as quickly as I could. If there is a better way to do it, would someone let me know? Yeah, I just suck at the repel part, so I just carried on jumping. Just wanted to get down as quickly as I could. So yeah, as you can see, we are rather low on life, which is not good. That is not good for the upcoming parts, but here, there are 3 guards down there that will constantly respawn. And because we can't use a PSG-1, which would be the normal way to kill them, we want to stand off to the side and use Nikitas. Using the Nikita will mean that we don't have to shoot at them, and also they can't hit us when we're around this corner, so they'll just sit there like lemons and just take Nikitas to the face for the next couple of minutes. Right, there are none left and I'm wasting that Nikita. No, that should be fine. That should be enough Nikitas. So, equip the card and just make a dash for it so we can avoid getting shot at by liquid. Grab the stinger. Okay, now we need to go up the camera stairs. Bear in mind you can only seem to get past 1 set of cameras per chaff grenade that you throw. So what I tend to do is I just keep track of how many sets of steps I've run up past each camera. So that's 1, 2. This will be 3, so I can throw the grenade. And by the time I get up the next set of steps, yeah, so 1, 2, 3, throw, and keep running, and it should. There we go. And now it's time for one of the more difficult boss fights in the game. It's time to face the music. Let's see if we've got any other goodies here. Okay, fully loaded. 20 out of 20. Very good. Now, there are 2 ways to be looking to find out where he is. Number 1, you can use the stereo sound, or the box shown by the stinger. Now, given the textures that are here, it can actually be really tricky to see that grey in amongst all this other grey. The fight is relatively standard. There's nothing out of the ordinary here. But one thing to note, when you do hit him, move to the opposite side of this box, because he will shoot at you. Then you can track where he goes over. So now I'm going to shoot him again and move behind the box. Here's a little bit different because obviously the big wall's going to be in the way. I'll fly over, can we hit him again? Oh, there it is. Come on. Okay, now he said nice shot. Now we need to run and grab the extra ammo. That gives us plenty of time to run and get it, and this is when he's going to fire the first missile. And where you want to hide from both of the missiles is here. So for the first shot you just need to hide in the northern half of the map, it's fine, but there is a very specific place where you'll want to stand for the second one, otherwise he will hit you. Okay, so now that he's doing this, in the second phase and hiding underneath, you want to see if you can lock on him as he's down on the ground, and then hit him with a stinger just as he pops up, and then hide in the opposite corner to him. Might be able to get a couple of extra cheeky hits. So you can get a couple of shots to curve around walls like that once you're locked on, but if you're not feeling confident about that, you can just wait for him to present himself. So otherwise that will happen. Okay, we haven't got much ammo left. We haven't got any life left. We can't get hit once. Okay, keep running, keep running, keep running. Okay, it's hiding down here. And he pops up. Get behind the wall as quickly as we can. Two more shots. I've only got 3 left. Surely that's only 1 shot left. Okay, he's now going to go and fire the second missile. Hide here on the wall and press back against it. So you can see him just going off there. Now press back up against the wall just here, and you'll be fine. Okay, so that's the Hind D taken care of. Now we've got really quite a tricky part. We've got no real way to get any rations without hideous amounts of backtracking, and I don't particularly want to do any backtracking. So we're just going to have to figure out a way to get around this. We need to run all the way back down the stairs, throwing chaff grenades as we go. Avoid all those cameras again. Fortunately, it's somewhat easier this time because you can run down until you can see them. There we go. I find it much easier to judge on the way down. Okay, and now that we've got past all of those, because this is going to take quite a few attempts, we're going to run past the elevator and exit out this door. And then when we come back, when we have to continue, we'll continue from there, not where we were before. Okay, choke the guy out in the bottom left, as quick as you can. Then, cancel into grenade and choke this guy out. Judo flip that guy. And now we've got a ration, so we should be able to survive. And now we can just choke out either of these two at our leisure. That looked really easy. That took me about 40 attempts to get right. Thank you to the speedrunning community for the damageless strat there. So now let's just check to see if there are any more goodies we can pick up. A couple of bits. And now it's on to Sniper Wolf number 2. But before we get in, let's see if I can just get any ammo beforehand. Nope. Ah, that's fine.
Ready? Go!
I'm sure plenty of people have done this. So come ahead, crouch in this corner on the right hand side. Get out a Nikita. And here, she can't hit you. And now we can just Nikita her to death. It really is that simple. This is a bit of a joke, really. I remember it being really quite difficult when I played initially, but we just need to shoot her repeatedly. Just going to see if there's any other ammo I can pick up, because I might be a little low on Nikitas here. Whoops, don't go that far. That's fine. We'll just carry on shooting with all of these, and surely some Nikitas should spawn once I hit 0. That's usually when the ammo spawns in boss fights. So just use all of these. Okay, now let's go ahead and find some Nikitas. There's got to be some here somewhere. Yeah. No, that's PS2 on. And this is where I realised that there aren't any. So, I made the decision to run all the way back to Mantis. Right, so that's the Nikita ammo I needed, and now we've got to head all the way back. I could have used the weapons glitch again, but considering that already felt like an edge case, I decided against it, and as I did have the possibility to just go and get more ammo, that's what we did. We're back. I'm doing it the way that I wanted to. Yeah, now we've just got to Nikita again, all over again, but this time we've at least got enough. Okay, Sniper Wolf down. And now, up here on the snowfield, there are a bunch of goodies, and we're going to try to get as much as we can. Okay, so come in here. I don't actually care for a bunch of the items that are in here, but I do want all these claymores. Diazepam won't be very useful at all, but we want as many claymores as we can for the upcoming Vulcan Raven fight. That's a bunch of ammo for guns we're not going to use. Slinger chaff in here. Go ahead and grab all the goodies. And just cross over to the other side. We're going to have to do the same thing again. Slinger chaff in. Grab all the goodies. We will want all of those Nikitas. Just crawl under these boxes to get away from that camera. It won't see you. Okay, on to disc 2. I didn't want to throw that chaff grenade into the lava at all, but that's fine. Do I need that? Yeah, why not? I believe you can actually break this thing by shooting a Nikita at it. But you can just as well walk up to it, crouch, wait for it to go over your head, and then carry on. Don't think there's anything down there for me actually, but let's have a quick look. No, nothing I need down here. Let's grab these stun grenades and head through into the boiler room. Just avoid all of the steam as you can and crawl under here. What ammo's that? Okay, we will want to grab the body armour. That is very useful. Wait for this camera to face the other way again. Let's grab those chaff grenades over there. Let's spend 1 to get an extra 2. It's fine with me. One thing I did realise doing this in Extreme is actually how you can just crawl under most of these. Okay, he's all the way up there. Let's head on through. Okay, let's just hop onto the lift.
Ready? Go!
Okay, this is our next forced encounter. Honestly, it's nothing to write home about. If you've got some health to spend, you can just run up at them, punch, kick them, and flip all of them over the railings. Or you can choke them out, it's really not too bad at all. It's only the 4 of them. And done. Now, on the right hand side, just be wary of this camera, it can be a real pain. You can't see it from here, but if you just look up to the right, you should be able to see it. It can be quite tricky to avoid. It's in really quite a sneaky place. And then when you have to return past here, be wary because there are actually some mines that will be there. Now I also believe there's some mines here. Yes. Be wary of them. But if you were running around with the body armour at this point, if you take a mine to the face, it's actually not too much of a setback. And now it's time for Vulcan Raven.
Ready? Go!
So the strat I went with here, equip the Nikita, head here, wait for the flashes on your guns to flash twice, and you'll be able to hopefully get in a loop like this. As soon as you see the large explosion, cancel the Nikita and re-equip it, and that will allow you to shoot faster. You can use that stun lock to completely take him out. That was a little slow. So now that I've managed to hit myself, I mean he's down to half health, but he's going to follow the same path always. So run around the box, wait for him to run past, and in essence you want to set up claymores that he'll run over on his path. And now we can just sit here and enjoy the fireworks. See if we can see him. Where's he gone? Ah, there he is. He must be the other side. And that's Raven down. And now we just want to run around, see if there are any extra items and bits and pieces we can get. Don't believe there's much for us, but we're always grateful for Stinger missiles especially. That will be very useful going forwards. Now this room looks really quite intimidating, but it's very easy. All you have to do, hug the right hand side of this corridor, hug the bottom here and hug the right hand side of the gangway, and they can't see you. Now just to grab some of the items up there, I'm just going to throw a chaff. And that should give me enough time to get everything and get back down. A useless mine detector that explicitly says does nothing on hard and extreme. Our first visit to Rex's chamber. Grab those chaffs that are there and then proceed to head up the steps. Once you've done this run once, the items won't respawn. So we're going to do some running around, collecting all the items, just making sure that we're as loaded up as we can be for the upcoming fight. And then we're just going to be running as quickly as we can up and down the stairs, as we have to do it quite a few times. I believe we've got to go up and down these steps 7 times in total. There are some extra stingers down here, which we will use to replenish as we use them later. There's the one guard that's patrolling at the other side of Rex that I'm not even going to bother trying to sneak past. I'm just going to stinger him from across the room. I tried a couple of times to sneak past and it just didn't work, so we'll just murder him with a surface-to-air missile. So basically every single time we come past here, we're just going to hit him with the Stinger missile. And it doesn't look like there's anything up here at all. So, into the control room. Right, after that, a brief interlude. Just equip some body armour and punch kick or run away from the guy. Or just flip him over the side, that's fine. Now we've got to go and find the PAL card. And there are 2 ways that you'll have to find it. If you've been spotted or had more than 10 alerts, you can just find it in the trench. It'll just be lying down there somewhere. But if you've had less than 10, that's when a rat will eat it. So if you're ever wondering why that's happened, why you're suddenly getting a call saying a rat's eaten it, that's why. Initially, I had a look around assuming that it should be in a rat, because that's what my previous playthrough was, and then realised, no, I've been seen a million times, so it will just be in the trench. So yeah, there we go, found the PAL key, and back up we go to go and do the room temperature key. Key 1 completed. Now back to the cold room. And we've just got to wait for it to cool down a little bit, really. Nice. Let's go back to Rex. Back up into the control room. Key 2 completed. And now back to the hot room. But on our way back, there are actually guards that spawn in here now. And I'm just going to try to see if I can get any extra equipment for the next fight from them. So this guy will run down there to the left. You can choke him out. And then press up against these boxes to your right and wait for the second guard to walk past. And now from here we can choke him out again. Now there is a third guard and I'm not quite sure where he is. So we can actually use the Stinger missile launcher to try to see where he is. There he is, he's over there. That'll give us an idea. So we can have a look. And he's to the right hand side. I'm just going to lure him over here.
What was that noise?
Unfortunately we're seen, but there's no one else in the room, so nothing will happen. But when you are seen like that, you won't get any rations. So now we can run up here, wait for this fella to run down. Now this is where I learnt about the punch and choke trick, because I got seen by him quite a few times. But if you punch him, you can actually rub up closer to them whilst you're choking them out, and it won't class as an alert. Now let's go wait and heat up the PAL key. So I found the fastest place to be in here. Nice, all red, let's go. Okay, back up into here. Keycard completed.
Detonation code activated.
No, why?
Okay, immediately put on the gas mask and call Otacon.
I hacked into security. Snake, I'm opening the door.
Ready? Go!
Okay, Ray can be kind of tricky, but because we've been hoarding chaff grenades for so long, we can make this fight a lot easier. So I throw 3 chaff grenades and then try to hit the dish twice, run away. Then throw a few more Tranq grenades. So 1, 2, 3. Get well out of where he'll shoot at us. And now we can shoot at the dish twice again. Rinse and repeat. Phase 1's really not too bad, especially if you've got the equipment to deal with it. Phase 2 can be a little bit trickier, for sure. And I don't think I went with the fastest strat by any stretch of the imagination, but I went with a very safe strat, and it feels a little more in fitting with the game as well, considering I followed the stealth strat. Okay, one more hit. Okay, now on to phase 2. Sling, I don't think you need to sling Tranq grenade, but do throw a stun grenade. Now stand directly underneath Rex. Try to stay in between his feet. So he hasn't seen where we've gone. And now we can shoot the cockpit from underneath him, and he won't know what's hit him. But he will try to keep turning round and trying to find out where we are. But we can just keep hiding under here from him, which makes this really quite safe. And especially considering if you do mess up here, you have to go through the entirety of phase 1 again, watch the cutscene with Grey Fox again. I just wanted to make sure I'd get it right. The one thing that can happen if you do make a mistake here, he can see you and you'll get plasma cutted to the face, which is not good. Like this. You will start to get a feel for when he stands still, ready for you to just be able to stinger him in the face. But honestly, this is nowhere near as difficult as the Ray fights from the second game. I'd say so far, Mantis was probably the hardest boss fight. Raven was kind of tricky, but once I'd managed to figure out the rhythm to get him into the Nikita stunlock, he wasn't too bad at all. Okay, last one. Maybe not last one. Now last one. Just avoid that and is down.
Snake! I'll crush you into dust!
Ready? Go!
The final boss fight. Now this was really quite tricky. One thing to bear in mind about Extreme is that if he knocks you off the edge at all, you won't grab on, you will just die. So bear that in mind. Now initially, for this first phase, you can just follow him around and punch him. When you see him guard, swing one punch, run backwards, he'll do the kick, and you can counter. So again, and whiff punish.
Nice shot!
So now we're moving into phase 2. Punch, punch, kick, run away, he'll punch twice, go back in. Punch, punch, kick, run away, he'll punch twice. And you can keep this rhythm going. This will carry on going until you knock him off the side. Although this looks pretty easy doing it now, it's really quite tricky. The hitbox for the punch punch kick combo seems off, and it seems a lot of times you'll miss a bunch of attacks that you feel should have hit. Okay, that was really quite close. When he's doing the headbutt, you can manage to interrupt it if you're lucky. Okay, one more combo should do it. Ow. One more hit and I'm gone. Okay, he's done.
Hurry!
Of course we saved Meryl. I wasn't going to play on Extreme and submit to the torture. Of course we saved her. Right, the strat here, because we obviously, can't really do a whole heap. Run behind this Jeep and wait for the fella to walk up to you. Now choke him out.
Alright, keys.
Run behind this Jeep now. And you can basically do the same thing. That should conserve as much health as you can. Now hop on and try to shoot those barrels as quickly as you can.
Fire that machine gun with your weapon. Snake, hold on.
First off, you want to be shooting to the right hand side. And yes, this is the actual only time in the whole run that we have to use a gun, and it's very unfortunate, but there's no way around it at all. Now there is a trick for this. You can see that the guards aren't actually attacking me, and that's because I've got a second controller plugged into port 2 and I'm moving the analog stick on it, and that's moving the guards away, actually giving me a chance to be able to kill them and take out all the barrels without taking as much damage. This is grueling without doing that. I found it really difficult to try to stun lock all the enemies as it's going on. So keep shooting to the right hand side, and then when it comes round, do the same trick again here. So you can see the sort of shaking around and not hitting me. And I've only got the one shooting at me. So now we've got about half health to get for the rest of the escape. And honestly, this part is infuriating. The amount of times I got to the final section and he just ended up finishing me off. And these sections where he's going left to right aren't too bad at all. This is quite tricky. What I would say is when he hits you, look at where the gun is compared to the lines on the road and use that to adjust yourself to be straight on. Otherwise you'll swing wildly and he'll get a shot off on you. Okay, here, when you're going through here, just make sure that the traces for the bullets are exactly going over him. Otherwise he will get extra shots off, and this is where I died 3 or 4 times. It is tricky to aim at him, but with some practice you will get it.
Look, Snake, daylight. We're gonna crash.
And that's it. We're off scot-free. Metal Gear Solid 1 without shooting any guns. Mostly. Nearly. Almost. If it wasn't for that one little bit at the end, it'd have been perfect. But there wasn't a way around it. I want to say thank you to the Metal Gear Speedrunners Discord. Thank you to my friends who kept me sane whilst I was trying to do this. And thanks to you. Good night. Tenchu is a legendary ninja stealth franchise. Today we're going to play through the entirety of the 3rd installment as Best Boy Rikimaru without pressing the jump button. So the full rules are as follows. Number 1, no jumping, obviously. Number 2, Grandmaster rank on every stage, the gentleman's way to play. Number 3, no use of Grandmaster items. I feel it would be against the spirit of the run to be able to use invisibility and decoy spells. And number 4, perfect stealth throughout. It is a stealth game after all. And now let's move on to the first mission. Starting off, this is a fairly chill level that will allow us to adjust to our new rule set. We start by grappling up to the rooftops, make your way across the far side of the level, only stopping off to clobber this jobber when he turns his back on us. As we make our way back across the rooftops, we're interrupted by this cutscene of 3 guards who are definitely not guarding the key for the cave entrance. We can drop down here and crouch walk our way in, swipe the key and roll out of there. Back on the rooftops, head around the side, drop down behind this clueless sap and bump him off. Quickly, run to the gate and open it up. The following corridor is fairly self-explanatory. Wait for them to turn around and aid in their quest to shuffle off their mortal coil. The only place where it becomes a little difficult is here. Make sure the innocent lady has turned around and grapple up above her. Then grapple again into the courtyard. Depending how long this has taken you, you should be able to make a beeline for this wandering spear salesman and inform him you only deal in swords. Then press up against this outhouse and wait for his bodyguard to turn around and give him the business end of Izayoi. From there, grapple up to the roofline and again over this incredibly small gap into the centre of the roof, head to the right and as you fall off the edge, move Rikimaru back towards the building. Now you should be able to easily crouch and enter this crawl space. Drop down into the empty room and head through some sliding doors until you reach this fork. Wait for this sentinel of the sanctum to turn around and then punch his tickets to the pearly gates. Turn around and wait outside what looks like a costume room. Nobble the cosplayer in denial when he turns around and move on. Drop down the shaft on the left and line up a grapple hook as far back as you can over this unfortunate narcolepsy sufferer, then put him into a deep sleep. You can ignore the cat, they aren't going to alert anybody. Then grapple up into the next room. Grab this ninja rebirth, just in case, and head through the doors. It's time to face Tajima, a rather ungentlemanly Ronin who brings a gun to a sword fight. He can be finished off with a couple of triple slashes and a 360 combo, especially when the ground stab hits. Now, it's not that I'm playing badly here. Okay, I am playing badly in this boss fight. I'm about as effective as an IGN journalist at 4:30 post my second hour-long lunch of the day, but alas, we got the dub in the end. After that kerfuffle, head up the stairs and wait for this unlucky individual to turn around and give him a gentle love tap. Make your way through these sliding doors and again, ignore the cat. Grapple up into the roof space and be careful of this skiver dodging any work on the right hand side and give him a good talking to. Proceed until you reach this ceiling hole and rain death down on the poor bugger down there. From here, it's time for Nasu, a fat and rather boorish idiot. He'll send his personal guards at you, which you should polish off first, then turning your attention back to him. After you lay down some damage, he may try to feign surrender. Ignore this, just keep slashing like an absolute madman until he goes down. That's mission 1 completed, Grandmaster rank achieved, and an item we're not going to use. Now we need to head to Goda's castle, expunge some traitorous scum, and let Lord Goda know what's been occurring. Firstly, completely ignore this hole the dev chose to point us at. Turn around and roll down the second hole in the room and immediately hop down into the sandpit. Grapple up to the right and turn the corner. 2 of Goda's men will be having a chinwag. Grapple over the top of them and dip into this side room. After the cutscene, the castle will have been taken over and attacked. Press against the wall and move up to the door to open it. When the Vega cosplayer reaches the door, inform him of how poor a choice of weapons claws are. Head back into the room and wait for his idiot friend to investigate. When he returns to his post, just give him a quick slice and dice. Head down to this garden area and keep tabs on the Wish.com Wolverine. When he starts to wander back towards the large white flag, go ahead and pop his clogs. Now go and crawl under the raised building and open this door with a key. Immediately get to one side just so you can't be spotted. Wait for this scoliosis-riddled fellow to turn around and show him the business end. Head up the stairs and press against this wall. When the parachute pants enjoyer walks past, quickly retailor his collar and move on. Be wary of this exit, else the Freddy Krueger in the corner will see you. Let him turn away and send him to Dreamland. Head down these stairs and open this door. Wait for Nunchuck Norris to turn around and then drastically reduce his blood pressure. Press against this wall and wait for the Koala Kid to walk to the corner and give him an impromptu butter knife surgery. Just behind this door is a shy bin bag salesman. When he faces the wall, quietly shiv the poor bloke. Now head up the stairs and wait for the masked man with a man bun to run out the room and give him a poor quality haircut. Carefully open the next door revealing Frank the Fork Collector and give him a good poke when he turns around. Be quick to avoid Sensei Swordless in the corner and relieve him of duty when he turns to the side. In the next room with all the screens, wait for the ninja to turn around and then get decorating with a carotid fountain. Head straight for the Edward Scissorhands and show him what your blade can do. In the next room, you need to wait until the Shinobi fan starts to walk behind the screen, then you can intervene with a swift nick to the jugular. From here, you're off scot-free. Ayami will berate you and Rikimaru will say he's a shadow, because of course he does. That is stage 2, all wrapped up. Grandmaster rank is sorted, and yet another useless item is unlocked. After investigating the path of dead bodies were left behind, they all seem to have traces of limestone. And so, it's onto the limestone caverns to search for the Shichisto sword. We'll need to take 3 blowpipes for this mission. Everything else can be skipped, but does make the boss fights a little easier. Immediately run backwards and pick up the free ninja rebirth, then head to the lip of the cave and roll off. From your perch on the gravestone, grapple up to the watchtower and assassinate this level's first clawboy. After that, crouch and roll off the watchtower to blowpipe the patrolman, then roll your way through the water to the second cutlery connoisseur and let him become fish food. Now head into the cave, grapple over this small knoll, and move through the caverns until you reach these chattering nannies. As soon as they're finished talking, stealth roll off the lip and deal with the first one on the train tracks, then double back and ice the second grandmother. From there, follow the path until you reach this slope and wait for this nerd neck looking dude to start walking. Sprint up and give him a chiropractic adjustment. Follow the path round to the right and wait for the pot-bellied red fella to prepare to turn to the right for the second time. Then grapple behind his right shoulder and get a tricky kill. This can go astray, but with some practice it gets fairly consistent knowing where you can grapple to that won't dump you into the inky void. Move forwards until you're at this vantage point and wait for this ADHD sentry to turn around 3 times. Then drop down and administer a swift lobotomy. Then head forwards and grapple up to this ledge at the top of the room. When suspect from Def Jam Fight for New York turns around, give him a good stick and poke. Wait just before the next hill for the tuning fork specialist to start to move away. Grapple over the gap and send him night-night. Now this next section is a little tricky. You need to position yourself so that the wooden beam blocks line of sight. You'll know that you have the right position when the exclamation mark stops flashing at you and you can blowpipe the sunburnt dad bod without it going off. Then you need to grapple to this piece of geometry and steer yourself whilst descending to the walkway. I definitely didn't goof this on more than one occasion. Proceed to ninja roll off the far side, falling a distance to break most people's knees and head to the doorframe. Pause for the constipation demon to turn around and leave his corpse in the hall for one of his allies to see. When the wrist day skipper has decided there's nothing to see, dash up behind him and be his big spoon. Head down the hallway and up the hill to this overlook and wait for a chance to drop down. From here, roll your way across the wooden walkway and use this pillar to block line of sight with the black-clad warrior on the left and use your last blowpipe on the horny devil ahead. Check you have a straight shot and advance forwards. Once the My Chemical Romance groupie starts to walk away, grapple over the ravine and end their black parade. When confronted with this walkway, grapple across when it's safe, drop back down to floor level before the man in black spots you, grapple up to the walkway near the entrance to the cave, and when Agent K turns his back, wipe his memory. Follow the pathway and grab the second Freebie Ninja Rebirth. Now on to the boss for this mission, and this time we have strats. Onikage can be a little tricky with his constant kick attacks, but if you immediately drop a smoke bomb, this lets you get a full combo when he runs into it. Then you can throw a sticky bomb at him as he stands up and blow it up for maximum damage. I would repeat this, but I didn't quite have enough resources to do so. Your best bet would be to whiff punish him after he finishes a kick combo. Once he's dealt with, grab the Shichisto sword and oh no, he was a lesser imitation all along. Now you've got to fight him proper. But, well, he's practically identical to the first phase, so put him down and that is stage 3 completed. Grandmaster rank in the bag, another pointless trinket we won't use. Now we need to head to the Amagai castle, but to get there, we need to cross this Ronin village. We'll need to bring 3 or so blow darts with us for this level. Also, I was intrigued and checked out what Ronin actually meant. This level wasn't too difficult. There are a few areas that caused issues, but most of that was sorted when I'd got it routed properly. So to start, we head off to the right, roll off into the cut and grapple up to the other side, and initially rolling away so no one sees us, then veer left into this alleyway, wait at the corner for this scholarly slacker to move left and then shred his papers. Roll towards the next corner so the dog doesn't catch you and wait for the college dropout to turn away from you. Then cross this gap and post up at the fence. When the neat starts to stroll out to the left, head out and loop behind him, give him a quick lesson on bloodletting, then head into the crawl space. Wait for the campus refugee on the right to cross in front of the wall, then blowpipe him. That will pull his educationally deficient friend towards you. Once he hops down, aim a well-placed dart and head on up to the corner wall. When the supply teacher turns away from you, roll off into the storm drain, approach the ramp and wait for the class delinquent to turn and walk away from you and give him a steelwork re-education. Wait behind the house ahead for a chance to expel the bottom set class clown and roll off avoiding any attention. Then head through the large double doors. Immediately hide behind the oversized buckets and wait for the truant student to walk between the 2 buckets and send him to the medical room. This will cause a bit of a commotion, but when it dies down it will give you a great chance to poke a few holes in the philosophy major's arguments. Now roll your way along this wall and crawl down the drain. Roll through this water section until you get out of the gate, grapple up on the left and discombobulate this deskwork dodger. Make your way clockwise around this arena and pull up onto this raised platform. When the intellectual runaway is beneath you, rain the crushing reality of no prospects down from above. Grapple up to the small brown hut on the right hand side and grapple onto the large white building across the road. From here you need to carefully aim a blowpipe shot at the finals flunker before you head into the large doors, completing the level. Mission 4 crossed off, Grandmaster rank in the bag, and more items we will proceed to ignore. Now on to the castle Amagai to rescue Princess Kiku. This level is an absolute maze. I needed to check multiple times the proper route, and all of the spinning doors cause all kinds of headaches. But to start off with, we need to head for this corner and wait for the clockwork clobberer to walk past before we can safely flip his switch. We have a short platforming section, nothing to write home about, just up and over, grapple high and fall onto the safe section here and up onto the next section. Grapple across this minuscule gap and wait to give a hard reset to the automaton below. Head into the next room and grapple onto this raised platform. When the $6 billion man turns away, up his price tag and move on to the next doorway. You'll need to be careful here. To get through this door you need to roll under it, otherwise the spikes will hit you. Then wait for this beta edition R2-D2 to turn around and start rolling to the top left hand corner, pop out and permanently decommission him. Head to the corner at the entrance to the foundry room. As soon as the scarecrow turns away, empty his stuffing and grapple across the gap in the next room. Head halfway up the stairs and when the doll-faced Dalek moves to the left, grapple over the top of it to the room above. Run straight for and hug this wall. Check it's safe to cure Marvin's manic depression. Keep running through the next corridor so you won't fall through any of the pit traps. Wait for C-3PO's cousin, 14 times removed, to walk through the doorway and rearrange his internal carpentry. Follow the room, drop off this ledge and head through this swivelling wall. As soon as the cutscene finishes, grapple straight up to the left and roll away when you pull yourself up to avoid getting spotted. Keep rolling through the door and head to the far corner. This avoids the explosives and lets you safely grapple up to the wooden beams. Take the right hand path, drop down and grapple across this familiar looking gap. Grapple to the right hand side ledge and wait for an opportunity to send this wind up soldier back to prototyping. Head up the stairs and grapple to this high platform above. Hang fire until the denizen of Oz moves away and forcibly send him to Kansas. Head to the right and grapple up this area with blue lights. Immediately pull up and check around the corner. When Satan's shopping trolley moves away from you, send it to the scrap heap and grapple over the obvious spike traps. When you land, roll away to avoid the less obvious explosive arrow traps. Turn left and head to the end of the corridor. Be wary not to be spotted by the offspring of Chucky and the girl from the ring. Let them trundle away and banish them to the Shadow Realm. Dash through this outside area, stopping only to grapple across an inconsequential gap and pause by this corner for this termite target to turn about face and leave him in a log pile. Grapple up to this elevator shaft type area and then across the chasm to the next room. Be very careful not to get hit by the large blades and grapple up to this handhold. When Bolsa Bushido is walking, you can hop up and show him the way of the sword. Grapple to the other side of the room and head up the stairs to the obvious boss arena. Dr. Chimera, the Marie Antoinette robot fiddler, is up now. He doesn't pose a massive threat. Keep running away from his tornado attack and do a full combo when he's in recovery. When he's trying to back away from you, you can just bulldog him until you land another hit. And with that, his inventing days are over. Princess Kiku is back to safety, and that's stage 5 ticked off. Grandmaster rank done, and another menu filler added to the list. In that last fight we damaged Izayoi. We need to head to the smithy. It can't be that much of a pain, can it? Yeah, it can. This level is the one place where I really started to hurt and miss either a checkpoint system or a way to reset from the pause menu, and preferably one that can just start the level again rather than going to the gear screen. It made the frequent resets I got here especially painful, as often that happened towards the tail end of a mission. Because, unfortunately, as it stands, the only way to reset a level is to either die to an encounter, or find a lovely pit to call home, wait for the game over screen, hit retry, eventually load back to the weapon selection screen, select all your gear and double check you've got everything that you need, watch another loading screen, select how I want my blade repaired, using steel he has lying around. I'm not into the creepy shenanigans of the Shichisto sword. Skip the cutscene, and finally, after all that, start playing. Yeah, That process has been playing in real time in the background. It takes about 1 minute 10 just to get back into the game when you make a mistake. Rant aside, we'll need to bring some health and strength potions to help out with the boss fight later. When we start here, dart to the left and cast Golem into Mount Doom. Head up to the raised walkway and follow it around. Grab that potion as you pass by. When you reach the top of this ramp, there are a couple of options. If the cardiovascularly challenged fellow notices you, crouch and wait for him to turn before grappling up and re-undead him. If he doesn't spot you, it's a matter of running to the left and grappling up to finish the job. Head down this pathway, and as you drop off this ledge, press the attack button to get a stealth kill on the necrotic numpty below. Wait at the next corner to pounce on Red Shoe and let him be dead thrice. Carry on through the corridor. When you reach this area with the drop down, turn the corner and go for a second no-look attack on the unsuspecting undead and head through into the clearing for the stage's boss fight. When it all kicks off, grab the steel in the box in front of you, chug down some performance-enhancing drugs and start the full frontal assault. Your order of operations is first, focus attention on the manlets. They breathe fire and will constantly stun lock you, but they can't block any attacks. Then, if there aren't any of those around, you need to target the bone bag archers. Their pot shots will interrupt your combos and make your life difficult. And finally, you can attack the decomposing swordsmen. They don't pose a major threat and are relatively easy to kite around the arena. If you notice that you're on low health, kite the baddies away and gulp down a potion to get back into the fray. Eventually, they will stop spawning. You will know when the battle is over, as the music will fade and the key meter doesn't show anything nearby. After that bit of argy-bargy, we can progress. But no, we can't. Rikimaru, the mighty ninja, is defeated by this small, thigh-high well. We don't seem to be able to get by without jumping, so it's back to the drawing board. Let's do some experimentation. I tried to get up onto some of the geometry and maybe roll in, but none of the sides of this well had anything with collision to let me do that. Also, none of these surrounding walls let me grapple to them either. Not that I could get to the well from there anyway. I did notice that in my fights with the mouth breathers, the final hit of fire does send me flying. Maybe that would work. So I started up, dragged one of them to me and let him hit me, and success! I'm in! But there is a barrier blocking me. Damn. So my next idea, I could kill everyone, only leave one of the flame boys left, attach a sticky bomb to him, let him knock me in the hole, which took a rather long time, and then detonate it to kill him. And that's when I realised that it didn't damage him. Even the loading screen told me that only the Muramasa blade could damage them. Another setback. But I did notice that sticky bomb blew him away in a similar fashion to how he sent me flying. This gives me an idea. Let's try to self-damage boost over it. And it worked. Consider this well defeated. We can finally move on, and we don't need to do all that finessing with the goblin to do it either. Result. So, down the well, that explosive entrance will unfortunately mess with the AI of the two walkers in the next room. This leads to some RNG. Ideally, you want the coffin dodger on the far side to start to move to the right, whilst his cognitively challenged friend either jumps into the pit or turns around to give you a chance to send him back to the underworld. Then you can roll to the end of the channel, grapple up and make your way through the corridor. When you reach this outside area, check to your right and make sure no one sees you. Roll to the left behind this lamp, hug the wall, and roll up the hill until this tree blocks line of sight with the belching gremlin. When he turns around, keep rolling up the hill and duck into the door. Drop down and plant yourself to wait for this soulless shuffler to approach, then turn around and accelerate the process of rigor mortis. Follow the path and grapple to this ledge. When only-headed Nick turns around, pull up and reunite him with the deceased body to carry on through the passageways. When you reach this garden area, if the deadite ahead has his back to you, nip out and grapple up to this raised area on the right, cross the platform and drop off to the other side. Keep rolling into this crevice and pull up to the left-hand wall. Then grapple either to the fence or the door frame to the right and make your way down the blue corridor. When you reach this passage with the jaundiced juvenile, ignore him and press against this wall on the right. You need to wait for Solomon Grundy's little brother to approach and turn around and put him back in the ground. Follow the corridor around until you reach this more open area. hug the left hand wall and pull up here. When the guillotine survivor turns around, hop up and finish the job. Make your way around to the right until you reach this blood vat. Wait for the damp Draugr to start walking away, roll down and crab walk up to him and leave him in a hemoglobin hellscape. Roll around the corner and grapple up. Follow the path and wait for this broken bobblehead to walk towards you. Mind the cat on the left hand side when you head out and introduce him to gravity. You should then be able to round this corner and run to this empty husk and fill him with steel. Make your way to this final outdoor section, head up to the low wall in front of you and wait around the corner for the decrepit bag of bones to shamble past and put him 6 feet under. Again. Then head up the ramp and re-deanimate the reanimated in front of you. Grapple and pull up here so you can get eyes on both the halitosis haver and the floating football. When you get a chance, make a break for the football and puncture it for good. Now carefully head up this hill and wait for the final crumbling carcass to turn around. Make a dash for it and reduce him to dust. Head for the large double doors, and finally the nightmare is over. Grandmaster rank on the report card and another piece of equipment for us to discard. The big bad Tenrai tries to sway us to his side, but we tell him to get stuffed. We've heard that someone has been impersonating Ayame. Time to investigate the bamboo forest. We're now at the point where we have a fair bit of spare equipment on the gear screen, so I loaded up for most eventualities, blowpipes for common enemies, and the rest goes for the boss fight. As we start, run behind this screen, get to the rocky wall, wait for the rotund redneck to turn around and yee his last haul. You should be able to make your way right under the nose of the palette swap demon, pull yourself up when he turns around, and show the world that blue blood is a myth. Drop off and make your way around the cliff face, up this hill for the Netflix edition of Daredevil to face away and blind him for good. Drop and roll off into this snowy area, hide behind this low wall until the Marauder's map can be put through the shredder. Follow along the raised path to the left and head through the corridor until you reach this hot spring, duck into the crawl space and carry on crawling until you exit out the other side. Get stealth rolling through the water. When you pass these rocks, get out a blowpipe and put the doggo down. Carry on stealth rolling until you get through all of the water and you come out into the red cave. Use ninja vision and look at Beelzebub's less important brother in the distance. When he turns around, you can run up to this sugar-free red devil and forcibly remove all the aspartame contained within. Then run for the devil's kid brother and knock him back to the inferno. Head up the stairs and grapple onto this little shrine to get out. If you try the normal sides of this pit, you'll just get stuck there. Crouch down and wait for the living library to turn away from you, then make your way behind the bamboo wall. Keep crouched to avoid being spotted by the wolf on the right, wait for the parchment's routine to reset and pop up and stop the printing press. Immediately crouch down again and let the pup get into a better position before you put him to sleep. Press forwards and check this corner for the papyrus provocateur to turn around twice, then head around and break his binding. Head down the path until you see the snowman in the distance, hide behind this wall where it juts out and wait for the Argos catalogue to turn around and throw him into the recycling. Head up the ramp and grapple over onto this bridge. Keep an eye out as on the left there will be a Red Bull mascot, just sink a dart into him when he moves to the right. There will be a Blue Man Group reject who may pass on to you. When he walks to this blank wall, end his career once and for all. Grapple up to the right and when the frostbitten fiend walks away, head up and amputate his cranium. Wait for the Belphegor to turn around twice and spill his guts. Follow the path down and to the right until you see this proprietor of skin cancer. You can head up right behind him and ignore him for now, peer around the corner he isn't guarding, and wait for the paper cut aficionado to turn away before finishing the demon. The paper boy will be alarmed by his red-skinned friend ceasing to exist and will investigate. Just pull away and wait for him to turn before you turn him to pulp. Now we have to face off against the decoy octopus impersonating our colleague Ayame. Put him down for this transgression. By this point we have a solid strategy for these bosses. Drop a smoke bomb, let the boss run to it, do a full combo and sticky bomb him as he gets up. Do this twice and that's stage 7 finished. Grandmaster rank is wrapped up and another bric-a-brac piece of tat to keep on our shelf is unlocked. We've had word that one of Goda's strongholds, the Buddhist temple, has been captured. Sending an army would alert the neighbouring states, so it's up to us to fix this mess. Now we have a standard loadout of sorts, couple of smoke bombs, couple of health potions, some blowpipe darts and a strength potion just in case. This is what we're going to bring for the remainder of the game. At the start we drop back a couple of steps and grapple up to this red beam, use this perch to get the drop on Buckethead's less cool brother, head back onto the beam and into the crawl space. Grapple across this gap to the opposite corner, allow the socially awkward bedroom dweller to turn left and yawn before you lay him out for a dirt nap. Make your way up to this next room to find Johnny Sins on his day off. When he faces away, run him through. Exit to the right, make sure the Wicker Man moves away before dropping down and break his basket. Now in this large hall area, grapple across to the next rickety platform, wait for the follically challenged individual to walk back to the left and grapple onto the floor level. When you land, blowpipe this discount pyramid head and head across and grapple up just behind his body. Wait for Helmet the Helmet Head to head off and haul yourself up, and hurriedly hit him with a heavy-handed heft of Izayoi. Go to the small cubby hole on the right and grapple to the overhead ledge. Let the radio DJ move away and turn his last table. Follow through to the exit above the chasm and grapple up to the suspended bridge, pull up and head to the left. Head across this hole in the floor, keeping an eye on the Jason Statham wannabe to the right, head up to him and prove his expendability. Move into this dreary beige hallway and follow it until you reach this hall area over a large death pit. Now, carefully, and I mean really carefully, grapple up to the banister in front of you. Then, fall off into the void, holding backwards to land on a hidden ledge below. Now turn around and follow the stone passage under this crawl space and make your way up this tall room. When you finally see this entrance to the outside world again, grapple up. Yes, that is in fact a bear. No, you do not want to fight it. To your right should be an underwater basket weaver graduate. Let him slide past and test the tensile strength of his creations. Turn around and run away from the bear. Grapple up to this windowsill in the back corner and head through the door. Follow this red and white room until you're confronted by the statue of a Buddha/Onikage hybrid. Get your items in order and jump down for the boss fight. This fight is one of the more interesting in the games. We're against Ganda and Kagura. We only need to focus attention on Kagura, the woman who attacks you with spells. If you get the chance, try to blow dart her. This will stun her and allow you to get an easy full combo. Keep trying to kite Ganda around the arena as you're doing this and it should be over fairly quickly. Your assumed dead kinsman Tatsumaro will show up, help out and then fight us as he's in the pocket of Tenrai. Here we can go back to old reliable smoke bomb, then sticky bomb the poor fella to death. He doesn't pose a huge threat if you're well equipped. That's 8 out of 10 done, we're well on our way now. Grandmaster rank attained, and more stocking fillers to hide in the kitchen cupboards now unlocked. It's time for our final journey to the Tenrai Fortress. Let's head straight in, move forwards and head to the right of this wooden structure and wait for Lucifer's lackey to move away and drop him like it's hot. Grapple up to the ceiling on top of this caravan, keep an eye out for the Charlie's Angel and you should be able to grapple to the back of the room and sidestep her. Follow the cavern to this wall, let the Tumblr poster turn around before you put a stop to her blog. Follow the cave passage until you reach this large cavern. When the horny Discord poster moves to the left hand side of the pier, pop out and give him the bonk. Drop down to the left and cross the cavern floor when Karen moves to the right. Grapple up to the other side and then grapple to this wall that sticks out. Wait for bootleg knives to turn around, run off and grab the ledge she's standing on. When she turns around for a second time, show her the power of self-respect. No time for smooching here. Grapple to this middle rock and when Agent 47 turns around, grapple the corner behind him and then when he turns around again, scan his barcode. Head up the stairs and around the passageway until you reach this room with the 2 doorways. Wait for the spa attendants to move through into the other room, check the coast is clear and give him a quick back sack and crack. Roll away to safety and head to the trainee masseuse to give him the Japanese steel treatment. Head back around the cannons and then head to the left to let Knuckles the Echidna turn around before you forcibly choke him with a Master Emerald. Make your way up the steps until you see Master Roshi turn and walk away. You will need a sensu bean after that. Amazingly, this is the first point in the run where we actually have to talk about the kanji across the bottom of the screen. When you kill enough baddies, you'll get this awesome magical girl transformation and unlock a new ability. In this case, the titular Wrath of Heaven, a one-hit KO attack. This will be rather useful in a short while. Anyway, back to the run. Grapple up to the above walkway and blow dart Jean-Luc Picard and turn him into a redcoat. Head up the steps and head to the left over the decaying bridge and wait at this corner for Uncle Fester to finish his patrol route and send him on a quest to the morgue. When you round the corner to this room with the boxes, grapple up on the right hand side and check for Skinny Fat Hellboy to face away before snobbing out his final cigar. Crouch down afterwards and roll off behind the cannon when it's safe to do so. Angle the camera so you can see Spooky Elmo move away to lop off Billy's fingers. Head through the next corridor until you see these wooden scaffolds. Pause by the wall to wait for this Saitama lookalike. It seems you need the press-ups as well as being follically challenged to survive Ricky Maru. At this overlook, wait for Helmet Head over there to stroll into frame and blow her away. Drop down and grapple in front of Todd McFarlane's version of a Shy Guy, and when he turns to the right, send him the way of the comic industry. Drop down onto the next concrete pads and roll off the edge when it's safe. Pull up to this watchtower and wait for Sengoku Jenna Jameson to turn around before giving her the shaft. Drop down and make your way into this marble room where you start in this trench. When Dr. Evil turns away from you, grapple over his head and cut him down to a more mini-me size. Roll into the far corner and put a dart into the slaphead over the way. Make your way around the room up to these large doors, and now we have a rematch with Onikage. So here we need to take the honourable fight by choosing him. Throw down a smoke bomb and charge up a Wrath of Heaven while he's coughing up a lung, and we miss. Attempt 2. Throw down a smoke bomb and charge up Wrath of Heaven whilst he's coughing up a lung, and done! Grandmaster rank obtained, new item discarded. On to the final stretch, it's now time for Tenrai. As we start in this dank dungeon, grapple up to this raged edge and roll off the sill in front. Wait in the corner for Krillin to turn around to force the gang to gather the Dragon Balls. Follow the candlelit passage so you can polish the noggin of this chrome-domed wanderer. Grapple up to the right to avoid the gaze of the repentant Homer Simpson and get across this gap to try your best at a hack job hair transplant. Turn around and follow the path down the slight decline. Wait for the Brit on holiday to turn and shuffle off and cut his summer short. Make your way around the bloody halls, checking for sneaky boys hidden in corners. When you're round here, let the Norwood Reaper turn to the right before preventing any further hair loss. Opposite his post is a side room. Grapple up and make your way to the corner where Faith's grandma will be, and blow dart her back to a mediocre series when she's at the end of the hallway. This will mean that the alopecia patient won't see her, allowing you to apply steroid cream to the affected area. Grapple up these large rectangular prism things and blow the minoxidil test subject away. Grapple over the gap to the area he was on, and here you need to grapple onto the ceiling, falling back onto the block below, then grapple over onto this walkway to give you a chance to add some breathing holes to this oxygen-deprived fellow. Follow the ruined room around to the left and grapple up to the 2 ledges ahead. Let the Sparday regular move off to the right before you cut his break short. Carefully make your way around the room until you reach a broken staircase. On the side you will see a hidden entrance. Grapple up and ascend this red occult-like room. As you exit, be careful of the sunstroke victim and remotely send him some aftersun. Grapple high up to the corner and land on the platform that he was on. Drop down and grapple up to the suspended platform and head across the small gap and crouch to avoid being seen by the Crimson Chin. Grapple across when he faces away and administer Chin Tonight by subdermal implants. Head to the opposite side of the recessed cave and grapple up to this gap next to the gate. Follow around and drop down. Rush to the corner to plug real-world Neo back into the Matrix. Head around the corner and gently blow this suspiciously large newborn to sleep. Grapple up to this room with the skull door and prepare for Tenrai. Phase 1 should look fairly familiar. We're not going to use any of the smoke bombs yet, so just kite around his range attack, get a combo on him, and loop him with sticky bombs. Nice and easy. He will then power up into a rather large and scary monster. So the strat is run away. Yep. That's it. Just run around the arena for 30 seconds or so. His cardio's trash and will tire out quickly, leading to phase 3. Drop a smoke bomb, line up a Wrath of Heaven, and miss. So, run away, chug a potion, drop a smoke bomb, line up Wrath of Heaven, and miss. So, run away, chug a potion, drop a smoke bomb, line up a Wrath of Heaven, and done. Tenrai is down. We can rest easily. The game is finished. Just to get to the results screen for the last time. Grandmaster rank done. All the knickknacks on our shelves. All done without jumping once. I just want to thank... What? Some of you think I've missed something? Something to do with the portal? Right, let's finish this once and for all. Through the portal we go. This time we have no choice on our equipment, and we're in a brave new world. As we start, run straight for this pillar, and as the Rosa comes down the stairs, shake hands with the firm arm of the law. Now, run upstairs through the door on the left and head round the back of the pillar to stuff the donut operator. Wait behind this generator for Porky to turn around and show him justice. Head out onto the walkway and grapple over the barrier on the right, crouching down to avoid being spotted. Then grapple up to this high ledge on your left, drop down onto the pipework and into the crawl space. Grapple up to the vent in front of you and get behind this pillar when the coast is clear. When the plus-size model turns away, run behind him and grapple up onto the raised walkway overhead. Crawl into another die-hard-like ventilation shaft and drop down into this office building. Head around the room and get behind the receptionist desk and let the pencil pusher know you're ready for your appointment. When Gumshoe faces away, prevent him from reaching retirement and head into the lift. Press against this wall and let Chief Wiggum snort his last guffaw and head into the office. The final boss, actually quite tricky. We don't have much in the way of equipment to cheese him, nor are we able to use Wrath of Heaven. However, we can use the caltrops to act in a similar way that the smoke bombs do, but we need to be careful so we don't also step on them too. We also have a chance to get a combo on him when he does the ranged fireball. He is quite tricky to try and interrupt, as he will focus back on you after each swing, making whiff punishment quite difficult. We should have just enough potions to get through his bags of health. And finally, Tenchu, Wrath of Heaven, a fun game from my childhood done without jumping. I bet you didn't think you'd hear the word grapple 87 times today. Thanks to the guys who kept me motivated, and thanks to you. Good night. And so Sisyphus continued to heave the boulder up the hill, sliding back a step with every one he takes, exerting all he can to complete the task before him. Day after day and night after night, he continues to fail to open this goddamn door. Now, anyone who thought about the title of this video would know that it's impossible. We need to capture hundreds of monkeys with a net, which is a gadget and is therefore a failed run. We will sidestep the issue and not class the net as a gadget, otherwise this run would be an incredibly short-lived challenge. We do need to cover what no gadget means for me, because I will be doing some dubious linguistic gymnastics to justify what a gadget use is. If I use a gadget for its intended purpose and complete its built-in action completely, that is a use. So if I hit something with a stun club, that is a gadget use. The only exception I have is the gadget that allows us to swim, but capturing an ape with it is not allowed. The specificity of these rules is to write a legal loophole for something you will see later. We drop in and start. Now, a small side tangent. I love this game, and nothing against anyone who worked on it, but the music in this game is quite frankly bloody awful. So, I'm going to go to the menu, drop down to this, and there is a secret hack for good music, it seems. Look, the Ape Escape 2 soundtrack is appropriate for the locations in the game, but it just doesn't get me in the mood to run forth and catch some apes that have escaped. As we're exploring and searching for the titular tamarins, we need to check boxes and containers that we can ground pound throughout the game to reveal them. This little scamp right here was a nuisance, constantly jumping into the drink to get away from me. You might need to reset a couple of times, but ride the gondola, jump up, try to nab him before he gets away, and with that done, we can go ape and nab the rest of the breakout baboons. We need to sneak up on this speed demon in front of us to grab him, and also remember, again, check the boxes for a hidden macaque. Around this level we will see these buttons to activate raising platforms. We can actually use the net ground pound to hit them, so we can access other parts of the level. Now we reach the first sticking point. We can see these various sloped surfaces around the level that need the hoop to travel up to. I tried seeing if I could jump again as I hit the sliding surface without any luck. It seemed there was no way to clip up to reach any of the monkeys. Knowing I would need to use a gadget as there's no way around it, making this officially a minimum gadget challenge, I used the hoop here to reach this switch, meaning that our current gadget usage is 1. From here we slip into the Colosseum and we're greeted by a matador and his mechanical adversary. To beat the clockwork contraption, you need to stand to his side and let him run rings around you until he gets tired. Then, ground pound using your net into his hindquarters, repeat this 3 times, and grab both monkeys to finish the stage, leading into the first boss fight, the Blue Monkey. This is where we reach the first proper difficulty spike. The blue monkey is fast and difficult to hit with a ground pound, as when you don't use the stun club, you only have an active hitbox on the way down. The plan is to jump as he dashes towards you and use the ground pound on top of him. Regardless of if you get hit or not, you can actually go for a second ground pound to actually inflict some damage. Keep an eye out for the cookies on the adjacent platforms if you get low on health, and with a bit of tenacity and some luck, you'll have captured your first of the Freaky Five. Our general strategy moving forward, we want to avoid the low level mobs as much as possible, because just trying to hit them will lead more often than not to us taking damage instead. So we dash through the spooky halls, capturing as we go. These armoured monkeys can be knocked down with a ground pound, leaving them open to get netted, and in this side room you'll see the Monka Lisa. Oh, you tease. That goddamn smile. But she is impervious to our cheeky attempts to break her out. Rest in peace, 1999 banana. You will be missed. Potassium to potassium. Fibre to fibre. When we drop into the Vita Z factory, make a beeline for these boxes, we can just about ground pound them to get at the mandrills within. From there, head up to the top walkway and... Oh god, no, can't be. These spinning wheel things are an infuriating pain. If we could just use the stun button, which we can't, even as a ground pound, they're a trivial exercise as they hit multiple times. But, as we can only use the net ground pound, it's a case of trying to repeatedly plant our cheeks upon it until it's lowered enough to progress. From up here we can access both sides of the room. I did try to get over this gap and into the pipe, but unfortunately you need to use the hook to do so, which means that in the next room we'll have to use this mech. So we'll have to take a gadget use regardless of which path we take. Up in our uses to 2. After we hop out of the mech, clap the clapper up top, we can head back to the station. This is our hub of activity, but more importantly, it's where Ape Escape was ahead of gaming trends and put a gacha machine. This machine will unlock things like concept art, some fluff text, but more importantly, we can get cookies to recharge our health out of it. Now, at the best of times, this is slow to do, but having to ground pound the switch and then the capsule itself takes an absolute eternity. This definitely isn't going to get old fast at all. Once we've scored what we needed from the promo banner, it's off to the casino. But first, the good doctor shows us a new contraption that he's been working on. A slingshot. There is absolutely nothing broken about this at all. One might even say it's perfectly balanced. Once we've had our fun stomping the one-armed bandits and whisked up all the monkeys on the floor area, we'll need to head to the opposite side of this cage. The devs intended for us to use the slingshot, but fortunately we can ignore that idea and ground pound off the edge to land on the button, allowing us to spank the monkey. Head to the next room and grab Clint Apewood and Simeon Seagal. Yeah, that's the name the game gave them, not me. We can see there is a doorway ahead and there doesn't seem to be a way up there from here, so it's time to break out our balanced and perfectly fine secret weapon, the slingshot. By doing the following combination of jumping, pulling back the right thumbstick, holding crouch and then tapping the L1 button, Spike will forget what gravity is and begin to drift upwards. Now, you can argue if I'm truly using the slingshot, but as no pellets are being fired, my legalese loophole in the rule allows it, I think. From here, ground pound the switch and head into the circus. You can grab this ape whilst he's being held in the air by jumping and swiping at him with your net, leaving you to mop up the rest at your leisure. Initially, we're faced by this gate. Normally, we'd need to use the RC car to open it. But fortunately, we have the use of our handy-dandy implement that ignores such obstacles. Head over the top and drop down. Interestingly enough, this guard has absolutely no AI and just allows us to capture him. Lovely. We'll need to air crawl horizontally over this gap to the spear-wielding baboon and grab him. You can actually change how your air crawl works by pressing the first-person view button at different times. You can even air crawl downwards. Ground pound this large drum in the centre of the room to activate the rest of the level and move on. Oh god, is that what I think it is? And this one's a lot more difficult than the previous ones we've come across. We don't have much time at all. We open it pixel by pixel, but we should be able to eventually open it and squeeze through and polish off the rest of the level. Say hello to this disturbing abomination. I think it has jiggle physics on its belly button. Also, it has a penchant for talking to children with come hither eyes. I mean, listen to these voice lines.
Here I come! How cute!
Did it really just call me adorable whilst rubbing its own fun bags? Come on, let's listen again.
How cute!
And for that, we need to banish this monstrosity. When it goes to attack you, either jump straight at it or allow yourself to get hit, and whilst it teeters on the edge of the arena, pound it from behind and send it flying to the spikes. Do this 3 times, and unfortunately, it gets away. I hope we never have to see this creature again. After that nightmare fuel, we head into this winter wonderland. Meander around, catch some chilly apes, hop up onto this ledge and catch the monkey overhead with a jumping swing. Oh no. Oh no. Not now. It's one of those things. Fortunately, we can completely ignore it and air crawl our way up to the bad Santa instead. Glide over this gap and grab the remaining monkeys you need as they try to hit the slopes. When we go to head out to the next stage, the professor tries to offer us another implement that helps with vertical travel. Seems mildly pointless considering the doomsday device that is the slingshot. Regardless of that brief intermission, onwards. We can access this area early by using the air crawl. This lets us get behind the turret and get an easy win over the ape who'd normally head into it and shoot at us. As we're heading over these liquid vats of a rather distinct colour, we can drop down and bag the monkey. On the beach, we've got a plethora of options. Nip around, grab all the stragglers out in the open. Don't forget to check the hut for this ape contained within. When you enter into the cove across the water, air crawl to the opposite side to give you a chance to sneak behind the UFO monkey. You'll see a hut with a monkey inside dangling from a tree. Now, I've been told it's theoretically possible to get in, but I'm not sure of how. After trying to clip inside to grab the monkey, I wrote it off as a tool-assisted only strat and moved on. As you exit, revel in admiration of Mount Chimpmon. From here, we'll need to check out the shipwreck. I tried swimming through the breached hole. I died. I also tried to air crawl over the top of it, land in a loading zone, but I ended up falling into the abyss instead, so unfortunately this will mean we have to use the submarine and our gadget count is 3. As soon as we can get out of the terrible submarine, we do, letting us grab the final monkey and exiting the level. Good lord, this cutie pie turns into a Sundero demon once you get past phase 1. She initially poses no threat, just jump up onto the stage, jump over a love heart attack and do a ground pound on her head. If you do get caught by the love hearts, shake the stick like an absolute madman to get free and carry on. Catch her off guard 3 times with the power of your cheeks and go to phase 2. This is where it gets real. The best strat is to hide in the top right while she does her attacks from the stage. She has a few different attacks to choose from. The bombs can be ignored for the most part. The bouncing balls, you'll need to run away and run under them when the coast is clear. The electricity is a little easier to jump over from a bit further back, and this weird bouncy thing is a nuisance. Kite it to the back and then head forwards to the stage. Then you can jump up and try to hit her when she attacks you with the electricity. Except, you can't. I sat here for an hour trying over and over to hit her on the stage and didn't manage it once. The problem is, she moves away too quickly to get hit by the net ground pound, so I resigned to use the Stun Club ground pound. She's still a tricksy madam and will do her best to evade your attacks. On more than one occasion, she hit me as I got the final hit, killing me. I do consider using the Stun Club ground pound a lesser evil than using it normally, but regardless, we'd have to double our gadget usage to 6. Start off by heading into the mosh pit and grabbing all the lemurs you can. Afterwards you can head under the temple and grab the rare ape and tank his F profits. Then head for the temple, push these 2 blocks onto the 2 switches and grab the speedy monkey underneath. Head through the corridor and unhack the walls. No. Can't do this now. Why are my fingers feeling numb? Let's leave that until later. Take the other path outside. In this floating area, you can double jump and get the attention of this monkey on the pillars. The rest of the floating islands can be awkward to deal with because it's very easy to get knocked off into a death pit, but once you've grabbed everyone there, you need to head forwards to this gate. Now you can see here, it's kind of asking for us to use the RC car to drive over and land on that switch. Alternatively, we could just fly up the top instead. Yeah, let's do that. So from here we can sneak up and grab King Ming and head past the flamethrowers, and that's all the progress we can make, unless we go back and conquer our demons. So I return to the colossal door blocking my path for the final capture I need for the level, and start to plug away at it. Do you want to know what makes this even more frustrating? After every ground pound, you need to move forward slightly, otherwise the tiny hitbox misses. Brilliant! But this gets even better. Do you know what happens when you're moving forwards as you try to ground pound? As you will be, to try and realign yourself? Yep, that's right. Nothing happens! Oh, and to put the icing on the cake, what button do you need to press? L3. So I need to be mashing L3 without moving the left stick in any direction, otherwise nothing happens. Wonderful. And so I start failing, and failing again and again, gaining no ground. The ape puts a finger in my ear. He's tickling my brain. The walls are beginning to bow in. Is made the cheese attracts monkeys. I slam the door, but it falls down. The wheel keeps turning, but it falls down. I miss the post, but it falls down. It falls down. It falls down. I look forwards, all distraught and with a frown, to see that yet again the door falls down. I should give up now, but I can't. My mother didn't raise no coward. Let's do this. After grinding at it, it's finally done. I never have to try that cancer on humanity ever again. Grab the last monkey. Let's go. Keep an eye out for the goggle-clad gibbons, as funnily enough, they have great eyesight. Grab everyone you can in the open area. If we swim through here, there is another one of those things. And even worse, the gate falls too quickly to even get a chance of going through, so to try and avoid a gadget use, we can air crawl up to this section and run through the level backwards. Heading out to this main plaza, stealth all the monkeys, as the blue pants one will run for the UFO. Air crawl up to the mermaid and move on. Now, we have to use this sub. Spike just drowns before getting anywhere otherwise, bringing our total usage up to 7. Hop up and grab the monkey, then head back to the sub. I'm not counting this as a gadget use for one very important reason. When we get to the other side of this tunnel, we're soft locked and repeatedly drowned to death. So we needed to reload the level at the previous monkey and go back to the gate. This will cause us to increase our gadget count use to 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now we'll face our second mechanical bull. The strategy here is identical, but he moves a little faster, so you'll need to constantly move to stay on the inside of his turning circle. Air crawl up to this last ape, and we're done. The less said about this level, the better. If anyone knows how to evade that softlock post-sub, please let me know in the comments, because I sure wasn't good enough at video games to do so. This Egyptian-themed level is a breath of fresh air. Just good, clean monkey catching. The only moment I was concerned was here. It's yet another of my arch nemesis, the spinning switch. Only here I wasn't worried about that part. The door closes incredibly slowly, but I wasn't sure that I'd have enough time to make my way back through this obstacle course and air crawl my way through. Fortunately, this video game was designed to be beaten by children, so I had plenty of time. It's time for the next boss. This mad scientist is now out to get us. What we need to do is avoid the attacks of the mechanical Spike. He uses the gadgets we're not allowed to use against us. The charge shot he does is simple. Circle around him until he fires, leaving an opening. Next, he can use the Skyflyer, just run away from its shadow and jump over the shockwave when he lands, so you can then ground pound him. He can use the Stun Club, which is just boring. He swings at you, just stay away. You also seem to get no chance to attack back either. And finally, he can use the Super Hoop to run around. This is the trickiest to dodge, but my strategy is make as much space in between you as possible. When he starts running, move forwards a touch and towards the centre, and then when he passes behind you, run back to the wall and wait. After this, you'll get an opportunity to hit him. And when he hits the deck, we can have a bash at hitting the white monkey. But unfortunately, yet again, it's impossible to hit him with the net ground pound because of his erratic movements. Even then, just trying to hit him with a Stun Club ground pound is still a royal pain in the backside. It gets a little easier in his second phase as he slows down and will fire rockets at you, but even so, it feels far more like luck than skill. Just keep chipping away at it and you will knock him out, capturing another member of the Freaky Five In the next level, we can grab the Jack and Rose monkeys at the front of the ship. If one gets away, that's fine, ignore it and we can swing back later. This fire blocking your path would normally require the new Super Soak gadget we just got, but that is just a mere suggestion. Air crawl over the top and head into the volcano. In here, we can air crawl up to the central station and grab the Cannon Brothers. If they shoot off to the outer ring, that's fine. Because we haven't put any of the fire out, they actually have no way of getting back to the central platform. We can float over the next gap that requires gadgets and head through to mop up the monkeys in the minecart section. After this, I need to swing back and swipe Rose, who's left all alone by herself, and bosh, job done. Now, in the second tundra of the game, as we start, there's a frozen monkey that can be broken out of the ice by a ground pound. Nice and easy. Also, ice physics. What a joy. I sure do like platformers with ice physics. It definitely improves the experience and doesn't just make everything feel worse. Go ahead and grab Torval and Dean while you're there and head up the retracting steps. But enough of that. Nothing interesting happens here aside from this monkey spa with the 3 greatest chads of monkey kind. Look at them. Majestic. Living their best life. Back to the pound they go. What a glorious sight. We have dinosaurs, apes that have escaped, and Soichi Terada's familiar tunes drifting through. What a nice throwback to the original game. Wistful rosy glasses nostalgia aside, the only trick we need to pull off is air crawling up to the stranded monkey on this raised platform. Also, this section here where we break into their homes and kidnap them while they're just trying to get some R&R. Am I the baddie here? Ignoring the morality of this situation, head forwards and get given the runaround by these 3 monkeys whilst you're trying to run away from a stomping T-Rex. This played out like a badly done slapstick sketch. I was running around for about 5 minutes trying to catch the last fella. After that hilarity, we can head off to this research station and nab Monko Polo to polish off the level and head to the next boss. This boss, oh blimey, is an absolute joke. A spectacle? Sure. Who doesn't want to suplex a T-Rex? But really, he just puffs himself out, letting you get easy hits, retiring him from his brand new AEW contract. We're getting towards the end now, and so the game decides to throw a curveball at us. Just using the tactics we have up until now, we'll get stuck, missing some monkeys, and unable to access large portions of the level by this door that requires us to use a magnet to pull this block onto the switch. So, unfortunately, we need another gadget use. A couple of minutes later, we also come up against this, a monkey that hops into a turret. Now, we can sneak over there and grab him, but to get through the wall behind him, we will need to use the tank to get through. So yet another gadget would be needed. I really don't want to add another 2 gadget uses. So let's do some hunting. After investigating and having a look around, I came up blank. So I did what everyone does when they have no idea how to do an esoteric thing within a video game. I asked the speedrunners, and boy did they come in clutch. In this game, not only is the slingshot hideously broken by allowing you to ignore gravity, it also allows you to ignore walls if they're sloped. Also, if you bonk something with the net whilst you're air crawling, it stops you moving vertically, so you can just carry on in a straight horizontal line. With this bit of tech, we can crawl into this sloping wall, bonk the insides, and crawl around to the left. Keep following it round until you see this weird glitching bit of geometry. It's actually the lift that goes up to the next level. When you crawl into it, it will activate. This will send you tumbling to your death, but when you respawn, you'll have access to the upper levels. Success! We can erase one of our gadget uses. After some back and forth with one of the glitch hunters in the speedrunning community, he said we may be able to skip needing the tank. On the lead up to that section, there is a slope, so we may be able to clip under it and get there. It took a few attempts, but if you line up here and bonk with the net just before the bolts, follow the painted lines on the right hand side and head underneath the first door, follow it underneath the turret and head underneath the second, we're through! But we do have a small problem. We are stuck under the floor. Fortunately, if you press the jump button while you're crawling, you'll do a jumping net swing, and that will clip us through the floor. Brilliant! We can erase the last gadget use for this level. What an impressively large level this is! What a terrible shame it would be if we skipped it all. What an awful state of affairs that would be. Now we're up on this cliff face, just head to this door, make your way down and head inside. Now just turn around and head back through, and for whatever reason, that brings us to the boss. Oh no, it's him again. The yellow-bodied freak is back, but bigger. Fortunately, we don't need to see his belly button in HD. It's fairly easy to avoid all of his attacks, run away from his chopping hand, avoid the low-level mobs he throws down. He will sap you for health as you're going on, just hope for cookies and you'll be golden. After an attack like this, it'll try to suck you into his horrid mouth full of rotting teethy pegs. Try to avoid all the other things as he's inhaling. After this, he is vulnerable. And this is where everything falls apart and the gadget use just starts rocketing up. We need to use a Stun Club ground pound, but each individual grotty tooth. From here, we head on to the final level. And what a lovely level this is. What a terrible shame it would be if we skipped all of it. What a slight to the level designers that put blood, sweat and tears into this game it would be. So, over this gap and in the door. Again, we need to turn around and head back through the door to trigger the boss. But unfortunately, this time it's blocked. However, we can float up there, fall down into a lower invisible floor, and then when you fall off here for whatever reason, it seems to send us to the boss. This also allows us to avoid using another 20 odd gadgets, as we wouldn't need to do the extra mode second time round. That involves us running around the levels and collecting a bunch of monkeys to actually unlock Spectre, the final boss and the final spit in the face. There's no way to damage him without using the magnet. We have to fight him the boring, old, conventional way, magnetising his stomach and ground pounding the teddy bear 3 times. In phase 2, it's very much the same. Avoid all the attacks, he doesn't do anything spectacular. Just wait for an opening, magnet off his chest armour and ground pound him another 3 times, leaving a total of 6 extra gadget uses. Spectre is down and never to return again, until the next game. So a breakdown of our gadget use is as follows. We used 1 hoop, 1 mech, 2 separate subs. We used the Stun Club 18 different times, 3 on the pink monkey, 5 on this door, 5 on the white monkey, and 5 on the yellow monkey. And finally, we used the magnet 6 times. This gives us a total of 28 uses across the whole run. It also means that over 60% of the uses were just the Stun Club. If anyone knows of any way to drop this number down at all, please let me know. Thank you to the Ape Escape speedrunning community, and thanks to my friends for putting up with my rants on those doors. And thanks to you. Good night. Nah, we're not going to make it through that at all. TimeSplitters 2 is a series that span off from the team that brought us GoldenEye, a fast and frantic shooter designed with consoles in mind. It's already difficult, but let's make this harder. Typically you start with something mildly rubbish and grab better and better weapons until you've got a homing rocket launcher that wreaks havoc on anyone silly enough to stand in your way. But this time, what guns we bring in are the only guns we can use. We can pick up ammo for the guns we have, but we can't use any other firearms aside from what starts in our inventory. We will also be playing on the normal difficulty. Now, the game itself has 10 stages, and these can be separated into 2 broad categories. Those where you start with a weapon, and those where you don't. As expected, the levels where you do have a ranged way to attack are dramatically easier, usually. So we start here with our pistol and sniper rifle, right? No, they're on the floor in front of us, just out of reach and not available for us to use. It's time to get down and dirty and punch our way to victory. Through the opening of the level, we'll be playing a stealthy style, sneaking around the back of guards and trying to hit them in the back, which is an instant kill. Fortunately, it's also a crit if they see you as well, which will be very handy going forwards. This opening is rough. Once we have the patrol routes of the guards down, we still have to rely on good old RNGesus to get through, as there is a sniper in the damn windows taking pot shots at us. Heading over the top of the roofs, we'll drop into this small room. It contains the only other item that we can use for the entirety of this level, the timed explosives. As it's not a gun, and more importantly, as it's needed to complete the objectives of this level, it's fair game for us to use, swing back up and throw a bomb up on the large satellite dish. Now we can head for the dam proper. Head up the stairs and take out the genome soldier and the guard in the way, being careful to avoid the camera on your way up. When you reach the top, open the door immediately and dip behind this wall. let the sentry stroll into the room and turn around before you give him a gentle massage. Dip into the first side room and grab the armour. Now check the radar, and when Corporal Punishment walks past, you can take him out. Now things are about to get messy in the next firefight with explosive results. With a bit of luck, you should be able to clear them out whilst hiding in this side room, just popping out to lob mines onto them. After this, we can turn off all the pressure valves and head through. Although the steam doesn't stop us, we need every little bit of life we can hold on to. Now heading down the stairs, we have an issue. It's incredibly difficult to punch downwards, and bad things will happen if you try. Throw bombs on your attackers instead and make your way down. Notice this armour, leave it there for later. When we exit the stairwell, there is another outdoor area. This is difficult. We are again open to repeatedly get shot by the sniper overhead from earlier. Get out the system uplink, avoid the cameras, and stealth your way through as far as possible. You are not likely to survive if you get spotted by the camera here. Once back inside, we can loop around the food storage room, knock out the first guard to your left, and then rush for the steady cat who's trying to pull the alarm. Head downstairs, punching out those that are in your way, and make a beeline for the checkpoint. After we nip downstairs behind this chipboard wall, we can check the uplink for when the soldier to your right passes in front of us. Go ahead and relieve him of duty. Punch out the last two remaining guards in the room. On top of the gantry, you will see a gun-mounted camera. Throw a mine onto each of them to get them out of the way. Ideally, you will have at least 4 mines left at this point. It'll make the next couple of sections a little easier. As those cameras are gone, we can now head into the room that they were guarding to open the door to the research area. Dip into the first door on your right and grab some armour. You will need it. A medical area full of dead bodies. I'm absolutely sure nothing's going to go catastrophically wrong now. And it did. Brilliant. Grab the computer disk on the floor and get some practice punching zombies in the head. You'll know you've got it right as you'll send the heads for 6 every time you do. You will get a bit of a feeling for it. I found that I approach and punch as I'm retreating. This seems to hit quite often and also minimise us getting hit. The punch range is also surprisingly long, so you can stand a little further back than you would expect. Head down into the mine and grab the time crystal. Now head all the way back to the control room, slapping the computer disk and the base will go haywire. All the alarms will go off and you need to head back down to the mine again, decapitating the shambling horde as you go. Now slap 3 bombs onto the box and eradicate the time splitter within. Now he's polished off, it appears someone on base has called in the big guns. So to re-equip, head into this side room, stock on timed mines again and get yourself into the fray. You will have to bomb the mutants as their head are connected far too firmly to polish them off with a 1-2. As you make yourself to the other side of the dam, there are zombies and some regular enemies. Now they both want to kill each other and you, but we can use the zombies and mutants as body blocks to try to get them infighting. There is another armour here in the checkpoint room if you're running low. You will see some flamethrower guys that can be absolutely lethal if you're not careful. If you do get caught, you can actually put yourself out by picking up a fire extinguisher and spraying it down on yourself. Heading back out into the cold, make a break for it. There are a lot of zombies about and we don't particularly want to get overwhelmed. Head into the elevator and head upstairs. Nip down to grab the armour we left earlier and bolt for the second elevator on the top floor. Summon it and evict its current occupants and head for the roof.
Behind B.
But in all seriousness, the chopper here is absolutely nothing special. It basically becomes a race to just do more damage. I hope you had enough health. Keep that right trigger held down and take it down once and for all.
Time spent to complete level.
2 hours 45 minutes.
Difficulty rating.
Going barefoot to school, uphill, both ways, out of 10. I found myself trapped in a dimly lit warehouse, with nothing but the sound of my own breathing to keep me company. Peering through the window, I caught a glimpse of the hulking guards patrolling outside, their watchful eyes scanning for any sign of trouble. But trouble was exactly what they're about to get, because I wasn't about to go down without a fight. With a steady hand and a heart full of determination, I slipped out of the shadows and into the fray, ready to take on these goons with everything I had. It was time to show them that I was nobody's punching bag, and I wouldn't rest until I'd taken every last one of them down. Oh, God. That's enough of that. More importantly, we get to start with some proper guns, a silenced Luger and a sniper rifle. Lovely. This will hopefully make this a much easier ride after the gauntlet of Siberia. Clear out the gangsters in the shipping yard and head to the far side of the barge to cop some armour. We need to be trying to save ammo wherever we can. The boss of this stage is a right bullet sponge, and if it comes down to fisticuffs, we will just lose. Take out O'Leary's hooch as you come across it throughout the level. Just add a small hole to water the nearby plants. You can get a nice, easy headshot on this fella through the window to start the next encounter off nicely. Head downstairs to Dempsey Roll and KO the braggarts and leave them to push daisies. Out on the street's a payphone, answer it, and then when you head through the street, a car travelling slower than my nan on a Zimmer frame will trundle past. Sink 6 or 7 Luger shots into it until it explodes. From there, have a chat with Marco. Then head to O'Leary's for a proper shootout. Some goons will show up and just start blasting. The poor bar staff get shot all the time, but they really are quite resilient to lead implants. After that kerfuffle, head back outside to Marco and he'll proceed to take the most roundabout nonsense path back to his house possible. Why he walks past his house, which is here, to go in is beyond me. Also, can we take some time to appreciate how casual the general population of Chicago are here? Just strolling home without a care in the world whilst bullets are whizzing overhead. Regardless of that, he'll then give you some TNT. Now, we need to head across the street, go up to the top of the apartment building, bumping off anyone that's in our way, and then use the TNT on the safe. Grab the members card and Mark will let you know that we've been ambushed. Here, head back downstairs and nobble the snipers who've taken up position in the street on the ground floor. Follow the path to the right and prepare for a shooting gallery, where we're the target. Baddies pop up left and right in the windows. After we've forced them to step down, we can get through the gate for the checkpoint. Head into the restaurant, and out back there's a path down to the secret club behind. Have a quick shootout with a pair of enforcers, grab the armour on the floor and cross the threshold into the final areas. When you get into this red area, there will be a lad with a Tommy gun. Your best bet's to peek and shoot him a few times to minimise damage. When you see this entrance hall, carefully approach. Just before you trigger the boss, creep forwards and score a headshot on the made man to the left. Now it's time for Fat Tony. We'll be hiding at the back of the room using stop and pop strategies to score hits without being hit. If you've been conservative enough with your ammo throughout, you should be fine using both the Luger and the sniper rifle. But again, if you run out of ammo and haven't got enough, it might require a full level reset to try again. We need to draw him out and down the stairs towards us, preferably until he's off the stairs entirely. This is because when he dies he'll drop the time crystal, and if he's in the middle of the floor, that's actually where the portal will spawn. This lets us get a quick and easy exit, avoiding needing to deal with any of the splitters that spawn from it.
Time spent to complete level.
1 hour, 24 minutes.
Difficulty rating.
Bean counting with the Luger out of 10. Notre Dame. It's time to guide a Wish.com Harley Quinn through this iconic Gothic cathedral. We're blessed to have a shotgun, which will make everything easier. But with zombies being our main enemy, it's time to go back to decapitation via knuckle duster as much as possible. We can just make our way up from the sewers into this wine storage room, bopping baddies as we go. After crossing the floor, the back wall will explode, letting in some hot-headed fellas. Knock everyone else's block off, and now shotgun the fireboys if needed. Heading into the next room, multiple decaying corpses will spawn in. It's time to protect the fair maidens. Stop anyone getting near to the first maiden and release her. Let's find out where she goes. Ah, she waits down here to be rescued later. Interesting. Now head around the room to the other side where 2 maidens are being attacked simultaneously. After one of my failed attempts, I head back downstairs to see if the maiden was still there. And no, she's gone. So chat had fun with that one, and I was officially maidenless for the rest of the stream. Then restarting, I managed to save both of them, but this one was a mimic maiden all along. Blimey. Anyway, let's release the other one. And here, I messed around for ages. I tried to shoot the locks earlier, but it just looked like you couldn't, and as the game said, this door is locked. So I assumed that there'd be a key somewhere. But no, I just needed to try shooting it again, and this time I was aimed correctly. Onwards! In the main cathedral, we're greeted by our first adversaries with a gun in this mission. Take them out however you want and grab the time crystal. The last maiden is overhead. We will rescue her later. As I head up these stairs, there's this poor fella who just forgot how to deal with a spiral staircase. He just sat there spinning until I put him out of his misery. Yank the bell pull to free the maiden and speed your way back to protect her. Quasimodo shows up and helps out. But by helping out, what I really mean is do everything, letting us put our feet up and have a nice cuppa while we wait. Once again, I'm left maidenless by the hunchback. We can head back upstairs to fight this eldritch monstrosity, the portal demon, and he is pretty lackluster. All he does is repeatedly cast magic missile for 1d4 plus 1 damage, strafe around him and get pot shots off at his noggin. Keep an eye on the reanimated around you and get them out of the way via shotgun medicine. After a couple of minutes, the big fella should be down and we can head to the roof. Clear out the Boney M support act and head further around until you reach Jacques de la Morte. He again can't do a whole heap. Just unload both barrels into him until he graciously dies of lead poisoning. Then make a beeline for the exit to the level.
Time spent to complete level.
35 minutes.
Difficulty rating.
A brisk stroll with a maiden out of 10. The game has thrown us a couple of bones. We've had 2 levels where we start with a weapon. But not now. Back into the meat grinder we go. We'll need to start by dropping down into the hole, knocking out all these green slime balls we come across. Fortunately, they're mostly equipped with the sci-fi handgun. Yes, that's its actual name. This is a little easier to dodge than the regular firearms. Keep heading forwards until this drop down. We will fight them on the beaches and never surrender. Be aware they can sneak around the side and smack you from behind. Keep blasting until you run out of ammo, then head to the other turret to repel the attack. Follow the path around and completely ignore these blood-sucking fly things and punch out anyone who stands in your way. Now we reach the UFO. This is where things start to get a little tricky. We have nowhere to drag the Martians back to so we can feed them a knuckle sarnie. However, I found that both turrets on the UFO target both us and them. So, keep running in circles around the UFO, and when they stop to shoot at us, the turrets will do our job for us. Eventually, a set of Blue Man Group body doubles will spill from a teleporter. That's our chance to sneak on board the ship. A couple of the Uggo red fellas might hop inside with you, take them down a peg or two if they do. Head to the outer circle and look through this camera, deactivate everything there and drop down the hole to the next checkpoint. That was tough. But fortunately, it only gets more difficult from here. Now, if you have any less than half health, just restart. You won't get through this gauntlet without that amount of health to run past enemies. In this initial underground section, we want to lay the smackdown on as many fellas as we can, just to keep these under tunnels safe. Then head for the armour pickup. Do not forget it. And now we run. Just keep running as much as possible. Dash past everyone else, head up this subtly hidden ramp to the overhead walkways, and follow this path until you reach the mechanical base. Head into the gunner's seat and take down all the UFOs. Once that's polished off, head back the way you came down the elevator and into the new door that's opened up. Again, keep running as much as possible. If an alien invader blocks your path, take them out, but jiggle to avoid being hit from behind. It's close now. Carry on following the path down into this open area and dart for the teleporter on the left. Now we're in another UFO. Be careful of the invisible splitters. Get to the outer ring, grab the time crystal and go back to the centre to hit the portal and... we're out safe. Whew, that was a tough one. Short, but violent.
Time spent to complete level.
1 hour, 35 minutes.
Difficulty rating.
A rocky training montage out of 10. Neo Tokyo. This is where as a child I'd get all confused and die repeatedly because I couldn't fathom how stealth would work in first person. We start without a weapon here as well, so it's time to yet again fist everyone to death. Instead of doing all that creeping behind malarkey, drop off here after the train goes and use the system uplink to see the camera vision cones. Grab this armour in the shop window and hole up in this corner here. When the police car flies by, pop out to keep an eye on when the hacker walks into the alleyway. Follow them into the storm drain, and when they walk through the gate, wait for their accomplice to walk with them and head into the small security room on the left. From here, watch the screen until you see them type in their password. Head down the path and give the clawboy a swift hook from behind and slap in the password to the unguarded laptop. Checkpoint. Now the real fun begins. We'll need to wait here for the first beefcake lady to walk to the corner and turn away. Head up and knock her out. Then head to the room directly in front and try to get a crit on the guard there. Ignore the armour for now, but do grab the digital camera and the astral undercart. If the second guard saw you, door camp for a friend to pop over and say hello before the fists fly. Otherwise, head through and smash her from behind. Use the camera to take photos of the time splitter in a compromised position and snap some pictures of the plans they have on the wall or desk and head back to the room with the armour. Upload the plan to the PC and, I can't stress this enough, bolt for the room with the time splitter and turn off the machine. Dodge being seen by the gun camera and head to the armour room yet again to wait for anyone who dare set foot in your domain. By this point, you probably will need the armour, so go ahead and pick it up. Make our way back through the lair and utilise every corner to your advantage. In the following areas, we're up against a whole set of P90s. Pop out, aggro someone and drag them back to a safe corner to dispatch and move on. This will continue all the way back until you reach the ramp up to the street level. This is where it starts to get a little dicey. Pop your head over the parapet and head back underground. When the grenade explodes, head up and knuckle dust to the gunman on the right. There will be a second gunner who approaches, take him out too and then head back down to the sewers and drag the last gunman all the way back to the security building. Now we can head up safely. Aggro the next combatant to the corner and take her out. Now we need to run out into open fire. It's dangerous, but with some luck you can do it. Run to this block until the P90 wielder shows up and hide behind the concrete. Hope she quickly approaches so the popo don't manage to get any hits off on you, and then take out her and the coppers and hide behind the block again for the second SMG wielding maniac. Once she's been given the concrete treatment, make a mad dash for the shopping area to meet the boss, a woman with a Cornish pasty on her head. Take her out, get behind her and rabbit punch her until she stops moving. Quickly grab the time crystal and keep running, the portal is close. Just hope you have enough health to tank everything that you can't dodge, duke the final two policemen and dive for the portal. That was a very tense final stretch. We're finally over the halfway mark.
Time spent to complete level.
2 hours 26.
Difficulty rating.
Forgetting your spouse's birthday for the second time out of 10. We're dropped off right into the action, but this time we have our trusty revolver to keep us out of trouble. This opening section's fairly chilled out, stroll about, take down posters, and bump off anyone who gets in our way. Have an explore until you find the jail. There is a chest here with some gunpowder in it. Now, I ended up taking a huge amount of time not figuring out this puzzle. At the back of the jail is a cart full of dynamite. It was fairly obvious to push it towards the wall to blow it up. I also figured out very quickly I'd need to leave a trail of gunpowder to go somewhere, but this is where I became a complete idiot and got stuck. At first I assumed I could just shoot the gunpowder to ignite it, but no, that didn't work. Then I thought I'd need to find one of those old school detonation plungers somewhere to trigger it, but no, there wasn't one. I at one point tried to shoot the lamps above head in the jail, thinking that they might catch fire or something, but again, that didn't work. So I started trawling through the level for something that I'd missed until yet again, someone in chat said I had to shoot the lamp, and yet again the game scammed me of the correct solution. Now that Ramona's free, we've got to follow her and keep her safe before we're sent off to the mine to fight the Colonel. Taking out everyone in your way, swing by this burning building, shoot out their large water tanks to rescue the buxom cowgirl. If you're low, there is an armour pickup in this area before you move on to the mines proper. You will notice the minecart won't go down the tracks and there's no way to change the points. Yet. So, press forwards through the tunnel. Take out the couple of cowboys attacking you and move towards the hut on the far side of the clearing. Here you should be able to easily stun lock the Colonel, sending him for a dirt nap. A bunch of his henchmen should be reaching you by now, so let those bullets fly and take them off the job market. Again, there is another armour set in the lower down house if you need, but to advance, pull the lever in the Colonel's digs to adjust the track points and push the cart all the way back to the blocked off mine entrance. Follow it through the hole that it's now left and grab the time crystal. There's nothing left to do now but dart for the time portal. Dodge the splitter that spawns and you're off scot-free.
Time spent to complete level.
40 minutes.
Difficulty rating.
Going to the shop with a shopping list out of 10. Into the next level. We don't have any guns, but it shouldn't be too bad, right? Oh dear, it's time to brace myself for the pain. Oh god, the pain. So as we start, head to the next room, grab the system uplink and head through the door. Hug the right hand side not to be seen by the camera and run up to the guard ahead and take him out. Then swing round and subdue the second. Walk towards the scientist so he'll deactivate one of the bombs. If he doesn't immediately go, you know that there is another guard coming. Head back towards where you came, and this is very important. Take out this Kill Bill knockoff without setting off an alarm. Head through the next corridor with all these boxes. Here you'll need to take out everyone as you go, while being as fast as possible without taking much damage. It's tricky, but you can use the enemy that you punch in to act as a meat shield for the other gunners. When you exit the corridor, head right and go through the slow door that lifts up. This section is really difficult. You need to wait a little bit for the guards to aggro onto the scientist. You can then get easy backstabs, but you also need to not let them kill him. And you can't get hit too much by either of the 6 guards, or the spinning gun turret at the end of the corridor, as that will spoil your day. Get the scientist to deactivate the bomb, sneak past the turret and sprint up the stairs to activate the checkpoint. Now if that seemed relatively short and simple, that's right. It was short. This level takes about 12 minutes to complete with this challenge, and that section took us 2 minutes. But we're still under time pressure, so we need as much time left as possible. We also need to have as much health left as possible. My first attempt, I got to the checkpoint with 3.5 minutes left on the clock, and about 1/3 of my health. That was just a little too tight time-wise, so I tried all over again. This time I managed to get there with 4 minutes 22 on the clock, which is much better, but I only had 1/6 of my health. What I really needed was to be super fast and have plenty of health. So after about an hour of grinding it out, we managed to hit the checkpoint with 4 minutes 36 on the clock, the best yet, and about half health. Perfect. That'll set us up well for the seemingly insurmountable challenges ahead. After we restart the checkpoint, head under the stairs to grab the remote mines. We'll only have 20 for the rest of the level. Turn off the valve, head upstairs and haymaker the 2 fellas there and send them to sleep. Grab the fire extinguisher, put out the fire and equip the bombs ready for the door opening. Head out and dodge as much as possible. Launch a bomb up onto the roof of the container ahead to take out the troublesome fellow and his mate in the container. Inside is our first armour pickup. This next section of corridors and the following room are most definitely the most difficult part of the whole run. The general strategy is to bait soldiers to corners to take them out. However, we are still under time pressure and we don't have a hugely efficient way to deal with them. Use bombs where needed, but it's tough. There's also this section here where you'll get shot in the back by guards that spawn when the container door opens. That initially seemed to be a roadblock for the run, but the explosions do go through walls. You can attach a bomb to the rear of the container, wait for the door to drop, and then you can deal with the problem via explosive remediation. Slowly make your way back until you reach this joystick that allows us to pick up the bomb and dump it. You are likely to get shot in the back here, so do be careful. When you exit this room, make your way to the turret and get around it without being shot at from above and the side. Hopefully explode the 2 blighters and slap explosives onto either side of this container like this. When the door drops, again, treat problems with explosives. If, at this point, you have less than 5 mines, just restart. If you have less than 1/6 of your health left without armour, just restart. If you have less than a minute on the clock, just restart. This next room can be a nightmare if you're not careful or lucky. Put out the fire and head through the large door. Head left and hug the left hand side wall. From here you should be able to sprint and stealth knock out both the immediate guards that you can see on ground level, then swing past the scientists to activate them, and knock out this sneaky chappie in the container. Then go ahead and grab the armour in the other container. From here you want to open the next big door and head left. Sneak close to the wall and knock out the 2 guards in yellow. When you get to the second one on the gantry, double back and hide behind this wall or the 2 blue boxes and wait for the man in black to walk towards you, and when he faces away, head up and knock him out. Then we can go up the gantry and have a chat to the scientists. And we can breathe a sigh of relief. The time limit is over. Oof, but we're not out of the woods yet. Not even close. This is the section that killed me the most. I could get some deep runs, I just couldn't cross this pipe into the control room. I either straight up died or got knocked off by one of the snipers. This is it. This is as far as we go. It's been fun, but I think we'll need to use the sniper rifle just to get rid of these guards, meaning we'll have to use 3 shots of a gun that we picked up. This was the lowest point I've had so far. I just couldn't think of a way to get around without needing to shoot those snipers. Kind of felt like giving up. Oh, hang on. What's this message on Discord? Well, this changes everything. It turns out you can completely nullify knockback if you equip the double Lugers, hold the aim button and then switch left to the sniper rifle. Now if this classes as using a gun or pickup, I'll leave that to you. But I will class it as switching back to punching very slowly in a peculiar way that just so happens to let me finish the challenge. Not that it's now free or easy, we still need to have enough health to tank the sniper damage, but it should be possible. Head over, KO the guard, open the door and head inside the burning corridor. Hug the left hand wall to not get spotted by the turret. Head in the main control room, deactivate the lasers and then open the door to deal with the 2 assailants in front of us and drop down. Take a deep breath. Almost there. Remember me saying you'd need some extra mines? Here is where we use them. Drop 2 on the floor here and head through the corridor. When you see the assassins in black turn around and head back, they'll all huddle at this corner. Blow them to smithereens. Then head to the main reactor area. As soon as the boss health bar shows up, turn around again and throw your last remaining bombs on Kalos and be quick about it. Scourge and Reaper Splitters will be hot on your tail and you need to dodge their attacks. Don't kite them around the container area like I did. Head up to the gantry-way where the bomb was, then drop off when they get close and head back to the reactor. Then, as quickly as you can, pull all 3 levers and open the portal. I think live Rando shows this best.
Ah! No! Come on! Come on! Here we go! Yes! Ah! Oh! Yes!
Time spent to complete level.
5 hours, 19 minutes!
Difficulty rating.
Your granddad's school experience out of 10. I think I need a short lie down. We have weaponry, a pistol, which is brilliant. But unfortunately, we have no whip, which is a shame. Pushing forwards through the bush, we come up against some of the locals. Now they carry crossbows, a very useful weapon. And there are no more Luger bullets throughout the entire mission. I wasn't sure if a crossbow should be classed as a gun or not, or if I could use it for this challenge. So I asked you, the viewers. Unfortunately, you came out clutch, letting me absolutely demolish my way through this stage. You will come up against these tree golems, just set your crossbow on fire and send them up in smoke. You can do the same thing for the hornets' nests as well. Everything goes fairly swell until you reach this area with the spinning columns. Take out the monkeys that throw exploding watermelons. It's not a difficult puzzle, just rather slow. You need to make it so all the pictures face the same picture. After a bit of finagling, follow the path that's now open over the bridge. Pull the lever and again track through the now open path. This section is a blur. As I watch the footage back, even now, I get lost. All you need to do is find a hole in the floor near the starting area, but I always got mildly mixed up and ended up back where I was anyway. Regardless, drop down and we reach the checkpoint. From here, it's a fairly straight shot. We have the armament to go on the offensive and relax a little after the stress of the previous level. Follow the path downstairs until you see the time crystal in the distance disappearing down through the structure. Nobble everyone in our way and head down to chase it. In this large room with the monkeys on pillars and wooden trapdoors, we need to be a little wary. Take out the monkeys, then it's a case of baiting the golems to stand on the wooden platforms before we trigger the switch to drop them to their doom. Make your way around the whole of this upper floor and turn all the golems into rock piles. There then is a second path down. Try to avoid the obvious spike traps as best you can and walk onto the obvious bridge trap. We will be stuck here. Take out all the skulls when they turn red and discombobulate both guardsmen who approach. Head down the stairs dealing with the tribesmen on your way past to the large golden altar. Now normally we can grab the crystal, pick up the grenade launcher and go to town on these golems. But that isn't allowed. So we've got to aggro all of them and slowly drag them all the way back upstairs to the room with the pits in and send each and every one down there instead. It's fairly easy to do. What is, however, a little bit terrifying is the wall spike traps. On our way back down, some splitters will spawn and they might be able to hit us. Head down, hope for the best and jump into the portal.
Time spent to complete level.
43 minutes.
Difficulty rating.
Making a cup of coffee when bleary-eyed first thing in the morning, out of 10. We have a couple of weapons to start, a sci-fi handgun that ricochets everywhere and does just as much damage to ourselves as it does to the bots around us, but we are blessed with the glorious plasma rifle. Make our way through this room with all the deactivated bots. You can hide behind this box, let the laser pass and head to the next room. Use the camera to take out the green force field and flip the switch out for extending the bridge. Make our way back through the gauntlet of Terminators until we reach this room. Take out the mobile robots and pop some lasers into the turrets. Head out to the train station and drop a plasma grenade on these big beefy botty boys. Take out the turrets in the next room and head through. Get a plasma grenade on Lex Luthor over there and then head out and take out the T-800s that will spawn in front of us. Head up the stairs, taking out the turret and the soon to be scrap metal in your way, and follow the passage around. You will see this kamikaze shell. Just shoot it from afar so it harmlessly explodes. In the downstairs room there are two large bipedal robots. Try to pop out and land plasma grenades on them without taking any damage. These spinning orange things are our goal. In the next room there is a laser tool. We can use that on the spinning orange thing to make it explode. Now I did try using the grenades, rifle and pistol to destroy it, but it didn't work. Now I'm not sure if using the laser tool only as a tool should count against the validity of the run. So please let me know what you think, but as far as I was concerned, I was fine with the fire extinguisher, so why not this? I, however, won't be using it as a weapon, just in case. Use the Electro tool on the energy node and take out the respawning baddies to make your way to this flyover bridge. This is where some turrets will turn into a massive spider bot and trundle at you. Lovely. Just aim for the head, it does massive damage and you can take them out fairly quickly. Head forwards and grasp hold of the phallic joystick. Send the camera off on an adventure to destroy the next energy nodes. Take out all the kamikaze flying bombs in the following corridor and head through to trigger the checkpoint. Nice. Pop out and trigger the spider bot, then go to the camera and let it do our dirty work for us. Also, leave it pointing towards the doorway. This will come in useful later. There will be a long fella at the door, just take him out and move through to the next area. You'll need to do some door fighting to get past. Pop the bot on the first floor to activate yet another spider bot. By this point you should be quite adept at dealing with their volleys. Head upstairs, activate the crane and take out the power cell. A bunch of Robot Wars contenders will show up, but be the house robot and sweep them away. As you round the corner, activate the green terminal. That will bring the last energy cell to a location you can hit. If you run out of laser tool juice like me, just head back and grab some more. Now we need to clear out all of the badniks on this bridge area. A load of low-level robots will spawn an attack. You can take them out in this corridor section. Alternatively, head back to the circular chamber and use the overhead camera to do all of the hard work for you. Then head back to the bridge section. All of the lanky chaps will make their way towards you very slowly. I found that I could decommission them here without them shooting or taking any damage. Then it's a case of mopping up the arachnotrons and picking up this additional armour, just in case, and heading over the top gantryway into the boss room. Unfortunately, you do need to step inside the room to activate the machinist, and you can't kill him from here. But the fight in of itself is self-explanatory. Keep shooting on the central pod, make life bar go down, keep moving to dodge stuff, occasionally you'll send a minion after you, just quickly factory reset them, and turn your attention back to the boss, and you're done. Head through the door, up the ramp, grab the time crystal, avoid the invisible teleporting time splitters, and make your way back downstairs and into the time portal. That was tough-ish, but fun.
Time spent to complete level.
1 hour, 22 minutes.
Difficulty rating.
Going paintballing with your mates, but you're fat and out of shape. Out of 10. Space Station. The final level, we're here. And this one is a little bit easier than what we've had to deal with as up until now. I mean, we have a plasma rifle and enough ammo to take out a small town in the Midlands. Grab the time crystal, drop off the platform and hit some of the glowing terminals to start the self-destruct sequence. Head to the central chamber again and through the doors that lead to the bridge. Take out the Reaver splitters and head down the elevator. Shoot absolutely anything that moves. After the elevator, head right to grab an environmental suit, then double back and keep going until you're outside to reach the turret section. Blow up all of the Time Splitter aircraft and head back inside. Now head through the halls until you get to this elevator. Try to take out the turret if you can, and press this really not obvious switch to bring the elevator up, killing absolutely anything that spawns and gets in your way. Head down into the hangar and into the open bay of the Pelican spaceship, and we're done. The credits roll and we've completed the game.
Time spent to complete level.
15 minutes.
Difficulty rating.
Pulling a sickie and watching Judge Judy on the sofa. Out of 10. But where does this stack up against all of the other challenges I've done so far? Tenchu, Wrath of Heaven without jumping, that was fun, with occasional bits of frustration, and it sits nicely at, hey, not too rough. Ape Escape 2, Minimum Gadget. This was a very spiky game, difficulty-wise. Although the vast majority of the game was as intended and very easy, there were a couple of sections that genuinely had me losing my marbles. So it yo-yoed between Nightmare and I'm Not Too Young to Die. It's got to be put into Hurt Me Plenty. Now, MGS1 without guns. Definitely the easier of the two Metal Gear games. It just wasn't as difficult as I thought it might be. So this will also sit in Hurt Me Plenty. After the initial difficulty spike and a couple of tricky bosses, it just wasn't the ball buster I thought it was going to be. Metal Gear 2 without a tranquilizer. Ooh, that was a doozy. We had some solid strats and there were a few grueling challenges. The bosses in particular were very challenging, so this will be the first game in Ultraviolence. And now on to TimeSplitter. It is hard, yes, so I can't put it below Hurt Me Plenty. Atom Smasher was 5 hours of pain, and solidly in Nightmare territory. I think if I'd managed to complete this on hard, it'd be Nightmare tier for sure, but with what we had, it's currently on top of Ultraviolence. Going forwards, I will be streaming the initial gameplay of the games I'm going to be running, so join me if you want to have an idea of what's coming next. See you all later. Good night.
Snake, what's up? Why are you naked? But without a shirt on, your camouflage sucks, and your stamina goes down faster. You don't get any advantages whatsoever.
Is there a way to take off my pants?
Say what? Oh, hell no. This Fox unit is a nut fest.
24 hours, over 400 failures, 40 broken legs. This is the story of Metal Gear Solid 3. Without camouflage, without the tranquilizer gun, without any kills, all on the hardest difficulty possible. 3, 2, 1, let's go. The Virtuous mission is very much the training wheels, nothing too difficult is thrown at us just yet. We've got some time to get used to the extended sight lines and the ease with which these GRU soldiers will spot us. On European Extreme, every single time we get spotted is a game over, and with our distinct lack of camo, that only exacerbates the issue. We've crashed into the jungle of Selino Yarsk. Quickly nip up the tree, grab our backpack and take off those disgusting clothes and venture forth. Dash through the swamp, go from raised area to raised area, and do not drown like the USA's greatest Street Fighter player.
Snake, you make it, come on. It's right there. Snake! Oh my god.
And head to Dramuchage North. This is our first encounter with the enemy. Here, we can actually use the long sight lines and how much we stick out to attract the attention of the first trooper. Then dip to the right behind this tree and wait for him to pass and hip throw the poor fellow before moving on. Make a beeline forwards and slam the second operative, letting you sneak behind the third to head to Dolino Vodno. Head straight down the slope and slam the patrolman. Make your way onto the bridge, go about a third of the way across and then hang off the edge and shimmy across. Surprisingly, the two chatterboxes ahead have no idea you're doing this, regardless of how much you shake the bridge. When they've passed in front, pull up and check around the next corner. Hip throw your next victim and head through the load screen to Razvet. We now need to reach the room with Sokolov. This is a little more tricky. Many assailants are in this area. So head for the wall ahead and let the first soldier turn to the right. Now make a dart for this tree, attracting the unfortunate soul ahead of us. Use the tree to block line of sight and using the D-pad to move, silently duking around the tree and lay the smack down on him. Next, take a few paces forwards and try to grab the attention of the watchguard who's overhead at the stairs. When he turns around to go and follow us, sprint to the red brick wall and wait for him to pass. Now head into the ruins and hide behind this piece of brickwork. You'll need to wait for both the combatant through the window and the fella that's up the step to face away before you nip up and give him the good old 1-2 and go to greet Sokolov. Cool video game things happen, but the long and short is...
About to go fight. I'll post a video after. Got my ass beat, bro. I'm not posting that shit.
Heal on up on the sandy shores and head back to HQ with your tail between your legs. Now it's time for the game to begin proper. Operation Snake Eater. We again get dropped in wearing clothes. What kind of absolute lunatic would want to wear clothes at night in the jungle? Anyway, we show up, get clapped yet again by the boss. And now have to deal with a couple of inquisitive infantrymen coming towards us to investigate the explosion. Normally they trigger a caution when they reach the crash site, but we can do something about that and delay them. We can instead make them temporarily forget about the exploded drone by waving around to attract their attention, dip into the side and cross behind them when they walk past. Then take the path to the right and use this tree for cover and KO the would-be Call of Duty antagonist. You should now be able to make a break for the next area before any of the reinforcements get there. Now back in Dolina Vodno, the bridge calls for us, but this time we have an extra friend to deal with. Head to this corner and catch the gaze of the lookout below. As he crosses to walk up the hill, dive off into this bush and go for the bridge when there's an opening. Go all the way across and hang off. Drop catch this branch to snag some goodies. Wait for the hostile overhead to amble off before making your way around the cliff face. The Spetsnaz ahead will stroll down towards you. Just wait for him to turn away before laying him out for a short break and head through to Razvet. Explore around, grab everything you can. Do not forget the cardboard box and do not forget the AK. We're about to fight the Ocelots. I don't think I can stress this enough. This is the biggest difficulty spike in the whole game. We barely have any equipment we can use. Just some smokes, some stun grenades, and a box. With them also being on high alert, it's very easy to get spotted. So, get your bets in the comments now as to how many attempts this nonsense will take. After a couple of hours and a lot of sighing, we've got this strategy. Grab the thermal goggles from the locker and wedge yourself in this corner between the locker and the desk. Turn around and face the door. When it gets shot down, throw a stun grenade at the door frame, then let go of first person view and repress it to look up a little bit so you can line up a little bit higher and throw a second full throw. That should knock out all 4 of the Ocelots about to storm the room. Now we have the tedious process of knocking against the outside wall to bring the 2 separate Wildcat soldiers into the room and send them to see Sandman. You can speed this process up by knocking and alerting them 3 times, so then they'll run towards your location rather than take a gentle stroll. 4 left. Head to the trapdoor and crawl out behind this box. Head to the corner and use the original Snake Eater camera to keep tabs on the sniper overhead. When he walks away from you towards the south corner, head up the ladder. Then go to the centre of the roof and hide in the glorious cardboard box. The sight of your chiseled body will also intrigue a chap further down. Ignore him for now and wait for the sniper to move again. When he does, inflict the prone status condition. The numpty you alerted earlier will be right by the ladder. Super Mario onto his dome and move on. 2 left. Head to the fence and crawl backwards until you're here. Then get up to be crouching. That will force Balaclava Boris to walk towards us. Crawl behind the tree and get ready to crawl under the broken floor to intercept him as he passes. I'll need to explain a trick I'll be using throughout the rest of the run. If you run while holding a grenade after you pull the pin, for whatever reason, you'll have no footstep noise at all. Very useful indeed. Go ahead and flip him over. Now head through the ruins, get out your smoke grenades and line up here. Throw the smoke and dash through to topple the final gentleman. And done. Now, did you have your bets ready? No. How about 103 failed attempts? Go ahead and shake everyone down for loot and head through the gate. Now in the swamp, we want to head to the left. Climb the tree and head over for the croc cap. This item is vital and will come in clutch later. So, a lesser known mechanic of this game on European Extreme, if you take red damage, that is sustaining an injury, and you let it heal over time rather than just healing it fully in the cure menu, you actually get a tiny increase to your health bar. Now that is interesting for sure. But how can we receive red damage at this point in the run? Well, in a run like this, there are 2 separate ways. We either repeatedly blow ourselves up, or we can repeatedly break our legs off this fall.
What a thrill, with darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill.
That's a bit better. We've got a chunk more wiggle room to work with for now. Let's go. Head through Bolshaya Pass south, crawl under the electric fences. When you get to here by the tree, throw some food over the fence to keep both of the Dobermans busy. When they decide to go and sleep off the meal, climb the tree, drop down and take the path on the left. If you go towards the fence, you can alert both of the guys in green ahead so they'll walk all the way around the map to try and reach us. Roll through the hole in the fence, make your way through, avoiding the Wanderer on the high ground, and go through to Bolshaya Pass base. We'll need to explain another mechanical oddity that will be a very useful trick going forwards. If you throw one of your training buddies to the ground, then hold them up, they'll cover their head and shake in fear. Until the end of time. They are effectively dead, and the effect doesn't run out unless another of his friends picks him up. With that, let's do that. Turn this guy into a fleshy doormat, run behind the hind, circle around and grab this poor fool and hold him up. Leave him hidden from view behind this wall. Next, head for the armoury store and pick up all of the goodies you can. Sneak up the side of the mechanical stores and grab the wannabe chemist standing out front. Drag him inside and leave him there to reconsider his life's choices. You should be able to make your way out the food shack and stock up on top tier scran. This might alert someone, but make your way to the hind, leave some TNT there and loop back towards the ammo store and set off the TNT. Blowing this up should make our life easier much later when the helicopter is replaced by a couple of floaty fellas. When the reinforcements arrive, they should just run out in front of us, letting us sneak to the ravine. Now we need to face off against the gun-toting cowboy mustache twirler himself, Ocelot. We can't use the Mark 22 to take him down, so what should we do? Well, the answer is obvious. We repeatedly shoot him in the face with a normal pistol. He doesn't die after this fight, so it won't count as a kill on the end screen. The only thing we'll be missing is the animal's camo for any future New Game Plus runs. He doesn't pose any major threats, especially now we have the health to tank some hits from him. After just blasting him and some hornets a bit, we could just hop down into the ravine and carry on to the Pain Caves. After that excitement, we're dumped into this inky void. But no matter, stumble about until we've got the torch under the waterfall. There are two other important bits of kit we want. Number one, we'll need to grab the shotgun in this clearing. And number two, we need to grab the night vision goggles in this room with the circular drop down. Now we can go and face the Pain. The reason he's called the Pain is because he forces us to use the Tranq. There simply isn't any other way to inflict stamina damage. We could potentially use stun grenades, but we only have 3, and that isn't enough to take him out. I had a word, and apparently there is a strategy to get past using the fake death pill, but it only works on the lower difficulties, so we're out of luck. I thought it might be the case that we couldn't get past here, so if you consider the run a failure from now, that's fine. But let's carry on regardless and see how far we can get. Maybe we can keep the other restrictions intact. This histamine aficionado has a proper toolbox of attacks. He can throw bee nades, shoot a bee gun, wear bee armour, cover you in curry powder to attract the bees, and finally blast you with bullet bees to burrow briskly into Snake's bits. Ergo, a pain in the behind. The Tommy gun can be dodged by hiding in the water behind the platform. The grenade? Well, that can be stopped with a swift shotgun shell. The armour? Repeatedly treat with shotgun. The curry powder isn't too much to be worried by. Hop into the lake and swim to another podium. If you do end up getting covered by bees yourself, flail the left analog stick about until you're free. Now the red bullet bees, when you see them come out, stay underwater and out of sight. Sounds pretty easy. Well, yes, but no. It can be tricky to react to all his options as you're trying to take an opportunity to deal damage. Another thing to note, if you manage to shoot the grenade whilst it's very close to him and is in his armour, it'll explode it away, giving you a good opening. Keep at it and he will go down. Take your hornet camo and move on. In the next room you'll see some snakes. Pick up a couple of them using the mousetrap you should have gotten at the base. We'll need these later. Crawl over the mousetrap when you're done and move into the river. Remember me 5 minutes ago saying that the crocodile cap is needed? Well, here we go. Get underwater wearing it and the floaters above won't be able to see you at all as you swim through this river. Just pop up for air when you need and crack on until you've made your way all the way to the Ponozovier warehouse. I think this might be the most difficult stealth section of the game. Eventually I managed to find this slick looking strategy to get through. As you start, wear the croc cap and get underwater as fast as you can. Head to this corner of the jetty and wait for the landlubber to walk away. When he does, throw one of the snakes you caught onto the back wall. Now climb up and run to him, grab him and hold him up on the ground. Jump back into the water and swim over to the left hand side. Pull up in this corner, and whilst both of the lifeguards are investigating the downed man, sneak in the door behind him. Pretty swish, right? Well, it took a couple of attempts. In the warehouse, you're going to need to take everyone out. As you come out into the main area, knock on the wall and get behind the waist-high wall in front of the door. When the inquisitive fellow investigates, go ahead and grab him and hold him up. Dump him away from the corner. Wait for the next sentry to move away before again luring him by knocking. Again, let him doze off on the concrete, and again get knocking on the wall to lure the lookout, and yet again wait for him behind the waist-high wall and put him to bed. Now go up the stairs and knock next to the food storage room to lure the cheese custodian on the second floor. Hide in the box and grab him when he starts to walk away from you. Lay him down far away from the food storage room. Grab all the goodies, place some TNT and let it rip. None of the face down scaredy cats will do anything at all. Now, what's that? The title theme? Oh no, that means it's time for...
What a fear in my heart.
Now we need to get to Granny-Gorky, and these initial exterior walls are a nuisance. Or at least were a nuisance until I realised I was making it far too difficult for myself. And what I actually needed to do was just go left, crawl for a bit, and hide behind a tree. Yep, that's all. So all the malarkey I was trying to do with throwing food for dogs and luring their handlers about was all nonsense. Lovely. Once you get to this corner, you can crawl inside the walls here. Once you're inside, head between the two trucks. Lure the soldier over on the far side and double back behind them and sit in the cardboard box. When he's hidden from view, make a dash for the opposite side. Your animal magnetism will probably attract a follower along the way. When he turns away, give him a surprise hug. Let the patrolman cross to the left before you head across and nab all of the goodies in the ammo stores. Then you should be able to head to the lab proper. This is where normally the scientist outfit would come in useful, except we can't use it. And surprisingly, I made a revelation here. The scientist uniform is trash and dumb to use. The box is far superior. For a start, scientists just don't see you in the box at all and just make confused science man noises towards your general direction, and there aren't even many guards about anyway. I also found out that the box can block doors and stop people from coming through. That isn't useful, but it is interesting. When you enter this room with the walkway overhead, be careful. Try to go just inside and use the original Snake Eater camera to see where Boris the Bullet Dodger is. Lay him down and also try to stay underneath the walkway to not get spotted and head downstairs. Take out Ivan Drago's less impressive brother on the right and head into this supervisor's office to grab the SIG spray. Phew, a new weapon to be added to our arsenal. I'm not going to count it as a Tranq because, well, it still means we need to play the game in a different way. Also, we do need to get up close and personal with it. Yes, it does work out to be faster than holding them up on the ground, but it wears off. That's a fair trade-off if you ask me. Regardless, now we need to go to the next room. It has an officer and a scientist, but fortunately we can open the door, knock on the opposite side as it's closing, and dupe the NCO to the left and wait for him to walk out the door. Feel free to relieve him of duty, hop back in the box and trundle to the next room. The strat here is throw a magazine to the far right corner and run past all of the bemused scientists when the lieutenant walks to investigate. After a nice chat with Granin, oh look, a Jehuti model. And Ray! Blimey, the USSR's scientific advances are wild. Now we need to make our way back out of Granny-Gorky. The strat is to bump near the door in the box to fling it open and knock whilst it's closing. Grab the same lieutenant from earlier and lay him out. Make your way to the next room and slowly move behind the hapless tanky. And when he moves to the right, head through the door and wait as you open it. A Karl Marx enjoyer will be rounding the corner. Hang fire and wait for the coast to be clear before bumping him off. Head upstairs, grab the captain and throw down with him. Get back into the box and make your way to the door. The nice thing about someone initially being alarmed by the box is that you can unequip it as they get close and just grab them in CQC before they actually have a chance to do anything. I chose to exit by heading up to the first floor, holding people up as I went and diving over this railing to get to the outside section. Run up and use the tree to block line of sight with Comrade Constantine on the far side. When he turns away, run up and dispatch the closest one before slamming the second and crawling out of the walls. As you start, make a dash for the electric fence crawl space, and again use the tree to block line of sight. When the Cossack passes by, make a dash for it until Ivan the Terrible catches glimpse of you, and again, hide behind a tree. When the coast is clear, head into the traps laid by the Fear. This can be a tricky boss fight, with his stealth camo and unrelenting attacks flying all over the place. But well, at this point it's incredibly well known by the community. There is a unbelievably strong strat to take him out non-lethally. Throw down some rotten or poison food and dodge his attacks. It's far easier to keep track of him with the subsistence camera than it is the original one. If you're having issues, pop on the thermal goggles we picked up earlier to make this even easier. Just play the waiting game until his stamina's low and he's scurried around to eat. When he's on the ground, throw a stun grenade at him and blast the ever-living bejesus out of him with an AK. And job done. Stamina kill completed. Back into the warehouse we go. Head straight over the railing. One of the starving kulaks will be trying to pick out in the food storage room. Play him out and take all of the goodies. Now go all of the way down the stairs and grab this fellow to decommission him. Move back a little bit and launch some rotting food over the railing for the hall monitor up there to chow down on, and also some for the last fellow at the back of the room too. With them puking out their guts, it's time for...
But you're so supreme.
Now head through the previously locked door out into Svatogornij. I apologise to anyone who speaks Russian, by the way. I'm sure my pronunciation is in fact atrocious. Now we have a short outdoorsy section before heading in for the greatest sniper battle of all time. Make a straight shot for this rotting stump and KO the chap in your way. Leave him snoozing in the ditch and head up the ramp to here and head to the next section. It's time for the one and only, the eternal, the end. The first time you come up against the end, it's a tense, gruelling sniper battle, slipping in and out of cover, trying to find him across multiple maps. A fantastic and rather dramatic experience, one that I recommend everyone has a crack at. But as you get better at the game and learn more strategies, it gets easier and easier. Now at this point, we don't have a sniper rifle, nor will we be getting one. We have a cardboard box, thermal goggles, and funny looking cigars. If you make a break for it and try to get behind him by heading up the map and back into the original area, you can actually sneak up on the end. Now only use the D-pad to move when you can see him and are behind him. Approach slowly, and when you're on top of the poor old bugger, pull a pistol on him. He'll say, "I don't think so." Move the gun away and train it back on his head. He will again say, "I don't think so." Do this a third time and he'll relent and drop his camo. Nice. Now equip the sig spray, crouch down and puff it at him. It will do a lot of stamina damage. He'll drop a flashbang and run off, but no worries. Use the thermal goggles to follow his footsteps. Usually he'll leave the area and then head back via another entrance. Just keep following the path until you sneak up on him again. If you're trying to go a little bit faster, you can use the cardboard box to keep your max running speed as you go uphill. Rinse and repeat this until he's finally down and popped his clogs. Another boss down, let's go. If we loop back where we came, there's this optional area with a house. This is a rather useful area, not for any items we find there, but you'll see when we get there. Head back to Svatogornij West, run straight ahead and dive over the hidden tripwire in the grass and wait at this tree. When the AK wielder wanders past, grab him and let him know what for, then dash to the right into the house. Interestingly, this place is actually what was used as the demo level before the game released, and you can tell why. You can basically try anything in this area, from using hornets as a distraction to going guns blazing, or just slipping past everyone, but that's not what we're here to do. Run around the edge of the map and spin around here like a complete nutter to attract one of the nearby jobbers. Go ahead and hide behind this tree to wait for him and lay him out. Head around the back of the house, knock on this wall near the tree and use it for cover when he comes out to investigate. Leave him dazed and confused in the dirt, because it's now time again to...
I give my life, not for honor, but for you.
We're now getting pretty close to maxing out our health. This is good, and it'll stand us in good stead for the next boss, which I anticipate to be really quite difficult. But enough of getting ahead of ourselves. We now have a date with a rather long ladder. Krasnogorji Mountain, what a tricksy mistress you are. These next three areas are really quite difficult stealth sections, but after some trial and error, This is how we can get through. Go ahead and equip a box and head here. This will pull the Galukovich precursor to your location. Run back, and when you get back to the ramp, hang off the side of the mountain and shimmy to the left until he passes by. Pull up and leave him as far over to the right as you can. Now go back up and grab the attention of this little green man. Do the same thing and add him to our pile of discarded, terrified guards. Now you can make your way up and follow the left hand side. When you get an opening, KO this fella and move behind this rocky outcrop and dash up to the next area. Move forwards until the chap up top catches a glimpse of you and starts meandering down the mountain. When he turns his back on us, grab the goodies ahead and hide in this cubby hole. Grab him as he walks past and leave him in the naughty corner. Then move halfway up this hill and knock on the wall. When the reprobate shuffles down to investigate, dash up and grab him and dump him in this dark cave. We wouldn't want him to get sunburned now, would we? Now run up the mountain and head past the mounted guns. Head into the crawl space on the right and wait. When you see someone's feet go past, head up and carry on up the mountain. Wait at this corner for the guy in green to turn his back on you before letting him rest and get his vitamin D. Now the trickiest section. There are multiple hovering platforms about and a couple of sentries. Hide in this corner with the box and wait for the platform to turn away before advancing. When he's high up in the air, he'll struggle to see you, so make your way to this outpost. When the green goblin routines all sync up correctly, you should have an opportunity to head around the side, slam the commie enjoyer, and head to the next area. Ignore the helicopter here, it shouldn't be an issue. Check the top of the mountain until the armed camping enthusiast turns away. Swing up and KO this chap and head into the trench and polish off his mate down there. Now at these steps there is a crawl space. Head in and follow the path. When you emerge, there's another crawl space directly in front of you. Head in there and go up the mountain. Before you emerge for the second time, try to get eyes on the green-clad lad overhead. Nip out and leave him for dust. Grab the medical goodies and head into the trench. If you've timed it well, you should be able to slam this sod here and then head up to introduce his friend to the ground who's looking after the anti-aircraft guns. Now you can head up to the ruins and enjoy some snake time with Eva. Now we have everything in order, we can head back down the mountain, introduce this flamethrower guy to the floor and slide off the mountain here. That will attract a fellow to our location, lure him to this outpost, juke him around the side and head into the red door. This is the fight I was scared of. I hadn't got any tricks really. All I knew is that it'd be very hard, and I wouldn't have any way to deal any damage from range. So some fact finding is in order. I did know that if you rip his suit with a knife, it actually increases the non-lethal damage he takes, which would be a lifesaver and maybe make this possible. Except no, it doesn't work. It makes no difference to the melee damage we can do to him. Brilliant. This just got a whole heap harder. We can't judo throw him, but we can inflict damage by rolling into him. Quite a bit as well. So maybe it is doable. If we're struggling, we can use stun grenades, but we do only have 3 of them, so it's a last resort kind of thing. And with that, I jumped out of the frying pan and into the fire, and I died again and again and again and again. A couple of hours passed with some close calls, but no breakthroughs. So, to try and maximise my chance for success, you guessed it,
I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
I also had a look and found an old video from 12 years ago of someone doing this, which gave me a revelation. I've been going about this all wrong. I've been trying to sneak up on the Fury and get single hits and dipping out without him hitting me. I had found some success, but the length of time it meant I needed to be perfect was just too much. So instead of that, I can abuse the fire mechanics and the way that he moves and use it to my advantage. In the centre of the arena is a figure 8 section of geometry. Now, if you roll into him, he will flame you, but you're so close to a corner that you can hide behind it. Then he'll try to fly off. Now if you go ahead and hit him, you'll reset his AI, he'll try to flamethrower you again and then jet off. Just equip the cardboard box if you do catch fire and keep it up. You can keep him in this loop until you beat him. This is made much easier if you either have some extra health to tank damage or some life medicine just in case. But he is down and it only took us 36 attempts and 3 hours. Now we are in Groznygrad. Make your way up and around these containers. There's no real crossing paths for any of the guards, so hug the outside and dispatch the 2 unwilling combatants that get in your way before nipping into the red door and head to the northeast quadrant. Run ahead, grab this fellow and dump him behind the concrete building. That will have alerted an inquisitive Ivan a little further down. When he turns around, grab him and leave him in the open. Move forwards and just past the barrels to attract your next victim on the right. When he sees his terrified friend and walks past, grab him and leave him to his fate. Now it's just a case of waiting for an opening with the bored mechanic on the left and running for the red door straight ahead. Now inside the lab, head left and hug the right hand wall. There will be a blind guard who walks past, just stalk forwards as he emerges. Now head up the stairs and wait in this office room for Rykov to come to us. Yep, he does all the hard work for us. When he heads past, grab the beautiful blonde man and stuff him in the locker. Now head to the back of the locker room and through the door next to this poster, as we are very close to max health. What's one more for old time's sake? Now heading through into the next room, the game wants us to wear Rykov's uniform, but if at all possible, I would like to avoid having to do so, and so we tried everything I could think of. Number 1, knocking out the guards. The door locked, and we can't get through. I tried using a fake death pill to try and clip through the door, didn't work. I tried using TNT to blow myself through, nothing worked. So unfortunately, I'll need to very briefly don the Rykov uniform, just to get through this door. It's a shame, but it is only very temporary. Now Snake gets the stuffing beat out of him by Volgin. To be fair, he is doing it for wearing Rykov's uniform, which is justified. Regardless, we'll get our chance to return the favour later. We also lose an eye, which is a minor inconvenience to Snake it seems. Now in the torture cell, grab your trusty fork and hack out the fake death pill and the transmitter. Then throw all the food we get back to the man, the myth, the legend, Johnny Sasaki. He will in return give us our cigarettes, and flash the codec code to open the door. After he next walks past, use the cigar on him and open the door. There isn't anything useful here unless you want the camera, just head out into the cold. Now this next section is a bit messy. I got mildly lost and ran about all over the place, but this is the path I took. I'm sure there's a much better option. Head forwards and wait for the oblivious officer to emerge. We can't seem to do any CQC, so just punch him out repeatedly or use the sig spray. Now head around the back of this building, grabbing the cardboard box and knock out the sewage security expert and head into the tunnel underneath. Get out the fork to eat some rats as meals on wheels as you're crawling through. Follow the crawl space all the way to the end and head up to this corner. When the latrine safety officer moves away, cross the walkway and dodge the searchlight, heading into the red door directly in front of you. Now turn around and head back through the door into Groznygrad northeast. Dart for the man behind the metal crate and sig spray him. Then expose your Adonis body to the man walking through the corridor ahead and dip back to the side. He'll get distracted and walk off, giving you a chance to head down into the southeast crawl space. Then turn back around to reset the guards. Now it should be a straight shot to the northwest quadrant. Wait at the side of this tank for the 2 skiving jobbers to walk away. Run up and sig spray them both. Then sig spray this fella on the right, bounce back to the last defender on the left, loop around and leave a wide berth for the doggy and crawl under into the sewers. Grab the life medicine and hoof it. Keep running, go into crawl spaces when you get stuck. Do not let the dogs catch you and keep using the shoelace express. At the end of the tunnel, Ocelot catches you and oh dear, time to jump and embrace death. This is the easiest boss in the whole game. You don't really have any way to mess it up. It is, however, the most tense. This is the only point in the game where we can find out if we've accidentally bumped someone off. We only want to see the bosses that we've fought and no one else. Otherwise, it's a full run reset. The pain, the fear, the end, the fury. Ooh, we can breathe easily and carry on to touch the ghostly fella himself. Revive ourselves and get a swish new camo that we won't use. Head through the greenery and head behind the waterfall for a rendezvous with Eva. But unfortunately she gets wet again before it can get too steamy.
You're gonna get wet again.
Change back out of those disgusting, rancid, vile garments and head through the long corridor and up this ladder to re-emerge into Groznygrad. Head behind this vehicle and lure the eagle-eyed tanky towards us, and when we're covered by the jeep, make a break for the red door to the southwest quadrant. Don't do what I did and get confused by which jeep we need to get in with box B to go straight to the weapons lab. Head back through the door to the northwest and run about to get one of Volgin's Venga boys to investigate. Grab him roughly from behind and leave him face down ready to meet his maker. Head left and make a straight dash for the truck ahead and equip box B. The nearby quartermaster will notice us and take us directly to the weapons hangar, completely ignoring the 90 kilo weight inside. Now we need to work our way around this large weapons hangar. There are plenty of ways to do it, but this is what I went for. Dash up this hill until Vladimir Gluten sees you and investigates. Just before he reaches you, unequip the box and grab him. The engineers react to you in a box in the same way that the scientists do, so use that to your advantage. After placing C3 number 1, head down to the bottom of the next ramp and pull the same trick on Soda Popinski. Then you can head away and place the second C3. This next bit is a little tricky. Head around the outside and try to wrangle the camera so you can see, and when you get a chance, head up and let him have a short nap. Then place the next C3. You should now have a clear shot to head up the stairs ahead and place the final plastic explosive. Oh yeah, it's time for revenge. The big lump himself wants to throw hands, and throw hands we will by repeatedly introducing him to the concrete. We can actually get an extra hit off every time we slam him by rolling over his limp body, and honestly, that's the strat. We don't need anything else. One thing I would recommend is trying to kite him to the centre of the room so he doesn't go back and recharge his batteries that often. It can also be a little tricky knowing when you can slam him, but generally speaking, when he isn't covered in electricity after an attack, he's good to grab. He also leaves himself open for a good smash after he does this kick attack in his combo. You can dive roll over these floor attacks that he does. Also make sure you crouch under this attack when he charges it up. It will straight up delete your life otherwise. After you've given him a good hiding, grab the Cold War camo. Not that we'll use it all, but still. It's time for the bombastic motorcycle escape sequence, and it's one that we'll see very little of, mostly because the screen will spend most of its time white, as we're going to be abusing the unlimited ammo of stun grenades and just constantly throwing them all over the place. I will say, if anyone's photosensitive, this next section might be uncomfortable to watch with all of the flashing light. Timestamps in the description to skip this section. Keep throwing flashbangs, but use the brief moments of vision to try and line up your next throw, especially in these stationary parts so you don't get all of your health bar deleted. Now we're on the move and getting shot at, it's a pretty good idea to throw the flashbangs ahead so they explode close to the guys on the bikes chasing us. When we're being chased by the Shagohod here, you can actually spam RPGs at it to very slowly drain some of its health. And now on to the obligatory sniping portion. Take out all 4 of the C3 packets while the Shagohod is on the bridge. Nothing too special. This boss fight really hasn't changed at all. Blast the tracks repeatedly until the Shagohod stops moving, then blast the weak point at the back. Don't stop, just keep blasting and Volgin will eventually have to hop out and take matters into his own hands. Now we have to use the Mosin Nagant. I know it's a bit of a cop-out saying it's fine to use here but not at the Fury, but using the Mosin on the Fury just felt a bit cheaty and easy, so I didn't. There isn't a huge amount of strategy here. Shoot the tracks and pop Volgin in the head immediately after. 4 shots later and he gets fried by a stray bolt of lightning. Job done, enough said. Now we're back on the bike and you know the score. Keep throwing flashbangs like our life depends on it, and again, see description to skip for photosensitivity. One thing I will say, if you land a flashbang on these areas before they get onto the bikes, you will make your life much easier. This section with the trees is a pain. Try to throw them slightly ahead and off to the left and right to tag the platform fellas flanking you. Hopefully after a bit of a grind, you should be able to get through to one of the more infamous sections of the run. So after a bit of a whoopsie, both Snake and Eva take a tumble. Snake is fine, his body hardened by hours of breaking legs, but Eva, not so much. She appears to have a flesh wound, so after healing her up, we now need to escort her, very slowly, out of the jungle. Grab everything and load up on food nearby. You can press triangle or Y on Xbox to usher Eva towards you. Make your way through the cutscene trigger where a group of determined GRU operatives are out looking for you. This first section is very easy. Just run to the left, bringing Eva with you as fast as she can hustle and go straight for the next area. Cut the corner as fine as you can to minimise travel time, as there isn't a whole amount of wiggle room to get through. Now these guys are tricky. They react like the Ocelot unit and you don't get the spotted grace period at all. However, if you knock them out, they don't seem to get back up either. So, swings and roundabouts I suppose. As you start, wait for the coast to be clear on the left and run to this tree, and use that to avoid getting spotted by one of the Gru man group. Then rush into this trench and Trotsky's face into the dirt. Head up the embankment to give him the capitalist punishment. Follow across the raised path to introduce the argument for aristocracy to the uncultured swine on your way. Head and hide behind this big tree. When the two chaps move off, be like the Predator and take them down one at a time. Then pop out into the clearing to snag the interest of the Green Arrow cosplayer and hide behind this tree. When he passes by, snag him and put him into early retirement. Creep around the tree and hold up this slacker who's sleeping on the job. Put him back into the snoozing position and shake around to grab the attention of the spotter across the map. Go back to your favourite tree and circle around the back to put him down. Now this procrastinator on the floor is a bit of a pain. You can't hold him up from here at all. So head to the tree in front of him and knock. Move to the opposite side he does and court-martial him for his productivity transgressions. The last one's holed up behind this log, he doesn't put up a fight. Head around back and grab him. After this encounter with Snake, he'll realise that the colour of fear is brown. Now that everyone's out the way, go back, feed Eva some lovely Snake and get her to follow you all the way back here and eventually up to the next path. The last boss fight, the boss. This feels like I'm finally paying my dues to the game. Never before have I actually tried to beat the boss in hand-to-hand combat. I always cheesed her out with the Tranq from half the map away, but this time we're going to complete the fight the way Snake did. Follow her over the map and try to get to the opposite side of a tree she hides behind. I found this easiest to time the punch input to beat a CQC. When she goes for Snake, you'll hear him grunt. That's when you need to press the button. Not reactively, mind you, you need to press predictively. Then you'll turn to the boss's side and you can slam her and roll over her as she's on the floor to tack on some extra damage. If she does manage to grab you, I found that mashing the movement stick left and right helped me shake free. Don't try to grab her afterwards though, it won't end well. There is a time limit of 10 minutes, but that never became an actual issue. Just keep driving forwards and eventually you'll have bested the boss. Go on, pull the trigger. Go home and be a hero. Your mission is complete. Big boss. And after nearly 24 hours, 494 failures, 194 injuries, far too many of which are broken legs, it's done. The challenge is complete, and although I didn't get to completely eliminate the use of the Mark 22, and I had to don the Rykov outfit, I consider this a successful challenge. But where does it rank versus everything else? This was very difficult. I did have a great time though, so I was considering putting it into ultra-violence. However, with the difficulty floor of this challenge still being rather tricky, and the ceiling being absolutely nightmarish, it's only fair to crown this as the first Nightmare tier run, and currently the hardest challenge I've completed. And with that, I'll see you all later. Carry on playing games wrong, and good night.
Your health is low. Do you have any potions or food?
Yes, Guildmaster, I have, but I can't use any of them now, can I? Fable is an easy game. It's the ultimate power trip. By the end of the game, you've got enough legendary swords, axes and hammers to outfit a blacksmith in every town. You have enough armour to fully equip a particularly large battalion, and you have enough potions to drown the inhabitants of Bowerstone. This, however, is not that. We can use the loot we find in the affable demon doors around Albion. This means no buying or using potions we find. No buying food. No buying or digging up weapons and armour. What makes this even tougher is that it looks like we can't even get into every demon door, as it requires to gain loot outside of them, which is just abhorrent and not allowed. The only exception is that quest rewards are fine. Let's go. The boy has had a rough time to say the least. Mum, dead. Dad, dead. Sister, dead. Probably. House on fire. And now he has to deal with a creepy old man who takes him away to a secret boarding school to mould him into a hero. It's with this in mind that the boy, Chicken Chaser, decides that the path forwards is for vengeance. The tutorial section doesn't pose any problems. Aside from us needing to temporarily use the awful training weapons the guild gives us, we can, however, wear the proper attire and strip down to our patriotic boxers. But as soon as we've been given our magical guild seal for completing the quest, we can unequip them and never use a non-demon door weapon ever again and start the challenge proper. Our first port of call is the demon door in the guild itself.
Your path is dark. Only a light will reveal it, and you're not bright enough.
We've conveniently been given a lamp. Igniting it is enough to turn him on and let us come inside. We'll get an elixir of life. As tempting as it is to drink it now and increase our health, that isn't the best idea. This is one of 2 we can get throughout the whole game, and will be the only way we have to instantly refill our health. So, pop it in your inventory for a rainy day. Head back and level up some skills. I chose to pick up Force Push here. This will make more sense later. Now we can head out for the first proper quest, the Wasp Menace. She is a bit of a pushover. I use Force Push to kill all the little wasps. The Wasp Queen will show up and try to cause some trouble by spawning a bunch of the bum-stinging ruffians and attack you directly. Take them out and punch Her Royal Highness repeatedly on the stinger to show her who's boss. Do be careful, because at this moment in time we don't have any real way to heal ourselves. So once she's down, go back to the guild and level up health and magic power. That will heal us somewhat and give us some extra wiggle room. Also, by democratic vote, I decided to change our hero's name to something more appropriate. Head to Greatwood Gorge. There are a few cut purses who will try to extort you for money. Ignore them and run through using the power of social distancing via Force Push. In the next area, we can unlock another colourless gate. Now, if you approach the toll road from the rear, they won't attack you, and you can just saunter up to this demon door.
This is the deal. You perform an act of great evil in my sight, and I'll pop open.
We'll come back to him later. We now need to go to Bowerstone. Maze will inform us that we're naked and our sister might in fact be alive. So let's do something about the equipment issue first before proceeding with the main quest. On the quay in Bowerstone, there's this fine gentleman who wishes to introduce us to his daughter, but she has very specific barbering requirements. A dashing pudding bowl cut, coming right up. She also requires some mutton chops. Delicious! To the hairstylist we go. Still not enough apparently. She has good taste. A glorious moustache, befitting a gentleman such as myself. And after a short trip to the follicle aficionado, our facial fungus is complete. And isn't it glorious? But after returning, Beardy Baldy informs us that he doesn't even have a daughter. What a scam artist. He'll pay for this transgression. Incidentally, he's now completely immortal, and we can hit him as much as we want to gain some evil points for a certain door. Sorry, I apologise, we aren't beating him to a pulp. What we're actually doing is your back hurting? Is it not as bendy as you would like? Are you stiff first thing in the morning? Well, what you need is Arseface Chiropractic. Horny for your health. Ask your doctor to set up a consultation with the hero Arseface himself. Side effects include swelling hives, loss of feeling in limbs, acute and sudden bowel movements, an irrational fear of moustaches, bruising, broken bones, inverted nipples, loss of fertility, loss of appetite, comfortable numbness, blindness, deafness, inability to walk, loss of teeth, concussions, broken ribs, forgetting name, age and spouse's name, depression, hallucinations of a better time, uncomfortable flatulence, weight gain, seeing spots, vanishing fingerprints, liking Peaky Blinders haircut, restless leg syndrome, and the ability to talk with an Americanized Cockney accent. Make your way back to the Greatwood Gorge Asmodeus Aperture. He'll be impressed by our massive horns and grant us access to the Arboretum. After punching some brambles, we get access to Wellow's Pickhammer, our first weapon. Now we can go back to the guild and spend all that juicy XP we got from our patient back in Bowerstone. We've now got physique and health to 4, whilst toughness is on 3. Great. Now we need to go and grab some XP to unlock the most useful spell in the whole game. So make our way back to the gorge, and this time we can take on the brigands and stop them from their dastardly deeds. Not through the goodness of our heart, as that is currently an inky black void, but more so because they're a nuisance. Now we should be able to unlock the Heal Life spell. It takes a lot of mana, but it is the only way we'll have to heal up in battle. And as mana regenerates, the only thing that we'll need to spend is time. Now we can progress with the story. Our mustache twirler of a hero chose to attack Orchard Farm, as of course, he is an edgy boy. After meeting up with the uppity Whisper and scowling at her general direction, we can rendezvous with this tea-towel-clad scallywag. His mate Mobs is going to blow the wall for us to saunter in and steal some crates. Nothing to report, just off the coppers and nab all 3 crates. This is when Whisper finally shows up. She's down to fight. Repeatedly rub her with your large, glistening pickhammer until she throws the towel in.
Damn! You beat me again!
Cracking on with the main quest, we're tasked with helping some travelling spoon salesman through Darkwood. And of course we tell everyone that we're also going to do it Starkers, because why not? Meet them at the Darkwood entrance. They waffle on about being scared, cold and missing their mother's embrace, but no matter, onwards. We meet a third trader who wants to join our merry band of men. Let's let him follow us because he'll act as a bit of a meat shield shortly. In the marshes we'll find yet another Mephistopheles Moore. He wants us to test our mettle against his roaming band of Oompa-Loompas. Accept his trial by combat and give them all a brisk talking to. After the third wave, he'll relent and let us in. It also seems that a couple of our travelling companions have perished. Anyway, into the Darkwood Sanctum.
You defeated my guardians. I am knackered. Go on, get yourself through.
Here we'll unlock our first set of armour. It's better than nothing in the same way that a wet paper bag is better than nothing when it comes to rain protection. Regardless, we'll put this on later. Keep pressing forwards and take out all of the ne'er-do-wells in the next area until we reach the camp. Unfortunately, we can't sacrifice this chap to the glory of Scorm and get a nice bow as it's loot outside of a demon door. This will be a recurring issue in that we'll have precisely 0 ways to get a bow across the whole run. Once he's healed up, lead him through to the ancient Cullis Gate. Proceed to have a stern conversation with the Tea Towel gang and advise them to let us pass. Once we push through into the Darkwood Weir, we'll have our first encounter with an earth-bending cyberbully. You can roll through his thrown clods of earth or smack them back at him, chop him up until he's nothing more than compost, and move through to Barrow Fields, completing the quest. Now it's time to get all dripped out in our flash new equipment. Yes, an outfit befitting of such a vile, heinous creature as our hero. Now to complete the look, we need to head back to Darkwood Lake and investigate the now opened bordello. Madam Minge, a voluptuous, madam, introduces us to the bordello. She has some quibbles about the running of the place. It's rather unfortunate, but it's not what we're here for. There's an incubus inlet who requires us to have a certain set of skills.
You know when I last had a physical relationship? No? Try never. So, I've decided to live vicariously. Now, I only open to men of the world, and I'm afraid you haven't even left the house yet. Come back when you're a real stud.
So, it's time to pop inside and do some business.
Hello, love, I'm Polly. Used to call me Pretty Polly, and now it's just Polly.
She seems nice.
A wild ride with me will only cost you 50 gold. Cheap at twice the price. What do you think? Come along with me then, love. Don't be scared. Ow! Watch what you're doing! Oh yes, sir. Polly's still got it. Right, love? Back with some more! Go gentle, lad. Not as flexible as I used to be. Oh yes, sir. Polly's still got it. Right, love?
And now we're granted access to the Desolate Abbey to get our best in slot headgear, the Pimp Hat. Incredible, isn't it? In all of its Pekka-like glory. Off to level up. I also picked up Assassin's Rush and Summon. You'll see why later. Regardless, it's now time for an upgrade. The Wellows pickhammer has served us well, but there's a much better weapon we could be using. Just by the entrance to Darkwood there's another infernal ingress, and he wants us to have a higher combat multiplier. First, what we'll need to do is to go into the Hob Caves proper and build up what we can inside. Then run out and kill the 5 malnourished toddlers in front of Bale's barrier. Try to kill them as close together as you can. Now you'll probably still be short of the target 14 multiplier we need. So, all we need to do is spam force push on their corpses to keep pumping up those baby numbers until we've reached the goal. Quickly head to the Pazuzu portal and gain access to the Butterfly House. We'll now get our main weapon of choice. This will last us for a long time. The Cutlass Bluetane, a solid improvement over our previous armament. Moving on with the main quest, we meet this lass who'd lost her teddy bear and have silent Narm flashbacks that no one else notices. Maze wants to chat with us by the local, and before it even gets to his round, he informs us that our sister may be alive and the bandit Twinblade has her. So without any further thought on the matter, we're going to pop over to his camp for a quick chat. Initially, we have this stealth section. Now, considering my track record when it comes to stealth games, you'd assume this would be pretty easy, right? No, it's actually a bit of a pain. Some of the guards just seem to wander towards your hidden position for no good reason whatsoever. But if you hide here behind this rock, you can wait for them all to pass and stroll in. When you eavesdrop in the next section on a couple of Black Pearl wannabes, they'll inform us that we need to get full bandit armour to get into the camp. And that will just not do. We have to find a way around. So after slaughtering all the Zorro cosplayers, we're stuck at the door with no way through. The Jobsworths won't open the gate for us. But do you remember me saying 2 minutes ago that we'll need the Summon an Assassin's Rush spell? Well, if we go and get our wimpy little wasp friend to force one of the minuscule Augustus Gloop wannabes to perish via anaphylactic shock, he'll turn into an ethereal chunky boy himself. Now if we go all the way back to that door, line up here and summon him inside it, we can try to Assassin's Rush behind him. And look at that! We just got through the door without needing the bandit outfit. Now I'm sure we'll need to do something to get through the next large gate. There are various ways to get through it, but... Arseface, where are you going? You can't get through the gate yet. Oh, well it seems that works there too. Time to fight Twinblade, about as bog standard as they come. He winds up like he's stretching first thing in the morning. Just slash at his exposed back until he's far too tired to carry on. We're now given a choice. Spare him, or we can't let him live. Not after what he did to us. Tortured our mother, stole our sister away from us, and murdered our father. He needs to pay, and blood is the price. Our thirst for vengeance has not yet been quenched. I would, however, recommend taking out his lads in the circle before you start the fight again. That definitely wasn't a smart move. After that bloody affair, we can nip back to the guild, grab the fireball spell, and level it up to 3. This will be very useful going forwards. Maze needs a little chat with us. Apparently one of his friends is in a bit of a pickle, and we're supposedly the best man for the job. The archaeologist is holed up somewhere in Witchwood, so after a quick teleport over there, it seems he's locked behind a Belphegor barrier, our favourite. And he needs us to figure out his name. As I've played this game many times by this point, all we need to do is trundle over to these stones and hit them in this order to spell hits.
H-I-T-S. Hits.
This will open the way to the Witchwood Cavern. The scrawny academic will be mildly annoyed as he lost at hide and seek and will leave after cursing us for finding him. Now in here is some good loot. We in fact find our best in slot trousers for the rest of the game. Some chainmail leggings, and an additional resurrection vial. Lovely. Off to Not Old Glade. There's a knockoff albino werewolf calling for us. Once we get to the main gate, the furry fellas will be trying to get in. Kill them all with a few hefts of cutlass bluetane. They resist our weapons, but that's something we'll need to deal with going forwards because we have no way to get a weapon with a silver augment. We do actually find a way to get Ronok the Axe, which does have a silver augment, but by the time we figure this out, it's far too late. So I'm basically making this harder for myself. You'll find out later how to get inside the Grey House Abaddon Archway. Now, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Once the YMCA advocate of Not Old Glade has finished chewing our ear off, we'll need to knock the White Balverine about. After 7 hits, he'll leave for now, giving us a chance to nip over to the local Lilith Lodge. Now, he's asked us to shoot him in the face with an arrow, which is not available to us, because again, we have no access to any bows at all. Fortunately, he's mildly blind and can't tell the difference between an arrow and a juiced up charged level 3 fireball. Into the hidden copse we go and get our second and final health elixir. After heading up the hill to have a chat with a lass about the White Balverine, she informs us that it is in fact her ex. And as he has been stalking her, are we okay to go and fight him? You don't need to ask me twice. The zombie sheep then runs off to the lake, but first we need to heal up and wait for our mana to recharge. A soon-to-be recurring requirement. Run down and slap Tony Moore's impression of a cuddly toy. He'll temporarily pause the beating to call a couple of his gangrene-infected chums over. Try to ignore them and hard focus on the ex-husband. Use force push if anyone gets too close, and keep plugging away. You barely do any damage, but it should all be over in short order. Once he's dead, the quest ends, but all of his accomplices will still be after you. Dash for the next load zone, and we're off scot-free. We now get ourselves a shiny golden ticket to the arena. To be prepared, it'd be useful to have unlocked Multi-Strike and Berserk, a combo that will help us do some massive damage if we can spend the mana. The arena calls, a ring of sand, blood, and an unreasonable amount of discarded burger wrappers. As we get called in to take the challenge ourselves, Arseface shakes his head, not concerned with the outcome. If he can't prove he's not the strongest here, how will he ever avenge his family's death? Round 1. It's wasps. I don't really know what you want me to say. They're literally the first enemy we fought, and back then, we even used our bare hands. Round 2. Attack of the Killer Children. They are after us, but again, we've been slaughtering these for quite some time. Proceed with reckless abandon. Round 3. Unfortunately, Whisper joins us, but fortunately she does have some uses as she will aggro some of the dogs suffering from myxomatosis. The first waves are fairly straightforward. It starts to get difficult when the Arctic werewolves start showing up. What we'll need to do is kite them around the arena and force them to repeatedly run into the spinning blade traps. This will give us enough chance to regen and get our health and mana back before dealing with them head on. One thing to note, if you manage to hit them in the back, they're basically stun locked until you finish them off. It'll take a long time, but eventually we'll get through to Round 4. The Undead, a breather. They move slower than the zebra crossing outside the old folks' home. Batter their barren bones and use this to try and claw back some mana and health for the next rounds. Round 5. It's the return of the Billy the Kid fan club, and this time they're out for blood. The first wave isn't too tricky. However, they show the hand early, and it's the archers that will ruin your day, interrupting combos and generally being a health sapping nuisance. But by the third wave, when the Weeaboo Ninjutsu students show up, that's when it gets difficult. They're hard to hit and block lots of attacks. This also means you stay in place too long to dodge the archers, and this is when I chose to spend my first health elixir. The wave after this is somehow easier. The flag bearers aren't as dangerous, and you can get behind everyone and cut them up before it all gets too messy. Round 6, the penultimate round, and we get some typical mudslinging 4chan posters. These have a far worse bark than bite, especially if Whisper manages to do anything useful and draw the attention to herself. They're fairly squishy and don't pose much of a threat. But now it's time for their bigger, badder cousins, the 2chaners. Honestly, hope that Whisper is again useful and gets the interest of one of them. If not, like me, you'll need to focus on one of them, and then when you're low on health, run up and down the arena, evade the rocks and heal up. It's a long process, but don't get too greedy and you'll do fine. Eventually. Once it's one-on-one, you can attack him up close, and when he does this animation where he's glancing around, move backwards and roll away as he jumps to avoid the attack. Then move back in and repeat. Round 7. Arachnox. A fairly cool looking giant scorpion thing. It's big, it's hairy, and it's mildly scary, but it's actually a bit of a joke. The hardest part is that I didn't spend any time healing in the previous round, so I'm coming into this a little bit thin on health. Slash at it when it does the charge shot and dip away before it completes. You get another opening when it sticks its backside into the sand too. I did accidentally get knocked down and had to use a resurrection vial here, so I just played on. I didn't want to have to restart the whole arena again. I'm sure that won't make my life much harder later on, but honestly, that's it. Another bonus round? Who is this kind-hearted looking fellow? This Jack of Blades. He seems like the sort of fellow we can get behind. And he asks us to face off against Whisper. To the death, no less. Excellent. She's begging for us to walk away and spare her. Let me think about that. Well, that's one of 99 problems sorted. Whisper's brother and some Ponzi tart greet us as we leave the arena. Let's ignore them. As we wander through the halls to leave, we see a statue that looks mildly familiar. It's our mother, and Jack seems to know something about her. Maybe we should organise a working lunch with him at some point to find out more. Teresa now needs to meet us at the Grey House of all places.
So, you finally met Jack of Blades. I met him long ago, of course, when he burned down our home and cut out my eyes. But he wasn't lying when he said he knew where Mother was. He's kept her in Bargate Prison ever since the night of the raid.
Well, that's a surprising turn of events. It seems that Jack of Blades is apparently evil? Who would have seen that one coming? It seems we're going to have to move that dinner date forwards as a somewhat more urgent matter. And this time, we need to destroy Jack. We need to go ahead and find the hide-and-seek enthusiast again for a lead to the prison. It turns out he's about to get carted off himself. And with the help of the Bowstone North Guards, we need to fight through Jack's minions. But before we do that, the next quest we'll have to do is a doozy. We need to get 4 pieces of armour and hand them in to a devilish door. We definitely do not want to have to do that, as obtaining the armour parts requires us to get a fishing rod and a spade, neither of which are available in any of the demon doors. Now if we come to the Lichfield graveyard before the quest starts, we can just about finagle a bandit summon into the Paimon portcullis. Then we can use the Assassin's Rush spell to clip through. I said use the Assassin's Rush spell to clip through. I said... Actually using the rush here is a lot more difficult than just spamming the summon spell to gently nudge us into the load zone. So, now that we're here, we can teleport back to Bowerstone, finish off the quest to find the archaeologist, and then use the recall teleport function to head straight back here to skip that requirement and continue on with the game. So after nobbling all of the roided up plague doctors, I ended up having to use 2 resurrection vials in the process. After fighting against the time limit and rescuing the architect who negs us over having gotten him into this mess in the first place, we can head back to the graveyard, except no we can't. Completing a quest removes your guild seal recall. Back to the drawing board. Maybe we can just break through the door during the quest and that might let us progress. And we're through. Everything seems working correctly. The Circle of the Dead's working too, so bosh up some of these crumbling carcasses and head through into the now open door to the prison. Oh, well if we try to get through here, the game will just reload us to before the quest started. Let's try another strat. How about if we take Nostro's helmet that's on the Gravekeeper's shelf, do a hero save which saves all items and XP, but not quest progress, reload back in and take it again. That should let us get 4 pieces, even if all 4 of them are this helmet repeatedly. But no, the designers thought of this and when we reload we don't have the helmet anymore. Now how about we go through before the quest for the architect, break in the first door and head all the way through and break into the second. The big issue here is that without completing this quest, the rest of the game seems to bug out and not work. We need to collect that armour, otherwise the appropriate internal flags aren't set and we softlock the game. I think that's it. I'll have to resign myself to needing to get a stupid spade and a stupid fishing rod and get the stupid armour for the stupid dead hero Nostro, none of which is demon door loot. If you consider this a failure, so do the speedrunners, to the point where there's currently a $250 bounty out for anyone who can break this part of the game. So if you have some free time, have a hunt. We can at least slightly improve it by obtaining the fishing rod in Fisher's Creek by completing this bronze quest and getting it as a reward. The spade is nabbable right next to the Argus Filch impersonator's house. A spot of digging, fishing and nicking later, we can get through to the Circle of the Dead. Heading into the underground chamber, the Kraken boss we fight later is just there for a split second as we head in. I have no idea why it's just there, taunting us for the future. Keep on running and a bunch of shamblers will show up. Plow your way through and keep getting that easy XP through the cliffside path until you hit the underground passage. Now we'll be up against the screws of this place and they are vicious. Do a chunk of damage, gang up on you and also use ranged weapons. Be patient and try to take them out in small groups. Push through until you finally come across dear darling mum. Let's bust her out of here, head to the Cow and Corset, have a cold pint and wait for all of this to blow over. After hacking your way through some guards, Jackablades scuppers our plans, throws us into the slammer and again steals our mum away. We'll have to sort him out somehow, but first things first, we're stuck in a prison cell. We get let out to go for a run around the courtyard in a race. Honestly, it isn't even fair. The poor chaps were running against a mildly useless and a touch frail and slow. Big shout outs to the sentries who insult us. Top tier insults, lads.
Get a move on, you ugly maggots! That way, you useless filth! That way, you great big Balverin turd!
As a reward, the warden reads us sonnets to his queen, Lady Grey. What a simp. Sneaking past him, we can grab the code from the far side of the room and unlock one of the books, but it was the wrong one. So back to 12 months of cruel and unusual torture methods before again we're let out for a run. Again we're much faster and yet again the warden reads us his William McGonagall tier drivel that he calls poetry. This time we're successful, swipe the key and get back to our cell. When the coast is clear, let everyone out and unlock all of the cells to help distract the guards. Head upstairs into this cell area to grab all of our old equipment and bludgeon all of the comedy cockneys out the way as we head back for Mother Dearest. In the next room we need to slowly aggro the guards towards us, take them out patiently and then progress all the way back to the tunnels to eventually face off against the Kraken. Keep running around in circles. When it slams down a tentacle, use multi-strike to hit it. Keep doing this until all of the tentacles are gone, and the Kraken will rear its ugly head. When it brings its chin close to the wall, wail on it. Repeat this a couple of times and it'll shrink off back to Davy Jones' locker. And with that, we're out, free from Jack's prison, and ready to get our revenge. So, off to the ancient Cullis Gate to unlock the Hook Coast. Some decrepit ex-humans are knocking about, polish them all off, and this causes the portal to work again. Now take a jaunt around town and up the hill. There's a magical barrier blocking our way. Interesting. I wonder who could be behind that. Head back to the guild to have a natter with Mum about the blobby red stuff we just found, and oh no, Jack's taken her again. But we've only had her around for 5 minutes. We didn't even get a chance to tell her about all the school we've missed. The Guildmaster will send us back to Hook Coast. This time it's covered in screamers. The only real time we see this enemy type. And the poor Banshees die in one hit. Shame, really. What's Maze doing here? Teresa confirms it.
He's the one working for Jack.
The glowy old man's been working with Jack all along. Jack even shows up and says as much, and after he buggers off, we're left to deal with the Maze issue. And it's a problem that will be solved with aggressive sword poking. Chase the old fart all over the map and stab him in the back, much like he's done to us. After a few minutes of running around after him, he relents and is done. We can't let him live. Not after getting our family recaptured. Now let's lay chase to Jack all over Albion before he can get the Swords of Aeons. It's time to run about all over the place, getting bodied by his minions. Brilliant. Briar Rose makes another sneering return. She is such a nuisance. I wish she'd get out of the way permanently. Hack and slash your way through the hill, rend flesh from bone, and leave your adversaries to rot. Jack is one step ahead and has already activated the first site. He's head out to Greatwood Lake. This time we have all the recently deceased after us. Re-dead the undead and head through to the next focus site. But again, he's just ahead of us. This time to the Hob Caves. Hack and slash your way through the dank, dark moistness of the cave system. This is where I was forced to use my final health elixir. And that's it. We're all cleaned out. No free health refills. Proceed through smacking up all of Jack's henchmen until you reach the next focus site. We're again too late. And Jack moves to Headsman Hill. Let's follow him. We don't actually need to fight anyone on the way, but this is a good opportunity to get some extra XP if you're feeling a little underpowered. But we run through to get to him as fast as possible. Now he has our mum. He has her in a bit of a pickle at the moment. We can't let him hurt her. Time for the final showdown. Back to the guild. Jack has ripped through with reckless abandon. The books are on fire. The shops are on fire. My bed is on fire. Everything is on fire. We run into the chamber to let Jack meet his maker. Also worth noticing, you may see that we have a resurrection vial. This is not true. We got that vial accidentally running through Witchwood much earlier. So if our health goes to 0, that's it, we're done and have to restart. But that shouldn't be a problem. This game is easy, right? Jack stood atop the mound, Sword of Aeons in reach, and he murders our mother in front of us. Cuts her up and uses her blood for his gain. The world goes dark. All we can see is his mask taunting us, begging to be greeted with death. And of course we start furiously cutting, slicing and dicing. Jack of Blades is no match for our... So, like I was saying, limb from limb, bone and sinew cast asunder by our mighty... With Bluetane in hand and revenge in our heart, we cut down... This is hard. I mean, actually difficult. It only seems right that this game, which is often seen as one of the easiest RPGs around, becomes a beast in our final battle with Jack of Blades. Our inability to use potions to heal our mistakes away is brutal, and it means we need to take a long time in between phases, dodging to recharge health and mana. The first phase, where we have to fight minions, is fairly simple. Kill them all but leave one of the blue casters alive. Use that as a way to heal up and prepare for phase 2. Jack of Blades will now attack us in a full frontal assault, chasing us around the arena. The strategy here is to load up a multi-strike spell, dodge forwards through both his magical attacks and slice him. Move away and then load up another multi-strike. Keep repeating this until he's just above half health, then again dodge all of his attacks to heal up. Phase 3 is the most difficult. The plan is to try and throw charged fireballs at him when you get the chance. Again, roll through his attacks to dodge them. Now occasionally he'll spawn minions, just try to ignore them and kite them around the arena. He'll do this attack where he raises up, just force push to keep the minions away and get an attack in afterwards. Keep repeating that strategy, be perfect. Don't let your mana run too low and eventually he'll go down, after 2.5 hours of attempts or so. Jack of Blades, but master of none. He's fallen. Now the question remains, do you need the power of the sword?
And now comes the choice I spoke of so long ago. Strike me down now with the sword of Aeons, and you will become as powerful as Jack dreamt of being. Cast it into the vortex, and its darkness will be gone forever. So what will you do, little brother?
And with that, our hero was changed. A man fueled by vengeance, no more. He felt a calm presence wash over him as for the first time his thirst for blood tamed, maybe forever. With the sword cast into the void, his fable ends.
They're both where they belong now. Lost forever.
Except, no it doesn't. There's one final chapter to this story. The lost chapters, if you will. Now we've finished what was the original game, but with this last hidden chapter, we need to do some gearing up. There are some tough sections ahead of us that we're woefully unprepared for. Now the game in total has 15 person passages, and we've currently opened 8. There are some very useful items in some of them that we currently have no way to access. But after doing some digging, there is a way to access the doors that we've not yet been able to enter. Jackpot. As you may have noticed, we should not have access to the outfit we're currently wearing. So the way we did it is like this. The effect we'll be using is called Etem mode, and the way you perform it is as follows. Be on the same map with a demon door. Now use the summon spell. Now get out one of the quest trophies that we've gained throughout the game. Now we need to do the tricky bit. Run to a load zone and spam the pause button. Once you're inside the load zone, you can check the minimap. If all of the icons have disappeared, you've done it right. Now, world save your game and load it before the trophy timer runs out. As you can see, we're back and the minimap is still empty. From here, we need to sit in front of the door and chuck Hadoukens at it until it disappears. Once the door's dead, get your trophy out again and wait for the timer to run out. This will now teleport you to the load zone you were sat in earlier. Head back to the demon door and click through using a combo of summons and the assassin's rush. And we're through. Now after doing this for each of the locations we've missed, we've picked up a Willmaster's elixir, this swanky new outfit and the Dullmaster's mace. The mace and potions are the most useful, as the mace will double our mana recovery speed. Scythe has now called us to the boasting platform. There's danger afoot in the northern wastes, and a new Balsamoth barrier is available to us. With our recent change of heart, we can go inside, light up all of the lovely little tiles into suns and move on, saving all of the irritating, grumpy old men. After getting the fire heart, it's time to trundle off to Hook Coast and plonk it up in the lighthouse to cause an ethereal ghost ship to take us to the northern wastes. There's a mild snag in our plan. Briar Rose is again coming with us to generally be a pain, and once we've placed the fire heart, summoners show up on the docks. These are big beefy boys with all round bad intentions. Head down and load up on multi-strike attacks to take them out. As soon as he's down, a couple more of the reanimated armor sets will show up, as well as some of the beaky blinders. So then you need to run for the next plasma chucker and use Berserk as fast use performance enhancing drugs to balance the situation. Multi-strike him down, heal up with spells if you... Oh dear, let's try that again. So, as I was saying, use Berserk to beef up and kill the Tin Man, regen your mana with the recently acquired Willmaster's potion as needed, and move to mollywop the last remaining chrome-clad lad. Once done, everyone else will explode into a shower of green orbs. The ghost ship will show up, and we can now take our cruise across the pond. After hitting terra firma, we come up against our first ice troll. Probably the most annoying of the online flame war combatants. His ice stream attack will throw you backwards, making it tough to get up close. The Cutlass Blue Tang is also really starting to show its lack of power at this point. It's starting to feel like stabbing someone with a particularly blunt spoon. But after some persistence, we can run past absolutely everything and meet up with Scythe in the festering flesh. Now we need to go to the necropolis to unearth some tablets that'll let us commune with a budget medieval Mount Rushmore. Once inside, before we move on, run past everything and get to this. The final Lucifer Latchway. He never wanted to be a door and instead wishes he was a silver chest, and so will gobble up all of the silver keys that we have. Now, we have none.
How in Scorm's name did you make it all this way without a single silver key? Well, a deal is a deal. But why do I always have to meet the freaks?
And that's it, he lets us in. Inside is the Bereaver, the best weapon that we can obtain in the game. Now that's done, we need to run around and dig up tablets that disappear and give us an expression to use. If you consider this breaking the rules of no loot, considering it's not found in a demon door, even though it has no monetary gain, nor any useful benefit at all, I like your thinking, Mr. Pedantic Viewer. You're also as grumpy about this as I am, but needs must and there isn't a way around it. After that, we now need to absorb 3 separate souls into Jack's mask and fight him in his final form. First, we need the soul of the arena, and we have the choice between Thunder here, or going back to the arena itself and getting the soul from there. As we are, in fact, now a good boy, killing Thunder after we callously murdered his sister seems a bit much. So, off to the arena. This turns out to be very similar to our first encounter, but this time it's just harder all round. As we show up, the Rozzers are here and everything's gone to pot. No matter. Let's help out and put down all of the spooky pots and pans. Then we need to heal up and get ready for the arena proper. First off, we've got 2 sentient boulders and some of the Plague Inc. fellas. Take out the closest troll and heal up on the opposite side of the map so the second troll hides underground whilst we're healing. Then nip over and finish him off. Follow the same strategy for the next wave. Play keep away with one of the peasants, rock slinging if you end up low on health or mana. The next wave, we have more of Jack's medieval doctor brigade, and with a handful of moth-eaten furries to up their numbers. Kill everyone but keep a caster alive so it's easy to recharge ready for the next wave. Next we have yet again more beaky boys, but this time they bring their magnetic mates into the fray. Follow the same strategy as before. Berserk up, kill as much as you can, and play keep away to heal if you're running low on health. Afterwards, Jack says something a little concerning.
Son, you found your first soul, did you? But the shrine is ever so greedy. It will want more before it's had its fill. I wonder who the next one will belong to.
I'm not quite sure who he's referring to, but we have a job to do. We can't let him be victorious. When we get back to the shrine, Briar Rose informs us that the next soul that we need is that of a heroine.
I can't think of anyone who fits the description better than Scarlet Robe, your mother.
No, anyone but her. She's suffered enough. I won't cast her soul into the abyss. Well, some habits die hard. Now we need the oldest soul, and even with...
Your health is low. Do you have any potions or food?
I'm quite fond of the old fella. Let's go and challenge Nostro. It's a fairly simple fight, just kill some of the undead to make him visible, then go to town slicing and dicing. Once complete we can head back, use all the souls to open the copper gate and come face to face with Jack in his final form. He doesn't seem to be much of a problem at all, even with all of his posturing and flying about, but do be wary of his bite. Okay, let's go in again and avoid... So as I was saying, this is fairly simple as long as you don't get chomped. Yeah, this took some time. The bite does massive damage, and the wind-up animation can be obscured if you've multi-hit him. Keep eyes on him as he flies all over the arena and body any of the gremlins he spawns in. Use multi-hit to get damage in on him, and the Dollmaster's Mace for mana regen. And then, eventually, you will... The denizen of Skyrim is dead. All you need to do is cast the mask into the flames, and your quest is complete. Your fable has been written. Fable The Lost Chapters, using only Demon Door loot, is done. Fable 2 was a game designed with the idea that the original was too difficult, too complicated. All those rough edges chamfered, and in their place, a dog called Bacon. Molyneux giveth and Molyneux taketh away, and this time he's taken away the mana bar, the ability to get a game over, and the minimap. So we'll need to do something about that to make this a meaty challenge, and the rules are as follows. We can only use the weapons, armour and equipment from Demon Doors. no using shops or traders, no using potions that are obtained outside of demon doors, and as the Peter Molyneux removed the ability to game over if you lose all your health, we'll be resetting and loading the most recent save if we do. This time we can only access 3 of the demon doors, and there are no tricks and no way to sneak into the rest. So, let's go. Sparrow is cold and hungry, some menial tasks complete, a drunk returned to accountancy, beetles demolished, some oik drops the nut on my sister, so we give him the patented Sparrow thrust technique and save this poor dog. Help Monty get his wife back by giving us some crap poetry and point and laugh as he gets rejected and his world crumbles around him.
Belinda, you shouldn't talk to your mum like that.
Oh, now you're taking her side?
What? No.
Well, maybe you should marry her instead.
But you're my one true love. Without you, there are no stars and no moon in my night sky.
Incidentally, Monty is also voiced by James Corden. Enough said. Get a music box, play it, thing disappears, get summoned to a castle, Lucian one-taps sister and punts us out of the castle. Lucian, we will remember that. Your time will come. Now we can remove our non-demon door clothes and carry on with the tutorial. Teresa has us in the old guild hall. Unfortunately, we need to use the terrible weapons we've been given, so as soon as we finish running the gauntlet and use some willpowers on this orb, we can start proper and never use a non-demon door item again. We can roam, free to the world, just us and Bacon, our trusty companion. Us against the world, boy. No harm will come of you. The path is blocked due to
bandit activity,
so we need to rush off to nobble Thag in his camp.
Keep your wits about you. It may be a trap.
It was, in fact, a trap. Members of the Patchwork gang will show up, defeat them by way of running away and throwing fireballs at them. Thag, the impatient one, will make an appearance, and he kicks Bacon. No one hurts Bacon. No one. Now we need to open this chest to free the slaves, unfortunately meaning that we do in fact need to get some non-demon door loot, is what I would have said. Alternatively, we can just leave and hope the issue with the people in cages sorts itself out, somehow. In Bowerstone, Teresa's running late, typical, and we have some time to kill. Off to our first demon door. It seems he wants some meat, and there are some chickens conveniently nearby. When inside, there's a lovely chest with some XP potions. Drink them all, and now it's time for the first exploit of the run. If you connect a second controller, you can play as a guest character, who happens to have the exact same stats as your current character. When they join, you can also set it so Sparrow here gets all of the XP that's left over. So if you go into the guest character skills and discard them all, then quit out as the guest, all of that XP now transfers over to Sparrow. And after doing that a few times... Tranquil as a forest, but on fire within. Once you find your center, you are sure to win. You're a spineless, pale, pathetic lot, and you haven't got a clue. Somehow I'll make a man out of you. Oh look, we're now completely maxed out. I'm sure this won't cause any issues later. Take Beefcake to see Teresa, and on the way, what on earth is this run/walk cycle? Also, is it just me, or are his pecs too long? Looks like he just needed to be broader to make these proportions make sense. After a natter, we're sent off to gather 3 heroes that will help us get to Lucian, who has set up shop in the Tattered Spire. So, off to investigate the Temple of Light. On the way, some gun-toting ragamuffins are guarding the path, taking potshots at us with particularly crap flintlock rifles. Nothing a few fireballs can't resolve. It's now off into the drink to show up Michael Phelps in the 50-metre freestyle, and into the Hob Cave. This poor chap's lost his boy, and we're going to help find him. So after trundling through and dispatching the shark-toothed Lord of the Rings extras, we come up against an arch nemesis. The door. It wants us to break it down with a sword, but we can't do that. After spamming fireballs, charged fireballs, and some AoE fireballs, we need a different tactic, as that just wobbled the door a bunch. Turns out that using the vortex spell will let us through. Nice. Anyway, some gremlin nobbling later, we get out of the cave and make our way to the abbot. He needs us to escort a monk to fill up some pot. We are apparently buff enough, but we need more fake clout points before he'll let us help.
You look imposing, all right, but I can't entrust our community's survival to a complete stranger.
What isn't trustworthy about this guy? Fair enough. It's now side quest time. Barnum has yet another harebrained scheme for us to get involved in. He has the deed for the Rookridge Bridge and needs us to clobber all of the motley crew marauders so he can start work. Let's go. So after yomping up to the bar, we can casually explode ourselves to finish off everyone here and chase after Dash, the fastest footpad in Albion.
You think you're gonna catch me? Why do you think they call me Dash? Stupid!
He'll continue to jeer at us and send some vagabonds veering towards us. Nothing that can't be solved with the power of Kongu Kokeret Susan, and exploding bits of fire launched from our palms. Heading over the bridge, we figure out one of the most useful strategies. Use the summon spell at level 2 or 3 to bring up some ethereal enemies to keep all of the crooks busy, and use that time to charge up a big fireball to prevent them from causing any further nuisance. Dash is big chillin' up on top of Stonehenge, and Bacon, the best dog, has chased him up there and is keeping him occupied. Back to Barnum. We're still a touch short of renown. Nothing that showing off our now ill-gotten gains of a sweaty pair of goggles can't fix. Look, people of Oakfield and the denizens of the Sangoose, for I have returned with my prize. Gaze upon the goggles of some bloke you've probably never met or been bothered by. Yes, I am worthy of your praise. No, I don't do autographs. The abbot is somehow impressed by this and sends us off to find the strong monk. And after finding Sister Hammer relaxing in a tree, we take her inside. Basically, we need to stand on one of the pressure plates, while she stands on the other. From up here, any of the crumbling carcasses that show up can all be reduced to ashes with a level 5 fireball. Also, no wonder she says she can feel it getting heavier. She's hoisting that thing up with nothing but the power of Death Star delts. Once the jug has been completely topped up, we head into the main chamber and she blesses the water. But there's an interruption, an attack on the temple. Hannah rips the hammer off the wall to now solve the problems through blunt force trauma. After dashing back through the temple, one of Lucian's lackeys has force-fed the abbot a lead suppository. Now, as the abbot is being buried, Hammer comes with us to the Heroes Guild to help her avenge her father. I tried to see if we could head all the way through Brightwood and the Bandit Coast to sneak into Westcliff for our second Leviathan latchway, but unfortunately we get blocked off here at the door and we have no way to click through like the first game. So, on with the main story. Garth, the mage, is in Brightwood and needs to be convinced to join our side. Upon heading through the gate, it appears Lucian has beaten us to the punch and is sending all of his corrupt flunkies out to get Garth. No matter. All our problems can be resolved with summon spells plus large explosions. But we're too late. Garth gets grabbed by the ghoulies and sucked away by a fanfic Darth Maul clone to the tattered spire. Now, to get more info on Lucian, we need to ask Jeeves, as apparently he's willing to spill the beans. But for a price.
And here's something else that's written down. My price. Don't let anyone else see it.
1,000 gold. I don't have that kind of money. So, let's dramatically reduce his blood pressure. And he's immortal. Let's reload and try something else. We'll need to increase our corruption for an Astaroth Abyss later on. We also own a caravan from much earlier as a quest reward. Fable 2 is quite interesting in that you can earn rent money, even while the game isn't playing. So, we can head back to the caravan, jack up the price like the terrible landlord we are, and advance the system clock by a chunk of time. And when we load back into the game, boom, 1,500 gold. Over to the greedy steward and give him his prize. Aha, a map. So, what's stopping me taking the money back, I wonder?
To the diaries.
Lovely. We can now change our name to the democratically decided Salad Dodger to be a dynamic duo with Bacon, the dog. Now to follow the map and we get to this area where a fungus-ridden mudslinger wants to get into a flame war. and we have no gun. We can use the fireball tap shot at him, but it does very little damage. This definitely isn't going to be a nuisance later. After a couple of minutes circling and lobbing plasma at the chap, we've come up against an issue. We need to dig up Lucian's diary, and I've tried to figure out a way around it, but I came up blank. None of the speedrunners had any idea either. But considering it's not armour, weapons or potions, it's just to advance the plot, I didn't feel massively bad about being forced to dig it up. And as a just aside, the spade was a crest reward at the beginning of the game, so I consider obtaining that fine. It also appears that our years of being a poor landlord have snuck up on us and we're now a very horny boy. After we have a gander over to Teresa so she can have a look, we need to make our way all the way back to Brightwood again. I'm running a little low on health, but it should be fine. Saves me needing to run back to a bed so I can heal up. This time we're allowed through the gate. And by allowed, I mean Hammer smote it with her hammer. We can actually be charging up a level 5 fireball here, ready to incinerate the Dick Turpin fan club. And I died. Well, it wasn't that easy, was it? So, time to quit out and retry. Make our way all the way back, and this time we get through without issue, as I had full health to begin with. Now we have to finish the quest here before we can return to the Antichrist Archway. We have a meeting with some of the lycanthrope layabouts. They don't take much punishment, and we can trundle on our merry way until we reach Lilith? Interesting choice of name. Let's help her go and find Frederick in the Howling Halls, a rather imposing ruined cathedral. Lilith leads us downstairs through the halls and oh no, what a shocking turn of events. She was a white she-devil all along.
Children, I bring you flesh.
Our summon spells now cause spectral balverines to show up and help out, which is pretty metal. Get some helpers and charge up big fireballs to blast everyone away. It should be fine and... oh, well that's our second death. Let's restart. Back to the bludgeoning of balverines. Eventually us, Hammer and the trio of Cocker Spaniel Spectres can knock down the pillar. Head over to the other side and leave the Howling Halls, completing the quest. Before we make a start on anything else, we can head back to the Mehrunes Dagon doorway. He's delighted by our horns and lets us get in to the Calavera. A mace first wielded by Vipress, half warrior, half witch, whose beauty was only equalled by her strength and her wrath. Men worshipped her, and she led many into Albion's bloodiest battles. It's alright, kinda mid, but at least we have something to melee with. And this flaming skull bonker will do quite nicely. Now, to go into the Crucible we need to be more famous. So let's peruse through the quest list and hop off to nobble the jobbers over at the Temple of Light. It's just rerunning back through the cave we were at earlier with Hammer, but this time the edgy boys are here. Treat problems with Fireball, and if they stay standing, yes, Fireball again. Cornelius Grimm then attacks us head on and, yep, you guessed it, issue resolved with Fireball. Next errand, Giles' farm is being attacked, and we need to head off and get Ripper and his buddies ready for the Hangman's Noose. Into the centre of the melee we go, summon our blubbery companions and give all of the ruffians a mace-sized suppository. The beatings stop when Ripper himself shows up. Beat him until the coward gives in. Let's let him live. We can give Giles the satisfaction, or at least the choice. And now the Crucible is waiting. Apparently our Instagram page is popular enough to let us in. This is actually a little concerning. With no way to heal, we'll have to figure out some sort of strategy to make this work. So, the first room. Beetles. It's Hobbs. Ready your ghostly buddies and blow them all up. Then use some elbow grease on the fellas in stilts. It's Conjurer Gremlins and extremely happy kamikaze kobolds. One tap blast those that suffer from explosions, and summon plus AoE fireball the rest. The Shambling Horde. Stand in the middle and introduce them to your little friends and explode them whilst preoccupied. Head under the bridge and keep pumping up the level 5 fireballs. This also catches them on the higher levels. For whatever reason. But we had very low health after this room, so let's try something. In the original Fable, if you leveled up health, you'd gain the amount of life that your life bar grows by. Let's see how it works here. but we are max level, so after discarding a level and regaining max toughness, we are fully healed? That's very good to know, but it feels cheap, as I can use the, as previously discussed, XP exploit to get unlimited XP, and then undo and redo a health level just to get all of my health back and get me out of any scrape. That sounds awfully like a potion. So let's not do that and bear it in mind. After restarting the Crucible, we fall. Again, and again, and again, and again. I spent about 2 hours here trying to get through, denying myself what I knew the solution was.
And so our story begins. But who is the hero of our tale? Then let his destiny unfold.
Back in our childhood, yet again. And this time we'll be using our toughness level up as our only way to regain health mid-quest. We'll get a maximum of 5 throughout the game, so let's make them count. Time to make our way all the way back to the Crucible from the very beginning. And after dying an additional 6 times on the way and spending 4.5 hours, we're back. More lads spared from the gallows, run around, summon our imaginary friends and roast them until well done. Our friends from the Howling Halls have returned, but this time with a whimper. They're no match for our translucent tagalongs and an internal combustion demonstration. The basement-dwelling troll-trawler of hobbyist forums is upon us. He presents his blackheads to us for us to pop, incredibly slowly. The one-tap damage is laughable, but we can't charge up to inflict more, as he'll hit us out of the animation. Keep plugging, and off his gremlin friends when he spawns them in. I've saved up some level-ups to use here and end up having to refill. We're now at level 3. Giving us an additional 2 refills for the rest of the game. And what is in far too close a call, we squeak it out. After our glory in the Crucible, the crowds know our name. The excitement, the applause, it's intoxicating. But that isn't what we're here for. As much as we want to linger in the adoration, our mission is not complete. Lucian remains. The blood of our sister has dried on his hands, but it is fresh in our mind. We have a job to do. The Spire, it calls. We can take nothing with us. Hammer will mine bacon and our weapons. See you later, old friend. We will meet again. The pulse of the place is enough to send a man mad, but not us. We walk in with the confidence of a particular proper Irishman. Lucian is within arm's reach, but we must wait for the right time to strike, for plot reasons. We awake fitted with a compliant collar and some clothes forced upon us, with no way to reveal our nudist tendencies. We push through. Bob, our cellmate, shows us to the prisoners, and there he is, Garth, the fabled hero of Will, is safe. We need to wait for the right time. The Commandant summons us and tries to teach me to comply. Every time I disregard his orders, a terrifying pain. One from the root of my being itself, my memories of the journey thus far extracted, forcibly ripped from my psyche, leaving only a void where they were. Some time has passed. The heartbeat of this place is now one with myself. The time just keeps moving. The job is not yet complete. The spire is not yet built.
Remember why you're here!
No, I do not feel one with the spire. We simply are one. This place, it cocoons me. I feel its dark embrace swaddling me into oblivion.
Don't you dare!
A choice. These men are damned to die. They starve. Master wills it to be so. I can't just sit here for a moment. What are you doing? It's insane.
Remember why you're here!
What's everything going on? I can't believe what's going to be. It's fighting! It's everywhere. I can hear the voices. I can hear them.
Remember why you came here!
Wake up, salad dodger. I won't be bested and turned into a fiend. Another eternity passes. Another instruction to be followed. To the depths of this breathing cesspit of despair, another man has lost his life. I collect his effects and... Garth? You're back. The collar. Removed. My abilities. Returned. My fury. Unshackled. Oh, now it's on. We can again make our way back up through the spire. Although we're forced to acquire the weapons of the guard, we won't be using them. Will is enough. Spawning summons and big explosions are the way forward. Inch forwards and summoning fellas as you go to not get blindsided. And then lead Garth to the central room to help make a getaway. The Sith Lord cosplay will now show up with a band of goons and challenge us to a brawl, which I promptly lost. I I will say that this is a blow, for the simple reason that each reset here at this point takes approximately 9 minutes to get back to. This is going to be a slog. The strat is to get everyone focused on summons whilst you charge up big fireballs. Heal up here if needed, and with that Garth is rejuvenated and able to help. But don't think we're out of the woods yet. Another battle is ahead of us. And this time, we smash our way through their ranks, leaving all of Lucian's gophers for dust. Board the ship, back to Albion. We can remove the stink of that uniform while we're at it as well. Bacon is safe, and Teresa has news. It's been 10 years. We'll find out more at the guild. The hero's skill has finally been revealed. A pirate by the name of Reaver, crime lord in Bloodstone. We need to go there to convince him to join us. To get to Wraithmarsh, we'll need a working Cullis Gate. Fortunately, Garth has one in his tower. Unfortunately, the place has been overrun by members of the Black Fingernail, and we will need to fight our way through. Brilliant. But with both heroes of strength and will, the Smashing Pumpkins fanboys are no more, and we ruin their promo tour for their latest album. Even the floating pizza slices are no match for our mighty mace. Keeping all of the trench coat clad lads off Garth is a fairly simple exercise. Lightning, goblins, job done. Just keep on spamming until they all give up and go home. Dash for the Cullis Gate and it breaks behind us, leaving us alone in the foggy wastelands. Argus Filch nabs us and slaps us in a cage for safekeeping. We're unable to do much of anything until the fog rolls in. He gets gobbled by a banshee, and the doggo nicks his keys to let us out. Lovely. The wailing wraiths look intimidating but pose no real threat. Kill the shadow dwellers and then get rubbing your lump of metal in their direction until it disappears. Heading through the ruins of Oakvale and smashing up all the calcium combatants as we go, we're eventually met with this oversized Kiwi Farms regular, and we do barely any damage to him. Along with the flood of Bone Zone blokes running towards us, this is going to be grueling. So after failing to beat him, we try again, and fail yet again. I don't want to use my last health up for this fight, but what choice do I have? Oh, let's make like brave Sir Salad Dodger and run away. Much easier. Into Bloodstone and to meet up with Reaver, who's frying up a storm in all of his frightening glory. He tells us to be gone. Again, we're not popular enough on YouTube.com to pique his interest. He's unable to refrain from shooting the sculptor who doesn't get his likeness quite right.
Do you think my buttocks look like that?
So, back to Bloodstone to get more subs and members so the Reaper will pay us any mind. Which is actually useful, because we also need to increase our fame to get a bunch of groupies to follow us to a Belial Boltway. So, it will be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Going about choosing what jobs we can take to increase our renown is a little tricky, as we need quests that don't require us to get any loot. Knocking a few off the list straight away. Something is stinking up the Rookridge Inn, and we need to investigate. Turns out to be the great mighty Pooh. After lobbing fireballs and slowly chipping its health away, it'll be conquered. 3,500 fake internet points in the bank. Next up, Tommy has said that there are some squatters in his comfy cave, and can we sort them out? In the cave is a bunch of shark-faced toddlers all over the place, and after running around on clean-up duty, Tommy arrives to inform us that we were actually meant to die.
You were meant to get eaten, but you killed them. Murderer!
Well, a swift slap of a mace and Tommy's also no longer an issue. Next up on the board is a blind date. The farmer we assisted earlier needs some help with his son. Apparently he's having some real issues with the ladies. So Farmer Giles wants us to help as we're...
You're a man of the world.
After chatting with Rupert, it appears that he's mildly closeted and doesn't really know what to do. Off to Bowerstone to find him a nice sailor boy. Let's show his picture to the first bloke that wanders by.
He seems perfect. Here's a note with my name and address. Tell him to visit me soon.
And go off to have a chat with dear old Dad. Giles is mildly shocked by the realisation that his son is gay, so they all have a bit of a laugh about it, flog the farm and head off to the big city to make a new life for themselves. I thought I might be famous enough by this point, so I grabbed a gaggle of scum and villainy from Bloodstone, and head to the Corson Cavity. Apparently, this murder of mischief makers isn't a big enough crowd. Fair enough.
Oh, There are no more appreciators of the theatre? Oh, how woeful.
Let's take on another quest. We might as well bring everyone with us to witness our brilliance. Mrs. Spade needs us to rescue her sons. Sam and Max have gotten themselves into a spot of bother down by the drowned farm. After hopping down the well and re-deading the undead, Max rabbits on about accidentally releasing a banshee down in Bloodstone. Sam's dogged about it not really being their fault. So, back to Bloodstone with our gang of groupies to fight another rather large banshee. It's down on the docks, same strat applies, kill the shadow monsters and bop it until it ceases to be. Back to Bowerstone and Mrs. Spade is scolding the two, but pays us thanks. Finally, we're recognised enough. Head back to Bloodstone and gather up some additional followers. It seems we lost a couple on our journeys. And when we have all 10, fast travel to the drowned farm and make a beeline for the Ouroboros orifice. After lamenting about how the theatre isn't dead, we get let into Terry Cotter's army. And in the back of the lodgings is a hidden entrance to Terry Cotter's army. And what do we acquire for our trouble? The Perforator. Now this is a big DPS bump. And after increasing all of our skill abilities, we've now grown out of manlet height and are firmly in, oh you're a big un, territory. Now we have a meeting with Reaver, who's a terrible pirate that has now heard of us. He sends us to drop off some unimportant trinket to some place in Wraithmarsh. Nothing could possibly go wrong. And it looks like the portrait artist is fried liver and gets got by flintlock firepower.
Are you really suggesting my cheekbones are anywhere near that low?
Speaking of which, just look at how this rifle rips and tears through everything. Where has the Perforator been my entire life? After some good old-fashioned rooting-tooting rifle shooting, we arrive at the Shadow Council. It seems we've been duped, tricked. Malarkey is afoot. Apparently, we have to choose for either ourselves or this young lass to lose our good looks and youth. Now, considering I already have a face like a bag of smashed crabs, and I run around the countryside naked with full-body 90s era tribal tattoos, yet all the people of Albion flock to me anyway, I think it's safe to say that it's not my boy's charm that aids me in the pulling department. It's probably the fact that I'm... hang on, wait a minute. Built like a brick with biceps the size of Bowerstone and more popular than its town bicycle rental service. Yeah, I'll be fine. Back to rendezvous with Reaver, and he's now going for the double backstab. He's trying to hand us back to Lucien for a price. But the skullduggery goes another layer deeper as Lucien attacks to kill us both.
Reaver, the city's under attack by a bloody army. Lucian's men, dozens of the buggers.
Me? Lucien and I had a gentleman's agreement. How dare he betray me? And just when I was in the middle of trying to betray you.
With no choice but to cooperate, we heartily thrust into Reaver's rear passage to fight the double-crossers who double-cross the double-crosser. Reaver is currently at approximately 0.27 ocelots of deception and double-crossery. Step it up! With the Perforator perforating, the mace swanging, and the fireball and lightning all over the place, this group of goth disco attendees pose more of a nuisance than anything else. Just keep on ploughing through Reaver's rear passage until we plop out on Smuggler's Beach, with all of the other heroes to help out with the D4 of demonic tendencies that show up and try to spoil our fun. Hang around with Garth until he opens the Zelda-esque weak point and get perforating. Keep an eye on the men in black who spawn in and get ready to erase their existence if necessary. Focus back on the shard whenever you can and it goes down. Teresa shows up to help convince Reaver to actually help us, which he does through greed over anything else. This is it. We're all assembled in the circle of heroes. It's time to put a stop to Lucien once and for all. Just before we can finish the ritual, he shows up and he...
The last of the heroic blood will flow out onto this hilltop.
No! Don't shoot the dog! Lucien! You will pay for this!
Pitiful creature. Misguided and weak. The last time I killed you, it tore my heart out. Of course, you were only a child. But then, so was I.
Death is not your destiny today, little sparrow.
Sister, what is this? You're back! It's the life I wanted! No. The more I see, the more I know it's a cruel trick. I can't be convinced to stay in ignorant bliss. I have to get back. The music box! I hear it. I must go.
Castle Fairfax looks so nice in the snow. If only we could live there.
Perhaps that could be arranged.
Father! I could have stopped him!
Everyone has their breaking point, and I will find yours.
The last time I killed you, it tore my heart out. Of course, you're only a child. But then, so was I.
You have passed the test. Your rewards are the opportunity to confront your enemy, and the means to destroy him.
Back here in these halls where the beat of its heart matches my own, there is only one way. Forwards.
What? What is that? What are you doing? Stop. Think about what you're doing. Stop now, you fool! You insect! I order you to stop! Flee!
And now, the man who killed my sister, my dog, and me twice speaks. But not for long.
Oh, I thought it'd never shut up.
There is only one choice. Lucien has fallen, our mission is complete, the world can heal, and we can retreat to our caravan with bacon and live our days out in quiet solace. And with that, Fable 2 is all wrapped up using only Demon Door loot. Alucard, son of Dracula's back in Transylvania, but this time we're cutting him off from his animal forms, as he's a recovering furry. This means we're not allowed to use the bat or the wolf form. Lacking the primary mode of aerial transport, we may end up in some sticky situations.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. Have at you! Over! Grant me power! No! It cannot be!
We start off overpowered and have the ability to smite all the devilish Daxons as we go, trundling through right up until the Grim Reaper reaps all of our flashy stuff away from us. No bother. Make our way through the halls, equip the short sword you pick up from the first Rattlebones, remembering to nab the Cube of Zoe on the right before dipping into the alchemy laboratory, break the globe and get our first armour upgrade. Now in the room above, there's a Scarlet Skeleton. Kill him as he stands on the switch on the floor and hop up to the next level. With a bit of luck, he'll wander off and on the switch when he reanimates, allowing you to hop up and get a pretty good weapon, the Basilard. It has incredibly short range, but at this point it absolutely chews through everything with its incredibly fast attack speed. Run past the alchemical station and attack the flame. This gives you the leather shield, for some reason. In the next room you can break the floor to get a cheeky health up and break the wall to the right for our first heart up. In the next room there's a box surrounded by spikes. Press both switches, push the box up and get it lifted into the air like a Shaolin monk demonstration. Hop up to the right and nab the first cloak upgrade hidden in the globe. Now make your way for the first save point ready for the upcoming boss fight.
But enough talk! Have at you!
The strat here is just before you trigger them off, fire off a Tetra spell by holding up, then doing the following input, then run in, spam attack to mop up. Easy peasy. Onwards. Head up to the next save room and then proceed to slice and dice your way through the marble gallery to meet up with Maria.
I've come to destroy this castle.
Then we have the same purpose. I'll trust you for now. I'm Maria. Who are you?
Alucard,
After the awkward teenage moment, we can move on to the outer walls. Drop down and check out this regal rapier rammer. Fire off some more Tetrasouls and head behind him. Now this room has a secret. Take out the back wall and just wait there. Reminds me of something. And we'll get dropped down to grab the mirror cuirass and the dual knuckle dusters. A rather overtuned weapon at this point in the run, as normally you'd need to head in here with miss powers that we'll get later. Heading up, take a pit stop at the D20 room to prepare for the doppelganger fight.
But enough talk! Have at you!
I tried to use Tetrasouls again, but unfortunately he's got the nous to turn into mist to avoid it all. No matter. Run at him and punch him in the toes until he relents. Just outside his room is a jug with yet another health up. Grab it and head all the way upstairs. Activate the elevator, grab this heart container and go back down to nip into the library. Whilst we're here, smash a few lamps to get some uncurses. You'll see why later. The librarian is not willing to help us at all, as we're working against his master. But after saying we'll grease his palms, he's perfectly happy to help us destroy his workplace. Grab the Jewel of Open and an extra library card, just in case. While we're here, we might as well grab the fairy scroll. Now make our way all the way back to the marble gallery, only stopping off to head and open the door courtesy of the Jewel of Open. We can't retrace back through the boss room, so we need to take a detour. Avoid all of the moaning Marie Antoinette dolls. And grab the spirit orb, because seeing damage numbers is cool. When in the red halls, there's a long-suffering husband with his ball and chain. He hits like a truck, but you can remove the problem by punching him in the ankles. In the next corridor,
a writhing abomination of colossal proportions, the Old One slumbers. Its cyclopean form defies mortal comprehension. Madness arises in all those who gaze upon it, wherein a primal terror from the deepest recesses of the human psyche will form, breaking anyone foolhardy enough to test their mettle.
oh look, the definitely not skirting copyright laws Cthulhu died. Press on back through the castle until we reach the now openable door to meet up with the lovely Maria again.
So, we meet again, Alucard.
It seems so.
And into the royal chapel. Now we'll have a couple of issues with the stairs. The decrepit dragon heads and the fences perched on them are all designed to attack diagonally at us, so the short range of the dual knuckles will be a bit tricky, but we can normally out DPS them and erase the problem before they have a chance to hit, usually. When we enter this great hall, head up the spiral staircase and grab the goggles hidden above for a bit of a stat bump. Then drop down and head into the door on the ground floor on the opposite side to grab the knight shield, a solid upgrade. Make your way to the first bell tower, just don't get knocked off by the birds. Nab the health up and silver plate mail and head across to the next tower. After the corridor we have a dinner date with a feathery combatant.
But enough talk! Have at you!
The hippogriff doesn't pose much of a threat and is bested by, again, punching it in the ankles until it ceases to exist. After yet another rendezvous with Maria, head through the castle keep and all the way up to the leap stone. Notice how irritating all of these turkey wranglers are. I'm sure that won't be a complete nuisance later. For now, head back into the teleporter and grab the heart up. And it's back to the marble gallery for the clock tower for us. We need to hang fire and wait for the statue to move away. Any minute now. Right, let's head through Olrox's quarters and dart straight for the Colosseum. Make your way through the halls until you reach this room. Just as you enter, you can use the Tetra spell to clear out most of the Calcium contenders. Nip down and crotch punch the Dark Souls cosplayer, hop over and grab the shield rod, and Tetra the rest of the stragglers. It's boss fight time.
But enough talk! Have at you!
Richter's presiding over proceedings, and a werewolf and Minotaur are our partners in gladiatorial combat. Time to span Tetra Souls and go for jabbing them in the junk. Head through and grab the only form that we can use. Mist. Right now it isn't hugely useful, but we'll be doing something about that. Use the library card and head all the way through the library to the outer wall. Keep pushing through the clock tower. Use the mirror cuirass we found earlier to not get too stoned by the gold Medusas. In the second clockwork room, break down the secret wall to grab an extra health up, and head through the pointed armour rooms until you reach Karasuman.
But enough talk! Have at you!
Just Tetra, and jump punch him until he's banished to the Shadow Realm. Head up and save.
we could be here for quite some time. So, looking at the map of this area, we need to get up here, which is where the Power of Mist is. But we have no way to fly, as we don't have the bat form. After Alucard double jumps, you can press down and jump again for him to dive kick. This will bounce him up off enemies and candles to send him up. And in this area, there are a bunch of aerial Ant-Men around for us to use as a turkey ladder. Sounds simple, right? Problem is, they do a chunk of damage, and it's tough to get into position to set it up. Let's go and swap some gear around so we have less chance of dying. Back to the library we go. Swap out to the Elven Cloak, and now equip the Shield Rod. And we should be able to tank all of the hits like a champ. So let's swing back and try again. And after a few attempts of not quite getting up there, we have the Power of Mist. Now we can fly anywhere we need to. Time to go back to the clock tower for our final movement item. Using the Power of Mist to fly up, we can grab the anti-gravity boots. Now, head down the passage we opened up much earlier in the game. Head down and into this doorway. Bust open all the pots like an undead bull in a china shop. And grab the Moonstone necklace along with some meal tickets. Save and head to the purple D20.
Mother! I'm coming, Mother! I'm coming, Mother!
But enough talk! Have at you!
The Tricksy Succubus. She has many attacks. She can duplicate herself, send out tendrils to hit you, get up close and personal with a kiss of death. Oh look, she's dead. Anyway, grab the ring and get out of there. We now need to head to the opposite side of the castle. Head straight for the spike corridor in the towers. You may be wondering why I haven't got the spike breaker armour. Well, it turns out if you transform out of mist and spam uncurse, you get invincibility frames and can just meander through. After another flirt with Maria, we can grab the silver ring, teleport over to the library and traipse all the way back to the central clock, wherein both silver and gold rings will cause the bottom passage to open up. Grab the health and heart ups in the side room and head down into the central chamber. In the fleshy centre of the castle, Maria will give us some holy glasses.
Well, here, take these with you.
Now we should be able to see what's really going on. Teleport back to the library and head to the orange transportation room and teleport to the keep. At the foot of the ruined stairs you can fly up to this doorway and grab some goodies before we start. Head over and break open this door and grab some new armour upstairs. It's now time to face Richter.
But enough talk! Have at you!
Make sure you have the glasses equipped and ignore him, but batter the glowing green orb overhead. After that's done, he comes back to his senses and Shaft shows up to shaft us and inform that the inverted castle at this point is little more than a boss rush. Using the Power of Mist to avoid most enemies and darting straight from boss to boss. But first grab all the health up goodies in the keep as well as a swanky new cape. First up on the chopping block is the Darkwing Bat.
But enough talk! Have at you!
The DC villain that remained on the cutting room floor. Tetra plus hit with our mighty rod and he's left for scraps. Grab the Ring of Vlad. Head through and go to the clock tower to pick up the dragon helm. Loop to the outer walls to face the creature.
But enough talk! Have at you!
He keeps rolling around like a bad naughty's earworm. Again, Tetra plus rod until the problem goes away. Grab the Tooth of Vlad and loop back the way we came. You can get past this bit by turning to mist. Now stomp through the castle until we reach the Medusa in the ante-chapel.
But enough talk! Have at you!
Pop on the mirror cuirass and go ham. I threw holy water all over the place until she was little more than a sleeping snake nest. Grab the heart and run for Deathwing's lair to find Akmodan II.
But enough talk! Have at you!
Tetra spell and give him a good old rodding. And the Hammer Horror antagonist is down. Take the rib and bolt for the catacombs. Oh, now it's actual Cthulhu, but this time called Malachi? Hang on, what does that mean? Okay, moving on. Grab the health up in the inverted clock room and head on to the catacombs to greet the Scythe Swanger.
But enough talk! Have at you!
Hop up and give him the Rod of Bonk. Phase 2, Mecha Battle Prawn incoming. He's much squishier than his visage would lead you to believe. Apply corrective measures of Rod and Tetra spells until the crustacean is not a problem, giving us the Eye of Vlad. It's now time to take the long walk. Back to the clock room, back to Daddy Dearest, to tell him we don't care what he thinks, and hanging out with humans isn't a phase, Dad. But first, time to shaft. And after some Tetra helping hands and utilising the Ramrod...
Oh! No!
Well met, my son. It's been a long time.
Dracula, he has big hands. Just avoid the attacks, keep throwing down holy water, and you'll be fine. Let's try again. His second phase can be a bit tricky, but you can use the misform to dodge his stretchy head attacks and... Okay, I'm going to level with you. I sat here getting bodied for quite a while, and I could either sit here for an unknown amount of time bashing my head against the wall, or I could, well, just one upgrade. It won't hurt, will it? I can feel power. Yes! And now the boss fight looks like this.
Go back whence you came. Trouble the soul of my mother no more.
Sorry, I don't quite know what came over me there. But the castle falls, daddy issues vanquished, and we all walk into the sunset. And that's it. Challenge completed. The black sheep of the Metal Gear franchise. The one everyone forgets. The one with more ties to XCOM and Magic the Gathering than anyone thought possible. It's time for the insanity that is Metal Gear Acid 2, a tactical turn-based card-driven stealth game, but this time without using the card shop. The rules are as follows: no use of the card shop, and no picking up the card packs that are found on the floor throughout the game. They've been dropped by the card shop delivery truck. Individual weapons, however, are fine. No RNG manipulation for end-of-level cards, and as per tradition, we play on the hardest difficulty possible. In this case, the normal difficulty. So, as is rather likely, this is your first time seeing this hidden gem of a game in all of its turn-based glory. So to make sure no one is completely lost with the goings-on, let's have a crash course in acid game mechanics. Snake can play up to 2 cards per turn, shown here. And the cards he can play has a cost associated with it, which is the large number up here. You can choose either to move with a card for that cost, or you can use the action associated with it for that cost. After your turn, the game then counts down everyone's cost one at a time until someone has 0, and now it's their turn to move. And that is about it. Everything else is a card effect that can be anything from equipping a trusty cardboard box, to summoning a cyborg ninja to slash up a fool. Simple enough. You may be questioning what makes the lack of card shop so difficult. Well, normally after each mission, you'll get a bunch of points to go and spend at the card shop. This will help you get a more refined deck and get some real goodies to make everything easier. It's possible to create decks that basically make it so that it's always your turn, with lots of movement cards and cost reduction cards. This is not going to be like that. Snake? No, not this one, or this one, but probably this one, has amnesia, and is flying back from a coup after a job well done with a cool $15 million. But upon landing, Dalton, the plucky FBI agent, cops us and throws us back out of the frying pan and into the fire. One final job. It shouldn't be too hard, should it?
Snake, I did it.
You got past security?
Bingo.
Great. So what do you got?
I hacked Baker's top secret VR system.
You're pretty good.
Okay, Snake, let's get to work.
The main way we can collect cards is by clear bonuses, and our end of level rank. If we get an S rank, we get 3 cards. It might not seem like much, but it's all we have. The cards are also random, so we have no idea what we're going to get. But now, on to the harbour.
The little outhouse to the left has 2 M911 pistols, which will become our main eliminator of the private security forces. Trundle out to the next outhouse whilst in our comfy place, the cardboard box. Grab the worst pistol in the game and try the terminal. A dud. We need to head a little further in. Now we can use one of the very often overlooked and hidden MVP of this run, the chokeout card. Send the berry-wearing blighter to Dreamland and head up the stairs. This sets up for us to be able to run behind the next for a little surprise cuddle. As he rests down on the concrete, head to the small storage room and grab the 2 AKs before completing the mission. The William Tell and a Mark 22. Very useful. For now, straight into the control section. It's relatively simple. We just need to make our way through, activate all of the terminals and leave. So we shouldn't have any problems at all. Oh dear. Let's try that again. And this time just sneak behind the wall defence force and head downstairs, sneaking past all the cameras on the way. Give the TF2 scout a friendly vertebrae realignment, nab the chaff grenade and dart for the terminal, then exit. Unfortunately, the whole place goes into lockdown, and we've lost contact with our friendly neighbourhood spook. So we need to head to the comms tower to try to reconnect with our mission handler. And you thought this would be easy. After questioning Dalton's motives, we can head up to the comms tower and send off all of the important data we've nabbed. Nice and easy, play a quick game of knock-door run on the old age pensioner and head up the stairs. Distract the next numpty and crawl under the IR sensors. Might as well grab that chaff grenade for later. It will become very useful. Next we can skirt around the outside of the room in the corrugated wonder that is the cardboard box. Just as we're about to finish up the mission, Dalton gets captured, and we're greeted by the definite good guy Wiseman, a man with a face for politics. Definitely not a thinly veiled bad guy at all. No, not a chance. He lets us know that some chap called Copplethorne has a weapon to surpass Metal Gear, and a nuke, and he isn't afraid to use them. Standard affair. But the silence is broken by a bunch of grumpy lads vying to use our mullet as their personal air warmer. Time for a full frontal assault. And by full frontal assault, what I actually mean is using an ethereal cyborg to hop in and Ainsley Harriet one of the lads into tomato chunks, and then use claymores to lure the redcoats to their doom. A very fair fight. BB, the mysterious hacker's been hopping into our ear to come along for the ride. Has he managed to hack in, listen to everything going on and just... hang on, has he put ads into this game?
We got some new items for you, so gear up! There's a new pack available right now! Watch for the MGS 3-pack! Loads of new weapons and characters! You'll never know fear if you've got the right gear! Check out the card shop during intermission.
Yep, that was a real thing, and yes, the game repeatedly tries to taunt us into the card shop with further adverts. But we've managed to get through the comms tower. Now we need to go to the research block. This first room has a couple of issues. There are cameras and patrol bots all over the ground floor, and this walkway is also blocked up by all of the rollerdrome rascals. Fortunately, we did pick up some chaff grenades earlier, so... moving on. We meet up with a researcher, Dr. Takayama, and she has some big, fat, juicy plot details to share with us later, after she runs off with a child in a surgical gown. Weird. She's locked us out of this way, so we'll need to run the long way around. Fortunately, we only come up against these mechanical canines, so we can again make our way round through some rather obvious holes in their patrol path until we find Dr. Takayama. Again, she realises that maybe we aren't here to give her a bit of slap and tickle, and shares with us her voluminous, unfeasibly large plot revelation that Copplethorne has secretly been conducting experiments on children, and that the top brass that runs this place shut him down, but it turned into a series of firefights. Now, we need to make our way up north to go onto the cargo train to meet him. All of our combatants are again of the mechanical variety, so we should be able to make our way through quite happily with the use of some chaff grenades. They will only last for 40 cost, so we should try to minimise our cost usage and use reduction cards where possible. Blimey, that cut it a bit fine on the first chaff grenade, so after throwing the second, we can shoot it to force it to pop now. This will reduce the amount of turns that we can use it, but it's probably the best way to get around here. And after getting up to the next platform, we actually get a deck reload. Not the best. You see, when you run out of cards, you'll reshuffle your deck and start drawing again, but the game adds 10 cost. Not great when we try to reduce cost for the chaff grenade. However, the fibrous paper container comes in clutch, so we can sneak in behind the next prototype Boston Dynamics doggy, nab the thermal goggles that were just left lying there, and bolt for the door. A Johnny Sasaki and a cardboard box, two very useful cards we'll use going forwards. All that card draw from Johnny flush in our hand is especially good. This room isn't too bad, even the gun-toting noodle boxes aren't a challenge when you have a... God, why are there so many of them? Why are they everywhere? Lure the corridor protector to the balcony and give him a reach around. Then go forth and crawl like the snake you are, and set off the alarm. Let's try again. So go forth and crawl, this time avoiding that one IR sensor. Sling a chaff grenade and get spotted by the takeout shootout box just before it explodes. Lovely. Attempt number 3. So, after heading through the IR sensors, popping the nade, we can head straight into the next room that has plenty of squaddies to meander around. Brilliant. And this one walks straight into us after we enter the room. Let's hope we can trank him before he calls for help. 60% chance? Yes! Now we can lure the pavement inspector on the far side when the last remaining guard walks off, giving us a clear path to run around and head upstairs. Also, when the club bouncer walks back, he doesn't see us. Guards in this game have no way to bend their necks upwards. They can only look around like Michael Keaton's version of The Dark Knight. Remember that for later. For now, the next room poses some issues. This first guard will basically always see us, and trying to walk behind him will be in the line of sight of the camera above. So after taking out the camera, we can wait for his back to be turned and head through. Now leaving us with this conundrum. Neither of these living statue impersonators will move, but this wall ahead is at an angle, and it actually lets us shoot around the corner. So let's use the Tranq, hit him, and move through. That 60% hit rate has really come back to bite me. Now instead, maybe we can distract him with audio. So, knock over here and also lob a chaff down the stairs to let us get around the camera behind him. Now this worked out even better than planned. The additional pop of the chaff dragged him downstairs, letting us get a clean getaway. So let's knock up here to drag the guard further down and oh dear. So, stealth isn't required, it just means less cards. I can afford to lose a couple, right? It's surely not going to cause any major issues later at all. No, it's fine. Let's press on. Time for the first boss. Harab Surap, a fellow that was part of the Ape Escape Edgy remake in 2008. He has stretchy, extendable, replaceable arms, and a jawline to make a fitness influencer blush. Shame about the dentistry, eh? He goes on about his queen and how we'll know. I'm sure it's nothing important. Let's stop all the monkey business and put him down for good. It's worth trying to get behind him. This will mean we do double damage. Hitting the side is also worthwhile as you do 1.5 times damage. As he also has front evades equipped, that's for the best anyway. He gets around the arena using his bare hands like a Stretch Armstrong wannabe. He can also shoot them at us, which most definitely smarts. At this point in the game, we do struggle with damage output. We don't have a huge amount of effective weaponry in our deck, and unfortunately, the front evade has a chance to proc when he hits him from the side as well. This could end poorly. Fortunately, he messes around letting us fire off some shots into his back and cut him up a touch with the survival knife. After that barrage, he completely forgets where we are, allowing us to crossbow our way to victory. All we know is that there are other test subjects that we may need to go up against in the future. Wiseman reveals part of his hand and we get to meet Venus, a fellow stealth operative who's been here in the shadows all along. Venus opens the shutter that Takayama closed earlier, but before we can get acquainted with her, the doors bust down, and Vince, with a helmet of the pointed variety, strolls in. And that's our cue for stage left. Now we get a bunch of cards that Venus has come with, so after some finagling both decks, we have something that we can work with. Now we have to go back to the research block and do a bunch of running round. There are 2 characters to control, so hopefully we should be able to have some more strategies to play with. But first things first, we need to head back to Takayama. So, let's roll out. Everyone here leaves rather large gaps in their patrol route ready for us to exploit. Venus decides to use her 2 glistening, pearlescent throwing stars and finish off a couple of onlookers who just so happen to get in the way. We try to meet the Doctor in the obvious boss arena that we left her in earlier, but she's fled, leaving us to have to deal with Vince. The aforementioned chief of security comes at us, with his blonde hair and blue eyes of murderous intent. He plods around and blasts our general direction with rockets, sportingly giving a warning shot before he shoots Starfall all over the place. Mostly he wanders around and he's fairly easy as he has no support, but when he does hit, it's off the Richter scale. Try to manoeuvre to get behind him, and again, just keep blasting, chipping away with what we can. Fortunately, with both Snake and Venus outnumbering him, the action economy is in our favour, as we're far more likely to get a turn than he is, so swarm up and keep attacking. Unfortunately, he gets a chance to blind Venus, which does this to our hand, and rips the back out of Snake. We can still use our cards in this state, they're just trickier to figure out what they are. Snake has barely any offensive options, but we can at least waste Vince's front evade with the worst handgun in the game. Now Venus can step in, lay down some offense while he in essence sits there and takes it like a champ. And now with the 2 of them trained in on him, whenever either Snake or Venus attacks, there's a chance the other will help out and join in on the combo using one of their equipped weapons, letting us take down the man in black. The Chief talks. We now know where the Doctor is. And she's apparently in charge of something called the Ego System, so she isn't just a bouncy personality. The alarm goes off, distracting Snake and Venus just enough to let the very large, very injured and very slow Austrian art school drop out to escape. Now running back to the Doctor, we're interrupted by a pack of rabid takeout containers hell-bent on shooting a small child. After throwing a grenade that goes boom, and a grenade that confuses them with strips of shiny stuff, they become rather docile, and unable to stop us taking them out one by one. Venus tries to shoot the Doctor because she's afraid of getting shot. The catfight continues. Takayama tells us that the Ego System is the new OS for Metal Gear, that Metal Gear is already active, and to get at it, we need to take a train. She also mentions a Lucinda file that Copplethorne has. I'm sure that won't be useful later. Currently we have terrible weapons, awful movement cards, and minimal cost reduction. We need more cards, but we can't access the shop. So what can we do? It turns out that as well as the level completion bonus, you can also get cards from beating little puzzles and challenges on each map. These will test your knowledge on the game mechanics and have a bunch of gimmicks to get your head around. So, let's try to get a few extra cards to slide into our deck, shall we? This first one is fairly simple. Get the rocket above the oblivious onlookers by sending it 1 block up on the stairs and letting it run out of fuel in the centre of all of them. This time we need to lure both courtyard conquistadors into mines. You can knock here to attract the first jobber, then knock here to lure his friend into a claymore, and finally knock here to bring the clueless sap to his doom. This is a weird one. Start off by using the Elsie and Francis card. The effect is that it'll kill the unfortunate recipient after 3 turns, if you take less than 100 damage in the meantime. Then run to this gap between the truck and the container. Put down the pit trap and run south. Now you need to kite the red coat around the truck, hoping you don't take too much damage. And that's it. Here we need to put the back-turn blighter to sleep, but he only has 1 HP, and our tranquilizer does 10 damage. Seems impossible. However, you can see some cards have coloured borders. That's called interference. Different colours have different effects on cards when they're equipped in the top right here. The blue one just so happens to reduce attacking power, but increase defensive power. So equip the modes in Nagant and the M9 like this and get darting. This is a fun one. It relies on us knowing how explosions react together. Explosions generally affect a 1 block radius, so we can put C4 here, and when we run to the corner and shoot the man on point with an RPG, it causes a chain reaction on the C4s, blowing the rest to smithereens. So, what's our card haul? Granin. Not immediately useful, a good combo card, and useful to keep in the back pocket. The plus life tent, that's good for a firefight. William Tell's a good card, silent and very powerful when we upgrade it. Another M911 to add to the collection for Snake to use, which is a fantastic weapon when sneaking, but very poor in boss fights. One thing worth noting, you'll see some weapons have an ammo type on them. This means that if you have, say, a 5.56 equipped, you can use any card with 5.56 on to act as ammo. The AK will be useful. It can act as ammunition for a gun that we'll get later, and the OICW is a bad rifle, but again, we can use it as ammo for better guns. We're still very light on cost reduction cards, but that's something we'll just have to deal with.
Snake, are you happy with those cards? Snake?
I think it's a trap to lure us out here.
Why's that?
It's too easy. Like a video game.
Huh? There are always a new game of...
Simulation failed. Buffer overflow. Subject ego misaligned. Process terminated.
Today, we're going to be playing Metal Gear Solid. We've also got to play on Extreme. Number 3, we have to complete this on European Extreme. All on the hardest difficulty possible. And as per tradition, we play on the hardest difficulty possible. In this case, the normal difficulty. The normal difficulty. The normal difficulty. That's not right. We play on Extreme. But in this game, the only way to access Extreme is to play a completed save file. Meaning that the only way to get through to Extreme is to have completed the game on normal. But as cards transfer from one playthrough to the next, the only way to do it is complete the game on normal under the challenge rules, and then do it all over again on Extreme. This is all the extra armament that we have. The real challenge starts now. The harbour. We're back, and this time, everyone means business. The guards have 5 times the health, armed to the teeth like a proper coup enthusiast should be, and this time they've brought everyone and are far more numerous. We'll get less free passes. Now, let's actually get this party started. In this first section, we can abuse that some of the Hodor impersonators will stand still no matter what. Even if that matter is a small case of localised fire, they'll dutifully turn themselves to ash, giving us an opportunity to nab the first console we need to interact with. Then, afterwards, by nipping under the truck, we can again get eyes on a barrel set to blow, taking out both of the hapless sods nearby. Run across this sightline of the nosy container inspector and treat issue with repeated lead injections. A tricky puzzle is presented right away. 2 hide-and-seek aficionados are circling from the get-go, but if we can get to this little nook and hop into our trusty cardboard box, when the chap on the stairs starts to meander back up, we should be able to follow behind and perform an impromptu experiment of the effects of concrete on a falling Jobsworth. Heading into the next room's also more complicated, but nothing that can't be resolved by tranking our way through everyone before they can call an alarm. And here, notice, when we knock the stuffing out of the standing heavy bag, he leaves one of those dirty, horrid, despicable card packs on the floor. Worth noting that. But I can't see that causing any heartache later on at all. Now we have to run headfirst into this new breed of opponent. It seems they're rather good at stacking the damage. Not a bunch of chaps to be trifled with. But we just about scraped through by pretending to be an arsonist at a firework display and setting everyone on fire. Now this time we can't just chaff our way to victory. We'll need to use a stun grenade on the first 2 goons from this corner, and while they're seeing stars we can dart for the far corner under the IR sensors. And this is where things start to get tricky. This time, downstairs, there are also a couple of guards, so we can't just chaff all of the wandering teppanyaki boxes and be done with it. But, if we throw a chaff on the top gantry, then make our way downstairs and under this desk, from here, we can try to help this chap with his sleep deprivation problems.
and shoot the fire extinguisher to temporarily blind the second goon. Now just run through the door. Before we get to the next room, reach aft the place to stop some of the pesky gun turrets dotted around the room. Then slink through and wait under this desk until you can again shoot out the fire extinguisher. Run around and nudge one of the 3 blind mice out of the way with a gentle leg tap and run for the exit. In here we'll need to get another chaff up and run around the outside. After running up, we can lob a stun grenade over the top to topple the Tranq twins, and before their concerned comrade can come over, give him prime shipping on a Pistol Express delivery and hide again. When everyone has head back to their positions, knock and lure the remaining twin, run the opposite side, and stand here to throw yet another stun grenade into the melee, and head for the exit. This is certainly getting a whole heap more complicated. So he is again big, again green, and this time he is about as difficult as before. Shoot his back, big ape guy's a bit of a pushover. First try, onwards. After heading all the way back to try to find the good doctor, we're yet again put up against Vince the Valkyrie, but again he flounders. We still have the action economy advantage, and he simply can't throw out enough damage to do anything scary. On his own he's little more than a nuisance. After, again, he sneaks off incredibly slowly, we get the Raiden card. This allows us to perform Raiden's wheel kick from MGS2, and its special ability is that we can cross pits with it. This is amazing, as it'll let us access some armaments that were previously off limits. Again, we have to find the doctor with the huge, round glasses, make our way through and try not to get greedy and assume that the first scientific patrolman will walk away from us. Let's reset and have another bash at it, and crawl through until we can pop out here. Heading through to greet the good doctor, I forget that we're actually about to go up against a posse of trundling sweet and sour boxers, who have the sole intention of delivering lead at high speeds to small children. Whoops. So let's actually prepare for the fight this time. Chaff, bang, wallop. Much better. Now, onto the terminal. A new mechanic's introduced here called search mode. Basically, we don't know where any of the enemies are unless we have line of sight on them. They're also hidden all around. On top of that, a train shows up every 20 cost and gives anyone on the tracks a gentle love tap. Brilliant. So we can move forwards, knock out the first wandering rifle salesman with a swift kick, and proceed to ensure he fails to get back up. And then wait for the train. Now you can hide in both of these hidey holes, one in the crawl space and one's here in the corridor. This devious little slacker has a secret. His back is always facing us, but he has rear evade equipped, meaning if we shoot him, he'll dodge us and spot us. So probably not a good idea. We can, however, choke him out and slug him with a rather oversized armament. Unfortunately, the sound of my sniper rifle seems to have attracted yet another peon to our location. No matter, we can just trank the silly sausage and let the train do our dirty work for us. Oh no. That's bad. We have no way out without picking up that pack of cards. Let's reset and add a new category to the stats. So, this time, set up a rather interesting magazine that we found in a bush just up ahead, choke out our back-turned friend and quietly take him out. Now knock on the wall to bring out the degenerate who would read such a magazine, in the dark, on a train track, and let Thomas the Tank Engine finish the job. Well, it appears this degenerate's built like a brick outhouse and has the constitution of an 80s action movie protagonist. He just heads straight back to work. Remarkable. Let's trank him and take him out. He's in front of the ladder, and has now again been a rather cruel and unusual postman. Let's reset again, and this time, not get cornered by a pack of cards. So, nobble the jobber up here, choke out the Jiu-Jitsu white belt hiding in the corner, attract the adult content enjoyer and run a freight train over him, and pop him from the shadows. End the last man on parade, wait for the train, and dash for the exit.
Finally. And now with Takayama and the small child in tow, we can head off. The only way to travel by train is of course via the roof, much to the chagrin of the owner of two splendid, round, spherical earrings. Now time to make like an old West film and roundhouse a bunch of blokes off the roof. It's worth noting that you can only kick people off to the left as well, so we'll need to run around a couple of the train surfers to knock them off on the right hand side. Once you've emptied the clown car residents out onto the train tracks, we can head on. Metal Gear? It's already active? Copperthorne talks to Takayama and she betrays us, the turncoat vixen, heading over to him in the nuclear-equipped walking battle tank. Copperthorne also seems to have some history with Snake that we have no idea about. He has amnesia, remember? Vince also trundles up to sort of help us, but apparently tanks do no damage to Metal Gear at all. I wonder what its weakness is. And Copperthorne ices the bridge we're meant to cross to get to the underground bunker. Apparently, there is another way across, a different bridge that we can take, through the residential quarters. And what a fine spread this is! This Metal Gear facility has an impromptu casino setup, blackjack, poker and all. Very fancy. We have a straight shot to the stairs, but unfortunately there are Michelin men guarding the bottom. However, we managed to get our hands on a handcard much earlier that we can use to sidestep the rotund rubber men. But that then brings them in range to move and catch us. Let's try again. This time we can place Snake closer and put him into his sanctum of recycled safety. And we get caught. Now again, but this time also pop an action plus. This will give us 2 extra actions that we can use every turn for the next 10 turns. Use those extra cards to be able to run and hide under the blackjack table. Throw a stun grenade to give him 3 stars for his restaurant. And Venus can proceed, waiting for the final Fat Man cosplayer to turn around, then throw and shoot yet another flashbang, making our path to the exit clear. Now again we're in search mode, and we need to find an entrance to the sewers. So the obvious way to do so is by dowsing, of course. Venus is a dab hand and helps us out as she has a strong affinity for holding 2 hard rods.
That's right. Come on, just a little more. Come on. The sticks are moving, give me more. I must be getting close. This is thrilling. Good endurance, not bad, not good. This is so hot, I must have been a bad girl. Now we're really close. Yeah, baby. Yeah. I've never felt it like this before.
So, after smashing the hidden entrance, we can get down to the secondary bridge. But unfortunately it's crawling with ciphers and guards. To cross we'll need a PSG-1, which we actually already obtained in the previous playthrough. So, it's time to get another, again. To the Metal Gear prototype factory we go. This place is a nightmare. Enemies wherever we turn. Knockoff Fury impersonators. Multiple black-clad lads. It's a mess. There's a section here where we can use a Nikita to take out the electric floor, making this section much easier. But we don't have one. I also don't want to go and hit up all the trials either, because on New Game Plus, the card shop opens a second stage. The MGS3 pack turns into the Subsistence pack, MGS2 to the Substance pack, Chronicles to the Unlimited pack, and MGS1 to the Integral pack. And I suspect that those extra cards from the updated pack will now also be available in the card pool for mission completions. So we're just going to have to go back at it. There must be a way around this maze of men. Well, there is, but it's not going to be easy. Not one little bit. Strap in, this is going to get strange. Our first issue is the very first guard. We have some choices. Throw down a magazine, tranquilise him, kill him, or throw a stun grenade at him. Then we need to get both Snake and Venus here behind this box, so the Black Samurai doesn't see us. From here, we both need to equip a cardboard box and gently push forwards in the gaps of each of these patrolmen's routine, eventually making our way up the walkway to the next room. Seems easy. Well... So, now we're in here, what on earth can we do? This block seems safe, and I managed to take out a few of the guards once or twice, but it always failed. It's 2.5 hours in, still no progress past the first half of the mission. But what's this? I knocked out the guards on the floor level right at the start, and knocked to attract the guard up on the walkway. But when I stood in front of the stairs, they can't see me at all. Just like dogs, they can't look up. I waited here for ages, and they were unable to do anything at all. And this laid a plan into action. It's perfect. There's nothing they could do to stop me. In the next room, there's a ladder up, and if we can get both characters up there, blocking the staircase, I can simply be as loud as I want and snipe everyone in the room. It'll drag them over, but it won't set off any alarms because it's just a noise distraction. Ha! It's brilliant. Let's try it out. I even have some stun grenades for the stragglers who accumulate below to take them out as well. Brilliant! Into the next room. Oh no. There are a lot of chaps around here with the sole intention of using my bottom as a gun rack. And over here is where we need to use the Raiden card to get access to a rocket launcher. Let's try taking out the first jet-propelled lad in red. We lose in two ways. First, he blocks the path with the card pack. But more importantly, it instantly triggers an alert. Back to the drawing board. Let's come up with an actual plan. So, how do we go about it? Well, what we're going to have to do is lure as many of the riot police across the courtyard and down our little alleyway, and from there, lay a little trap for them, thinning their numbers one at a time. Then we can throw a chaff to fluster the ciphers and the rollerblading doggies and get to the exit. First try! I wish. Every reset here is about 20 minutes down the drain. Like I said, this is going to be a slog. But we're back and in a nice rhythm, clearing down all of the guards until... well, that ruined that attempt. So we keep on pushing. The time's racking up. I've been here for over 5 hours at this point. But now, after starting to thin the herd, I can look to finish them all off. All I need to do is just avoid walking onto that. Let's try again. So after taking them all out, we can prep Snake's inventory. He needs the hang card, the rolling card, and someone needs to draw a chaff card to deal with the remaining cipher, or shoot it from across the map. And after some finagling, we can send Snake off on his solo stealth mission. Equip hang and get going. Kick Guy Fieri off the top and carry on. Jump the gap. Hang, drop off, and grab the sniper rifle. So, how long do you think it took? How long to get all the way through to get an item that we already have 2 of? 7 hours and 48 minutes. And also, even worse, the game forces us to pick up this stupid card pack. Well, there's nothing that can be done about that, so onwards. But we get the PSG-1 and an extra RPG, which is a massive help to upcoming fights. So we've grabbed the second sniper rifle from the armoury, and a fire-breathing numpty with 19 eras tribal tattoos shows up called Golab. Let's see what he has in store for us. I'm sure he'll be a challenge. So he breathes fire and spits out flammable tar pits. And he's dead. But on his way to returning to ashes, he sets off the smoke alarm, causing Metal Gear to activate. It's a different one to what we saw earlier. It's also huge. Probably one of the bigger mecha boys we've seen in the series. It's actually returning Metal Gear from the previous Acid game, and it has a few different attacks. It can launch guided rockets from each arm, and a huge head laser thing. Fortunately, we can take out the shields it has on its arms to stop it doing the guided missiles attack. Unfortunately, however, there is a time limit. The whole building's going to go down in 300 cost, and we don't have anywhere near enough heavy armament to make this easy. In total, we have 3 cards that can be classed as heavy hitters, and the Super Dragon is infinitely powerful, but you need a very high cost card to pair it with to make it worthwhile, such as the Granning cards from earlier. And with this being our equipment, most of the time we'll have to use small arms to get this done. Let's hope we have enough time to get it sorted. It's cutting it close, But after repeatedly shooting it in the arms with pistols and a sniper rifle, Metal Gear moves to Phase 2. Even worse is Kadoke spends a huge amount of time shuffling its feet, as it's only vulnerable in Phase 2 when he bows for us. Come on, this is cutting it close. Less than 100 cost left. You just need to attack once more. 49 cost left, and we get a clutch Super Dragon. Kaboom. Run out with the factory exploding around us. Now we have the sniper rifles that we already had, and we have to head over the bridge. And this bridge is well designed. Malicious intent, cruel placements, hoverboys and ciphers overhead, as well as long sight lines. This will take some puzzling to get right. We need some strategies. And after a few failed attempts, this is what we came up with. Wait at the far end of the walkway, equip Venus with a sniper rifle, a silenced pistol and a box handy. Make sure that Snake has a chaff grenade as well as a cardboard box, and when everyone has their equipment ready, run to the ladder. Climb it, and when the coast is clear, throw the chaff grenade onto this square. Now hide in the box, and after it pops and the sound is investigated, let gravity do its thing. Now run up further, get Snake to wait here, move Venus up and let a Tranq the chap on a Soviet air flying platform. Now throw a chaff grenade onto the back of the flamethrower guy and wait for it to pop. Also stun the chap downstairs and let Snake hide behind enemy lines from the Hot Wings man. And then let him see Venus because you're inept and bad at this video game. But fortunately that doesn't cause an alert and he investigates and nothing happens, so kick him off the platform. But again his mate hears the hubbub, comes over, spotting us and gets us nice and toasty. So we start again, get Snake and Venus's gear in order, throw a chaff and nudge the fella off the edge. This time kill the guy on the platform, make Snake run over and reach out from the top, get spotted by a bunch of guys, but treat them to gravity and just keep going because I've been at this for another 2 hours and I hate this bridge. Oh my god, I hate this bridge. Why is there nowhere to hide? I hate this bridge. That wasn't pretty, but I'm going to see pictures of those guard placements in my nightmares. So, the integral pack is finally in place, and you know what that means? It's trials time. So, going back through all the trials we can currently do, and an hour later, we get an additional 36 cards. Now looking through the haul, we have one card which is very useful, the RC missile. It's this game's version of a Nikita controllable missile. Now wouldn't that have been useful earlier? But it will still come in very handy for getting some goodies later. And by later, I actually mean right now. You see, in this starting room, there's a door off to the right hand side, and behind that is an electrical floor that we can take out with the RC missile, giving us another Super Dragon and an additional RPG. Send Snake downstairs to take care of that, and run to grab all the goodies. In the meantime, we need to slowly drag these fellas out of the side room to hit them from behind, but look at this! 5 front evades? So after dragging and lamping the dodgeball team captain, we just need to do the same for the rest of the squaddies. Let the last one go and let him have a nice present to keep him occupied. This room, lots of Men in Black agents. No obvious way to go, but there is a ladder. Yep, let's do that strat again. Except this time it worked out even better. Once we take out the Ryu Hayabusa clone out by way of a kinetic obstruction, everyone else gets confused, starts looking at walls and opens a clear path for us to dash through. Even better, the next room, all we have to do is trank and run our way through with no issues. It's boss fight time. This time, the blunderbuss equipped hypnotist samurai. Chai-Gidel. Some bloke whose name I've never heard out loud in my life. He isn't difficult per se, but he is annoying. He'll use some hurdy-gurdy voodoo malarkey to take control of either Venus or Snake. He'll then proceed to slap the bejesus out of their comrade. Not only that, but he turns the lights off and starts scuttling around on the ceiling. Oh, he also has 3,000 health and repeatedly throws mines that you need to remember where they are. And he keeps equipping body armour and evasion cards like it's going out of fashion. Still, nothing that can't be fixed with a prescription of highly explosive noob tubes and repeated assault rifle attacks, and a boomerang. He brings up something called the fertilisation, laughs at us, wags his finger at Snake before popping off his mortal coil once and for all. Next up, we're heading through a very similar room that we faced Vince in earlier, and again, we come up against the man himself. I think he heard me, because this time he's brought friends. 6 of them, each with 400 health, body armour, and half of them has equipment that causes knockdown. Now, causing knockdown doesn't seem too bad, if you have cards in your hand. All it does is move you back 1 square and randomly discard a card. But if you can't discard a card, you're knocked out for approximately 20 cost and are a sitting duck the whole time. And if you get hit again by that weaponry whilst you're knocked out, it resets the timer. Brilliant. The Rikus one, Vince, has all of his abilities as well from the previous fight, this time gelling quite well with the peons he's brought with him.
Previously on Metal Gear Acid 2. Mostly he wanders around and is fairly easy as he has no support. Fortunately, with both Snake and Venus outnumbering him, the action economy is in our favour, as we're far more likely to get a turn than he is.
This time we're outnumbered, outgunned, and can be easily outmanoeuvred. The best thing we can do is set one of them on fire by the explosive barrels, hope to set everyone else on fire, and then hold up and try to minimise damage, and die. Or we can use all of our equipment to take out someone on the first turn, slightly levelling out the action economy by using a bunch of expensive cost cards and then get swamped by everyone else because we don't have another turn, and die. How about instead hiding in this small cubbyhole, funneling everyone to us and using the very powerful Metal Gear Rex card to wipe them all out that we got for completing the game. But it's not enough, and then they throw grenade stacks on us and Vince explodes us to Kingdom Come, so we die. I'm dying a lot, which is fine. The problem is, I'm just not making any headway. I usually last 3 to 4 turns, and I just can't see a way out.
That MGS3 is
no, I don't need the card shop. Look, let's take a break and just watch some YouTube. Huh, that looks interesting. No matter what channel I go to, it's all showing the same ads. No, I don't want your cards, Frogman. Oh, I know. I've unlocked some extra missions that I can do trials on. And I could probably complete some of the elimination challenges as well. That should help. No, nothing at all. Look, let's just take a break. Did you know that the tactical card-driven stealth game Metal Gear Acid 2 has a bonus mode called Arena? It lets you fight bosses from MGS1 all the way to MGS3. It has multiple difficulties, and even lets you unlock some unique cards, such as the Stealth Camo and the EZ Gun. The EZ Gun? Well, it's not from the shop, now is it? Let's give this a try. So, what actually happens in the arena? You can fight some of the icons from the Rogues Gallery throughout the series, and they all have their own strategies. It has multiple difficulty levels, and you can get a unique card for each difficulty level you complete. But more importantly, when you complete a fight for the first time, you get 3 completion cards. I think this is our way out. So, after running through the easy and medium arena modes, we have a haul of cards. The standouts being a bunch of Genome Soldier cards, some of the best movement cards in the game, 3 Stinger cards for mechanical bosses, 3 copies of the Desert Eagle, a couple of tank cards that do huge damage, 2 copies of the SOCOM, probably the best pistol for 45 ammo, huge damage, only issue is short range, and 1 grenade. Doesn't look like much, but when upgraded, it does big damage to the widest area possible, a 5x5 grid, and a bunch of Merrill cards. Now that might not seem like much spread across 2 40 card decks, but specifically the Merrill cards are huge. It's a special cost reduction card. Instead of reducing cost by a specific amount, it halves the cost. So in most situations it's -4 or 5, but in some special cases you can combo with it, turning it into a -15 or more card. I'd still rather have some flat -12 cards, but we'll have to make do with what we have. Now let's see how we stack up against the Valkyrie himself. Now we're armed to the teeth with all these juicy upgrades. Well, I never said this was going to be easy, but after returning back with some slight tweaks to strategy, We start off by equipping the SOCOM and getting a great hit on this barrel, doing a bunch of damage and setting multiple attackers into the man on fire. Then using the SOCOM's knockdown ability, we can KO another. That stacked damage from the rocket launcher and the barrel explosion will now take out 2 with the fire damage over time. Throwing the super buff grenade that we got in the arena grind, and again, SOCOMing a second guard into the area means that when it explodes, now we can try to divide and conquer, heading behind here and attack. It does open us up to getting exploded being so close to the barrel, but we have to take the chance. After trying to lay down as much damage into Vince, we're out of options. He runs off and throws a barrel at Venus, and she's knocked out temporarily. Health is looking low. This could end up being a death spiral. But we can at least get a quick backstab on the left flank. Vince shows up and uses an RPG-shaped ramrod to take Snake out. Now, it's not quite all over. Venus could get up from being knocked out, and she does. She also has a revive card to instantly get Snake up with 100 HP. Now we can run over and let off some rounds into Sergeant Sleepy Time, but with both characters at less than 100 health, it's not ideal. Snake has nothing useful. All we can do is hide and hope for a ration. Venus gets a pistol card, and yes, finally. With the battle in our favour, we just need to regroup, heal up, and this should be in the bag. Snake is low, but he has some weaponry. We can equal Vince's cost with a Merrill card, but can't steal the turn back. So Vince does nothing? So back to Venus, who can move into range, Snake can loop behind and eat a ration, and it's still our turn. It's showdown time. Lay down some big damage with both Snake and Venus. The shadow of Vulcan Raven appears and Vince goes for an overhand right. That's not enough to stop us. Using the chance of a reaction from both Snake and Venus, we take him out. Finally. And that wasn't even the final boss. Now it's time for Metal Gear Chaos Hakadesh? Metal Gear Chaos Hakadesh? I reckon they wrote a bunch of names in this game without ever saying them out loud. I think it's something Hebrew, but being a proper Englishman, I have no idea on how any other languages work. But now we have the aforementioned Metal Gear to fight, and this boss is different from all the others. You see, this boss uses the exact same card system we do, and as such, we can see its hand. But the gist of its attacks are as follows. This card lets him move 5 blocks and instantly kills anyone he stands on. This card does a guided missile array in front of him. This card shuffles his hand. This card deletes everything equipped by Snake and Venus. Both of these cards shoot molten urine to melt us. Both of these cards strafe us with machine guns. This card lets him jump 5 blocks, trample and jump back. And this card lets him drop the nut on us. And this card uses Metal Gear Kadok's massive head laser cannon thing. Now, as we're playing, you need to keep in mind what cards are coming up so you can play accordingly, because if you don't, it's very easy to get killed. Yeah, this is tricky. Once you're in the flow of it, it's not a massively hard boss fight, but you do need to be constantly careful, and it takes a lot of focus over a long time. If one of the operatives go down, you'll need to kite Metal Gear around the arena and wait for them to revive themselves. It gets trickier as some of the cards, these ones in particular, become movement cards as the fight progresses, making it easier for him to catch you. Just keep throwing RPGs and small arms fire at him where possible. You may even be able to get off a couple of clutch Desert Eagle shots as well. Once you've taken out all of his limbs, Metal Gear starts phase 2. He now has access to more cards and is more dangerous. Even worse, to actually do damage, you first need to break open the cockpit. Then it will gyrate like a bad 70s disco improv gone wrong, and you'll have a short amount of time to force feed rockets into it to land some proper damage. After a time it will recover and you'll need to damage the cockpit again for it to be vulnerable. And when I say this is a grueling boss fight, I mean it. It's maybe the longest boss fight I've ever had in any game, ever. After our first couple of shortfalls in the first half an hour of attempts, we're in for the long haul, constantly running away to stay safe, and recycle our deck to get stingers and RPGs back in our hand. It's also worth noting that if you stand on the very edge of the arena, a few of his attacks can't hit you at all. But eventually, after all is said and done, one last rocket, and the Goliath goes down after running around for 1 hour 45 in just this attempt. It's done. Aha! The obligatory post-giant robot fight. Except, no, this time Venus turns on us by orders of Wiseman. She has the exact same deck and hand as us, so anything you see will come straight back at you. And because of that, if you make your deck good, so's hers. A conundrum. I wonder though, is she as clever as we are? Seemingly not. After a short drop in the void, she miraculously makes her way back up to us. And as the now definitely non-canonically confirmed evil lad Wiseman has been arrested, Venus decides that Snake is a cool guy, and let's just bust out of here together. A more standard level. It's been a while. Fortunately, all of the breathing people have evacuated, leaving only their machine companions. And you know what that means? Yep, it's Chaff City. When everyone's confused by floating bits of foil, make a break for the level until both parties are here. Dump another chaff and head to the exit, putting down both rovers in your path. Snake gets separated from both of the cleavage crew and makes his own way back. But a more pressing issue. We need to hightail it out of there on the back of a jeep. Huh, I wonder where they got that idea from. It's pretty simple, just load up on as much armament as possible and shoot out all of the robotic Rottweilers. Nothing can really go wrong here. Except they hit like an absolute truck, and Venus is pretty squishy. We need to survive 3 waves of them total, so just keep on at it, and it'll be, well, I think we need to delve into the depths of our card list. Aha! This healing trap will be perfect. I can put it down, and Venus will heal 20% of her health each turn. That's definitely better, and I got much further through them, but it's still not quite enough. Of course! The special cards that we got from the arena. The EZ gun will be perfect. It cuts the amount of points that we get in half, but, well, it's not as if we can spend them in the shop anyway. But the upside is that it reduces all damage that we take in half as well. Stacking that with the healing trap should make this work. And yes, we're out. And with that, the credits roll. Metal Gear Acid 2 without using the card shop once is complete. Looking over the final breakdown and stats of the run, you can see it was a long road to get here. 2 complete playthroughs all under these restrictions, but where does it stack up against everything else? If you're just looking at the normal playthrough, it really wasn't that bad. It's not how I'd recommend playing the game, but it was quite fun. That would sit somewhere in the easier categories, probably in hey, not too rough. But when flipping the switch over to extreme, that's a whole other ball game. The extra guards and extra health everywhere, along with some troll strategies by the game to catch you out, made this much harder. And also the length of time spent bashing my head against the wall, specifically for the Metal Gear Prototype Factory and the Vince fight, pushes this over the edge and even edges out MGS3 as the hardest challenge to date. And with that, I need to thank all of the channel members making this possible. Casper, Video Pop 100, Pictit Mate, Undercover, King Emo Cut. And a special shout out to Lofty and Flying Saucer for dragging me kicking and screaming through the Blender learning process. And most of all, thanks to you. Good night.